Chapter 1638. The ace of the far east slowly straightened his body and looked at the tall man opposite him in a daze with satisfaction. He reached out and took the still-burning cigarette from Lu Yuan's hand. He casually threw it into the trash can not far away and repeated what he had just said. "Winter is here. Will spring be far behind?" Lu Yuan came back to his senses and subconsciously said, "Yes, because in some places it's winter all year round." At this moment, it was the ace of the far east who was stunned. Although he had been puzzled for a long time, and although he had been mentally prepared when this person walked out from behind the holly tree and asked him about Yeltsin and Gorbachev, when he heard with his own ears that the other party had caught the code word he had thrown out, his heart still felt as if a hurricane had swept through the surface of the sea, and even the things hidden deep at the bottom of the sea had been dug out. The two of them stood silently in the snowy night and looked at each other, almost like two motionless sculptures. The snow was already falling fast, and soon a layer of sparkling snow covered their shoulders and heads. After a long time, Lu Yuan let out a soft sigh and said, "You're finally here." His voice was so low and ethereal, and the moment it left his mouth, it disappeared without a trace with the snow. However, the ace of the Far East's sharp ears still caught this inexplicable sentence. He didn't deny it, but he didn't admit it either. Then he asked out of the blue, "You sent us the coordinates, right?" Lu Yuan reached out and brushed the snow off the ace of the Far East's head and shoulders. He said kindly, "Yes, you did a good job. It's the most gratifying thing that our country has a successor." The ace of the Far East's eyes instantly turned red, but he was already standing with his back to the light. Under the cover of the night, even Lu Yuan, who was opposite him, didn't notice this detail. He lowered his eyes and smiled bitterly. "I've disappointed you. I came here purely for personal matters." Lu Yuan didn't smile. He shook his head solemnly. "No, I'm not disappointed. She's worth it." For outsiders, the standard for judging whether something should be done was whether it was worth it or not. However, Xiaoheng knew very well that even if it wasn't worth it, he would still do it. This was the only time in his life that he had been willful, and it was also the choice he had made after careful consideration. However, he didn't refute Lu Yuan. He just said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have recovered." He now completely understood why Gu Nianji had been sent to them and why he had been appointed to take over. Even though the man in front of her was in a foreign land, he was still concerned about Song Jinning's illness. In front of this person, Xiaoheng did not need to pretend anymore. He was his senior and also his elder. "But how did you know about my mother?" Xiaoheng was confused. As far as he knew, after the experiment failed 18 years ago, this person, who was his uncle, disappeared without a trace. At that time, he probably didn't know about Song Jinning's condition. At this moment, Lu Yuan also confessed his identity. He had hidden his identity for 18 years in this strange yet familiar world. "I'm your uncle, Guan Yuan. After that failed experiment, I was blasted unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a strange place, and the 4 soldiers who came with me were already dead beside me." Xiaoheng's heart tightened. This was caused by the fact that the corresponding bodies couldn't coexist in the same space-time, right? Guan Yuan continued. "Then I met Lu Jin, Nianji's father. He was the first to discover the abnormal magnetic field fluctuations, find our coordinates, and help me cremate the 4 soldiers. It was also him. After understanding the situation of our experiment in detail, he told me about the possible consequences of the magnetic field resonance experiment. One of them was that the brain would be disturbed by the high-energy magnetic field, causing a genetic imbalance, which was also a phenomenon of mental disorder. Guan Yuan was a little embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, "Lu Jin helped me see your mother's condition through the magnetic field monitoring. At that time, he could have used energy to directly contact the other world. However, he had used a small amount of energy, and what he saw was Song Jinning's mental disorder. From then on, he had decided to help Song Jinning recover, because Lu Jin had told him that this disorder was not incurable. However, Lu Jin did not have much energy stored at that time, and he was deeply distrustful of the other world. Therefore, after observing for a period of time, he turned off the monitoring to save energy. In the subsequent contact, he only gave Hua Guanyuan a very small amount of energy to communicate with the other world. Hua Guanyuan considered this complicated situation and didn't want this kind of experiment to be used by those with ulterior motives on the other side. They would disregard the lives of the soldiers and forcefully conduct more experiments. Therefore, he used a very obscure method to guide the other party step by step to achieve his goal of saving Song Jining. In fact, his concerns were completely correct. Then he took out 4 military identification cards and said to Hua Xiaohong, "These are their relics as well as their ashes. If there's a chance, help me bring them back." "Aren't you going back?" Hua Xiaohong didn't take the 4 military identification cards. He asked calmly, "It's better if you take them back yourself." Hua Guanyuan gripped the 4 military identification cards tightly. Veins popped out on the back of his hand, and his voice was exceptionally hoarse. "I won't go back." "Oh, I heard that you haven't started a family here yet. You have a wife and daughter over there. Why don't you go back?" Hua Xiaohong asked calmly. "Besides, our country needs people like you." Hua Xiaohong sincerely admired this uncle of his. "No, I'm already old. Our country is relying on you now." Hua Guanyuan still stubbornly extended his hand and handed the 4 military identification cards to Hua Xiaohong. Hua Xiaohong looked at the man in front of him quietly. He thought of his paintings and the things that were buried deep in his heart. He seemed to understand his stubbornness. "You're really not going back?" Hua Xiaohong slowly reached out his hand with a deep regret on his face. "It's a pity that a lot has changed over the years. Have you paid attention to it?" Hua Guanyuan sighed again. "Every observation consumes energy. In order to save energy, we don't do meaningless surveillance. Every time the two worlds were connected, whether it was communication, real-time surveillance, or direct travel between the two worlds, it would consume energy. He and Lu Jin weren't as rich as He Chengjian and the others. They could contact the other world however they wanted and didn't care about the energy consumption. After all, they were acting on behalf of the country. They weren't like Hua Guanyuan and Lu Jin who were playing a small game. But it was also because of this that when He Chengjian ordered his men to kidnap Gu Ninji and bring her back, Lu Jin fought an energy war with them. These people got carried away and used up the huge amount of energy they had stored, leaving only a little bit of energy left to monitor the other world. Hua Xiaohong saw that Hua Guanyuan's understanding of their world was still stuck at the level of more than a decade ago. So he quickly began to explain to him, "My mother was mentally abused by your daughter, Hua Jialan, during those more than a decade of illness. She almost lost her life. If it weren't for Ninji, my mother wouldn't have lived to send me here." "What? Jialan? How dare she?" Hua Guanyuan almost lost his mind when he heard this. He gritted his teeth, and a rare expression of anger appeared on his face. "Yes, and by Genie. Do you know her? After my mother fell ill, she took over the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and became my father's girlfriend. By the way, she killed your wife, Luo Xinxue, in order to take away your phone 11 years ago." After seeing Hua Guanyuan's extremely shocked expression again, Hua Xiaohong said with satisfaction, "But don't be angry. Ninji has already helped Aunt clear her name and sent by Genie to prison. Hua Jialan, who is now Luo Jialan, is also in prison for treason." Hua Guanyuan's mind was digesting so much information that was completely different from what he knew, and his mind was in a mess. Even though he was especially good at hiding his emotions, he couldn't control his expression at this moment. "Xinxue is already dead? Bai Genie became your father's girlfriend? Then your mother?" Hua Guanyuan stammered, his heart beating like a drum. "Yes, my father divorced my mother many years ago on the grounds that she was seriously ill and couldn't live as a couple. That's why he could find a serious girlfriend." Hua Xiaohong returned to his normal deep and magnetic voice. His tone was very heavy. Hua Guanyuan could hardly believe his ears. His face instantly turned red. "What reason did your father use? How could he be so shameless?" Hua Xiaohong didn't want to talk about these things, so he immediately said, "By the way, We also know that Luo Jialan isn't your biological daughter, but the posthumous child of your comrade. Hua Guanyuan felt a little guilty about his wife's death. He didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of him. If it weren't for that phone, Luo Xinxue wouldn't have been killed. Hua Guanyuan knew that he was responsible because he didn't treat her as his real wife at all. Therefore, he didn't expect that his relic would be handed over to his wife. Then, what about your grandmother? Hua Guanyuan couldn't help asking. He had thought that his relic would be handed over to his mother, Xiezian. Hua Xiaoheng's expression truly dimmed. Grandmother also passed away not long after you left. Hua Guanyuan thought about the changes in the world over the past 18 years and sorted out his thoughts. In other words, your grandmother has passed away, Luo Xinxue is dead, Bai Jini and Luo Jialan are in prison, and your father and your mother divorced many years ago. Hua Xiaoheng nodded heavily and asked hopefully, then, do you still want to stay here? This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1627. You're finally here. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1639. Hua Guanyuan was obviously in a state of disbelief and shock, but he was already able to control his expression and emotions, so he didn't make sound. Hua Xiaoheng carefully observed Hua Guanyuan's expression. He thought for a moment and said, "Grandfather is still alive. However, after you left home, our family had another family with the surname Zhang." Hua Guanyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint sneer appeared on his lips. "Zhang? Is it head nurse Zhang and her son and grandson?" Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips, his mind racing. "You knew. So you all know?" Hua Guanyuan nodded calmly. "Of course I know. Head nurse Zhang was hiding something, but I was too lazy to expose her. But as long as I'm here, she can forget about bringing the child she secretly gave birth to into the Hua family." Hua Xiaoheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "When you weren't around, she brought her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren into the Hua family. She even said that she was comforting grandfather. How do we comfort him?" Hua Guanyuan was a little nervous. "Was your grandmother still around at that time?" "Not anymore." Hua Xiaoheng knew that this uncle had a close relationship with grandmother's mother, so he quickly explained, grandmother had already passed away when Zhang Feng brought her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren into the Hua family. As for the troubles that followed, Hua Xiaoheng did not intend to tell Hua Guanyuan now. Or rather, he should not be the one to say these things. The expression on Hua Guanyuan's face gradually became solemn. "So, if I'm gone, and your grandmother is gone, your father and grandfather won't be doing human affairs anymore." He didn't know how to respond. Hua Guanyuan could scold his father and brother like that, but even if Hua Xiaoheng agreed in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. "This is too much." Hua Guanyuan punched the bare trunk of the parasol tree next to him. "Your grandfather used Zhang Feng to humiliate your grandmother, and your father used Bai Jini to humiliate your mother. What about you? Have you ever done anything for your grandmother and mother?" Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, "I was only 12 years old then. May I ask what I could have done? Run away from home and become a delinquent? You left your mentally ill mother aside and did nothing about her?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't mean to mock Hua Guanyuan, but Hua Guanyuan's face burned when he heard it. He was living a peaceful life here alone. Wasn't that the same as throwing his mother aside and not caring about her? When he made up his mind to sacrifice, he thought that his mother would understand him. But when he found out that his mother had passed away before him, the heart-wrenching pain was almost unbearable for him. When he thought about how his mother had to send off her son, the pain and anxiety she must have felt was even heavier than his own. His eyes finally turned red. Hua Guanyuan's voice choked, but he said firmly, "Go back. I must go back." Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Hua Guanyuan was getting emotional, he quickly said, "When grandmother passed away, she arranged everything. When you go back, I will show you my grandmother's will. She left you a fund, and I am in charge of it for the time being. When the time comes, I can pass it to you." Hua Guanyuan waved his hand and took a deep breath. He said, "No need. I'll give you all those things. Treat them as a wedding gift for you and Yinji. At the mention of Gun Yinji, Hua Guanyuan's gaze sharpened. Are you going to continue hiding it from her? Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said sincerely, I hope you can help me deal with it, uncle. I'm worried that she won't be able to hide it. If he Ji-Chu and he Chengjian find out, she'll suffer again. That time, when he Chengjian would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go, Gun Yinji resolutely took the bullet for him in front of him. He watched helplessly as she fell in his arms. At that moment, he was completely stunned. His brain also felt like it had been hit by a sniper rifle, and it went blank for 2 to 3 seconds. For the first time, he was at a loss. It was as if he was in a deserted wilderness, and he couldn't see anything. He only came back to his senses when he Ji-Chu took her away from his arms. However, his posture could no longer be cold, and his voice could no longer pretend to be clear. He could only give a series of instructions to the KGB in a hoarse voice. At that time, he knew that this girl's passion and love could not be stopped by anyone or anything. The luckiest thing in his life was to meet her. The best decision in his life was to fall in love with her. Hua Guanyuan also clearly thought of the time Gun Yinji had been hit by a sniper rifle bullet. He said with lingering fear, Okay, I understand. But if you're always by her side, aren't you afraid that she'll fall in love with someone else? Hua Xiaoheng retracted his thoughts and smiled. So what if she falls in love with someone else? She's still in love with me anyway. His words were arrogant, and asking for a beating. Hua Guanyuan instantly retracted his concern and sympathy and said coldly, Okay, then don't expect me to be nice to you in the future. That won't do. Hua Xiaoheng brushed the snow off his shoulders and said casually, I'm a Soviet diplomat. You're such a good person, so why would you be so mean to a diplomat? This will make Yinji suspicious. Just be respectful to me like before. Hua Guanyuan thought about Gun Yinji's relentless pursuit of the Sansien fried rice. He was both alert and aggrieved. He couldn't help but ask, Did you make her that kind of Sansien fried rice? The kind your mother made for you when you were young? He paused for a moment, then said proudly, It's the kind of Sansien fried rice that I taught your mother to make. It's also the only kind of rice that your mother knows how to make. Song Jining was a culinary idiot. God knew what method Hua Guanyuan had used to make a culinary idiot be able to make Sansien fried rice that was above average. That was a rare and cherished moment in Hua Guanyuan's memory. He would never share it with anyone even if he was beaten to death. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and immediately asked, You made Sansien fried rice for Yinji? Although Hua Guanyuan didn't want to admit it, he still nodded bitterly. She didn't know who I was, but she seemed to be very familiar with the taste of that kind of fried rice. She asked me where I learned it several times. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and rubbed his wrist. He said, Yinji is very smart. She won't forget what she eats after eating it once. That's why I said that I didn't know how to cook from the beginning. That way, I wouldn't reveal any flaws. Sly. Hua Guanyuan glared at him, but he was happy for him. When he was Hua Xiaoheng's age, he wasn't as calm and composed as he was now. It was a good thing for the country that he was smarter and more capable than him. Only when each generation was smarter and more capable than the previous one would a country be able to prosper. Hua Xiaoheng shrugged nonchalantly and said, Then let's keep it the same for now. After I'm done here, we'll discuss how to go back. He wouldn't reveal his identity to Gun Yinji until the last moment. Hua Guanyuan was reminded and quickly asked, What agreement did you make with the Soviet Union? They're not easy to get along with. Don't think that they'll help you selflessly. Hua Xiaoheng didn't tell Hua Guanyuan everything. He just said nonchalantly, I know, we're just taking what we need. After a pause, he placed his hand on Hua Guanyuan's shoulder and said firmly, I won't harm the interests of the Huaxia Empire here either. Although this country wasn't his, they were born from the same roots. He wouldn't forget his roots. I believe you. Hua Guanyuan patted his shoulder and sighed. This place is actually not bad. I've been here for 18 years, and I've almost forgotten what it's like over there. Believe me, our place is better than this place, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. His tone was deep and heavy, and he didn't allow anyone to question him. Okay, I'll wait to go home with you. Hua Guanyuan reached out his hand to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng shook it heavily when he saw this. At that moment, the last barrier in the hearts of the two men disappeared. The 18 years between the two of them had officially faded away. What they welcomed was a brand new future. Hua Guanyuan returned to the apartment floor. Instead of going to his room, he went straight to Lu Jin's apartment. Lu Jin was still awake. He was writing a program in front of the computer in the studio. Hua Guanyuan stood at the door of his studio and knocked on it. He asked calmly, "Do you remember the call I asked you to make 8 years ago when we were planning to send Nianji to the other world?" Lu Jin's typing hand paused for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and stomped on the ground. He turned the computer chair around and glared at Hua Guanyuan. "Boss Lu, it's so late, and you're telling me about what happened 8 years ago? Are you dreaming?" "Just pretend I'm dreaming," Hua Guanyuan said coldly. "I asked you to call my mother. Who did you call?" Lu Jin, he thought hard for a moment before saying, "You called your mother?" Seeing that Hua Guanyuan's expression was strange, Lu Jin quickly said, "Time was too tight at the time, and I didn't want to waste too much energy. When I heard that the person who answered the phone was a woman, I thought it was your mother. After giving her a few instructions, she said she understood, so I hung up." "What's wrong? Did I call the wrong number? Isn't she your mother?" Hua Guanyuan's fingers clenched into fists, making cracking sounds. However, after glaring at Lu Jin for a long time, he slammed his fist on the door frame and turned to leave. This matter was already over, and Gu Nianji had been safely delivered to Hua Xiaoheng. Song Jining had also recovered because of this. There was no point in dwelling on who he called back then. Moreover, Lu Jin was really a person of great fortune. His mistake had confused by Genie and did not expose Hua Guanyuan at all. Therefore, Hua Guanyuan was only angry for a while. When his anger subsided, he left. He didn't want to waste his breath on someone like Lu Jin, because he knew that if he said too much, he would still be the one who would be angry. Lu Jin wouldn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. Lu Jin was even more confused when he saw this situation. However, when he saw that Hua Guanyuan had left without saying anything else, he didn't feel conflicted at all. He turned around and continued programming. He wanted to crack all the internal codes of the Qin Corporation as soon as possible and download everything. He wanted to give it to Nianji as New Year's money during the Spring Festival. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1628, Great Fortune. A reminder to everyone about their monthly and recommendation votes. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. My Weibo account has changed its name. It's now called Author, Records of Cambrian. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1640. After a night of heavy snow, the entire imperial capital was wrapped in silver, like a sparkling and translucent crystal palace. Gu Nianji had been excited and nervous for half the night. When she got home, she fell into a deep sleep. It was like she had fainted. When she woke up again, it was noon again. Hugging the blanket, she sat up. She was still in a daze, and her mind was still immersed in last night's dream. But when she woke up, she forgot most of last night's dream. She sat on the bed for a while and took out her phone from under the pillow. Sure enough, there were a few missed calls, most of which were from the King of Drama. There was only one call from Yijichu. Gu Nianji thought about it and called Yijichu back first. "Young master what can I do for you?" Gu Nianji stayed on the bed and didn't want to get up. Yijichu could tell from her voice that she must have just woken up. He put down the work at hand and turned his chair to face the pure white snow outside the window. He said in a light voice, "I want to invite you to Fragrant Mountain to admire the snow. Do you want to come?" Admiring the snow in Xiangshan, Gu Nianji was indeed looking forward to it. Moreover, she felt that ever since she had determined that the ace of the Far East was Major General Hua, she had been a little too engrossed. It would be terrible if Hua Xiao, who was extremely sensitive and observant, discovered that she had recognized him. So she needed to do something else to distract herself. Gu Nianji chuckled softly and nodded. "Okay, I just got up. I'm going to wash up now. Tell me the address." Yijichu had thought that Gu Nianji was going to reject him with all sorts of excuses, but in the end, she readily agreed. His spirits lifted. He stood up from his seat and said as calmly as he could, "I'll pick you up." Gunyenji, looking at the heavy snow outside, he felt a headache coming on. It's snowing so heavily outside. How we get there? Has the snow on the road been shoveled clean? Gunyenji walked to the window and carefully looked at the situation inside the neighborhood. The sidewalks in the apartment complex had been swept out and sprinkled with salt to prevent frostbite and slip. But on the main road outside, he did not know how the sweeping was going. Gunyenji muttered, "I'm afraid it's not easy to drive on this road. I better not go. You don't have to trouble yourself." Hijichu laughed. His shimmering, almond-shaped eyes reflected the white snow that filled the sky, and he had a beautiful charm that said, "Flowers are even more beautiful when they are in the extreme. It's no trouble at all." Hijichu reached for his coat and put it on before hurrying out of the office. Xie Qingying was wearing a red cashmere skirt coat and a 7-centimeter tall Stuart. Weitzman's high-heeled boots walked towards him. "Young master, are you going to Fragrant Mountain to admire the snow?" she asked happily. Hijichu's heart skipped a beat. He said to Gunyenji, "I'll go pick you up with Xie Qingying. Wait at home. I'll call you when we arrive." He hung up. Gunyenji had actually heard Xie Qingying speak on the other end of the line. Although she had only met and spoken to Xie Qingying once, she remembered her voice very clearly. Seeing that Xie Qingying was accompanying her, Gunyenji let down her guard and finally agreed to go. However, after hanging up, she thought to herself that Xie Qingying was her cousin. Should she ask her father if he could let her come over? Gunyenji quickly lifted the blanket and got up. She went to the bathroom to wash up and changed into a handsome, stone-white ski jacket and tight black cashmere elastic pants. Because she was going to Fragrant Mountain to admire the snow outdoors, she specially picked a pair of UGG Pure wool calfskin flat-heeled boots. These boots were very warm and had non-slip soles. With the help of a memory sponge, she wouldn't be tired at all when walking and climbing the mountain. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw that Lu Jean was already in the living room. She quickly said, "Dad, young master, he will come and pick me up later to admire the snow in Fragrant Mountain." She added, "Xie Qingying will also come with him and pick me up." Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, was Gu Xiangwen's sister, which was also Lu Jin's sister. However, the relationship between the siblings was very bad. Because of the severity of Lu Jin's interpersonal disorder, the siblings had not contacted each other for many years. Because of this, Lu Jin's relationship with Xie Dezhao, Gu Tian, and Xie Qingying's family was very indifferent. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Then have fun. If that Xie Qingying from the new media company treats you badly, tell me. I'm her uncle after all. Seeing her uncle is like seeing her mother. I could teach her a lesson on behalf of her mother." Gunyenji was dumbfounded. Is that how you use seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother? Why can't it be used like that? Lu Jin shook his head disdainfully. You can't just enjoy the benefits of seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother and not bear the obligation of seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother, right? Gunyenji understood now. She thought about it carefully and realized that there was nothing wrong with it. The advantage of seeing your uncle was like seeing your mother was that your uncle could take care of his nephew like his mother. The obligation of seeing your uncle was like seeing your mother was that your uncle could teach his nephew a lesson like his mother. Gunyenji gave Lu Jin a thumbs up. Dad, you have the potential to be a lawyer too. Look at this analysis of rights and obligations. But if you use your identity as her uncle to teach her a lesson, wouldn't you be exposed? Gunyenji said seriously, so it's better not to do anything. Don't you trust your daughter? I'm your daughter. How can I be at a disadvantage? As the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard the roar of a helicopter outside. Even the windows were shaking from the vibrations. Gunyenji and Lu Jin walked to the window and looked out. They saw a Bell 407 GXB helicopter descend from the sky and stop on the balcony above their heads. Gunyenji's phone rang again. It was Hijichu. "Nyenji, come to the roof. I'll take you to Shangshan." Gunyenji immediately understood. Hijichu had come to pick her up in a helicopter. She smiled happily and quickly put her backpack on her back. She nodded at Lu Jin and ran out quickly without saying anything. Lu Jin was a little worried, so he quietly followed behind her and watched her get into the elevator and go to the roof. The snow on the roof of the apartment building had been swept clean, but under the huge drive of the helicopter's propellers, the snow piled in the corner of the wall was blown everywhere. Gun Yinji pushed open the door to the top floor, and her face was almost covered by the incoming snowflakes. She quickly put on her down jacket and ferret fur hat and covered her mouth to hide. Not long after, the helicopter's propellers stopped completely. Hijichu, wearing a winter leather jacket, jumped out of the helicopter and walked towards her. "Yinji, why aren't you wearing a mask?" He reached out to her. "I still have a few masks on the plane. Go and try one on." Gun Yinji held his hand, and the two of them got into the helicopter together. On the plane, Xie Qingying, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, nodded slightly at Gun Yinji and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Gu." Gun Yinji looked her up and down and nodded with a smile. "Miss Xie is so beautiful today." Xie Qingying's smile widened. "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Gu." "Cousin Xie, we don't have to be so polite, do we?" Gun Yinji made a face at her. "It's more affectionate to call you cousin." Xie Qingying saw that Gun Yinji was being generous, so she didn't pretend to be polite with her. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'll call you Yinji." Hijichu sat in the pilot's seat and began to pilot the helicopter into the air. Gun Yinji and Xie Qingying fastened their seatbelts and sat together to chat. Gun Yinji could clearly feel that this Xie Qingying was much more affectionate than the last time she saw her. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1629, Seeing Your Uncle is Like Seeing Your Mother. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation votes. P.S. I've changed the name of my Weibo account. It's now called Author Cambrian. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1641. The last time Gun Yinji spoke to Xie Qingying up close was at the Lu Corporation's celebration party in H City. She had specifically asked her about Xie Zian. Xie Qingying sat next to her and opened a small fridge by her feet. She bent down to look at it and asked, "Yinji, what do you want to drink?" "Juice, coffee, and tea." Gun Yinji asked for juice. Xie Qingying carefully poured it into a small paper cup and handed it to her. Gun Yinji smiled and thanked her. She lowered her head to take a sip of juice and started chatting with her. "Cousin Xie, is there a place in Shangshan that specializes in enjoying the snow?" Gun Yinji asked curiously. When she was in the other world, she had only gone to Shangshan to see the red leaves, but she hadn't had the chance to see the snow. Xie Qingying smiled and said, "There's a place in Shangshan called Fragrant Snow Sea. It's actually a plum garden. In winter, the plum blossoms bloom, and it snows heavily. It's the best place to enjoy the snow." Gun Yinji thought about the scene Xie Qingying had described. The plum blossoms were in full bloom, and the plum blossoms were covered with layers of sparkling snow. The plum blossoms were less white than the snow, but the snow was more fragrant than the plum blossoms. The white snow and red plum blossoms complemented each other. Just thinking about it made one drunk. Gun Yinji smiled and teased. Such a good place should collect the snow on the plum blossoms and put it in a blue and white porcelain jar. It'll definitely be good to use it to make tea in the summer. Xie Qingying was very surprised. "Yinji, I heard that you grew up abroad. I didn't expect you to know so much about our classical culture." Gun Yinji choked. How had she grown up abroad? She had grown up in the opposite Huaxiao Empire. Of course, she also knew that her experience couldn't be told to outsiders. Other than a few people at the top, the only people who knew where she had been in the past few years were Hijichu, Wen Shui, and Qin Yaoguang. The others had all had their memories removed, including Qin Jining. Gun Yinji's thoughts turned to Qin Jining. She immediately connected to the special communication channel on the helicopter and used her headset to ask Hijichu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Young Master He, what is Qin Jining doing now? Has he been released?" There was a lot of noise in the helicopter, so it was easier to talk to the pilot in front through a special line. Hijichu wore a very cool pair of aviator sunglasses and focused on the data on the instrument panel. He noticed that someone was speaking on the helicopter's dedicated communication channel, so he accepted it. Hearing that it was Gun Yinji who was asking about Qin Jining, she said casually into the microphone, "He's still locked up. What's wrong? Don't you want to pursue the matter? If you don't pursue the matter, he'll be fine." Qin Jining's brother, Qin Ziyuan, had begged him for a long time, but He Zichu hadn't relented. He was bent on giving this favor to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji didn't know that Qin Ziyuan had been begging He Zichu, but she still nodded and said, "It's almost the new year. Let him come out for the new year." Actually, he didn't do anything wrong. It was just that his brain wasn't working well. This time, I'll lock him up for a while so that he'll learn not to be so impatient in the future. He Zichu agreed and said, "Okay, when we get to Xiangsuahai, I'll call them and ask his brother to pick him up." "Thank you, young master," Gun Yinji said sweetly. She seemed to be in a good mood. After saying this, she turned off the communication channel and couldn't help picking up her phone to look at it again. Last night, after the ace of the Far East left, she had secretly released the King of Drama from the blacklist. Although she still didn't want to answer his call, she felt a sense of accomplishment when she saw his missed call. Xie Qingying took good care of Gun Yinji from the side. At that moment, she cut another plate of fruit and placed it in front of her. She said, "I didn't know what kind of fruit you liked, so I cut some randomly. Try it and see which one tastes better." Gun Yinji saw that the fruit plate was filled with common fruits. She glanced over and saw yellow oranges, snow-white bananas, pink and tender lychees, red dragon fruits, ivory mangosteen, jackfruit, translucent green carambola, mangosteen that looked like water chestnuts, and egg fruit that tasted the same as egg yolk. She ate a piece of orange first. She had thought that it was a very ordinary fruit, but when she ate it, she realized that it was definitely not an ordinary fruit. It tasted as sweet as honey, and a little bit of sourness perfectly neutralized the excessive sugar in the orange. It actually left a fragrant taste in her mouth. Gun Yinji's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "These oranges are specially supplied, right? Only specially supplied fruits would have such quality." Xie Qingying raised her willowy eyebrows and said with a smile, "Huh? You also know about the special supply?" Gun Yinji chuckled and shook her head. "I don't know. I'm just a commoner. How would I know about the legendary special supply?" Xie Qingying heard her say that and understood that she was unhappy. She quickly apologized. "Yinji, that's not what I meant. You grew up abroad, so I thought there was no such thing as special supply overseas." Gun Yinji reflected on herself and felt that she had made a mountain out of a molehill. To be honest, she didn't have much of a relationship with Xie Qingying. Although the two of them were considered relatively close relatives, as the saying went, distant relatives were not as good as close neighbors. The two families hadn't been in contact for so many years, and she and Xie Qingying were like strangers. It was better not to be too demanding. Therefore, she quickly smiled and said, No, I was just joking. Even if you haven't seen a pig walk, you've eaten pork, haven't you?" She deliberately said, "Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig walk to ease the atmosphere." Moreover, as a child on the internet, she had really eaten pork, but had never seen a pig in the real world. Xie Qingying covered her mouth and laughed even harder. "Yinji, you're so funny." She felt that Gun Yinji was a more and more interesting person. The distance between the two of them quickly narrowed. However, it didn't take long before He Zichu asked them to prepare to get off the plane because Xiang Shuehai had already arrived. He Zichu parked the helicopter in an empty field 500 meters away from fragrant snow sea plum garden. If the helicopter stopped too close, it would affect the snow on the plum blossoms and destroy the snow scenery. After the helicopter stopped, Gun Yinji took He Zichu's arm and got off the helicopter. As soon as she got off the helicopter, she smelled a thin, sweet fragrance. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and smiled. This is indeed a good place to enjoy the snow. He Zichu let her stand firmly and turned around to reach out to Xie Qingying on the helicopter. Xie Qingying smiled and said, "I can get off by myself." As she spoke, she had already valiantly gotten off the helicopter. She wore a fiery red coat and 7-centimeter black boots. Her long, wavy hair flowed down her back, and her red lips were like flames. Against the white snow on the plum blossoms, she was incomparably beautiful. Gu Nianji was stunned by the sight. Xie Qingying stood beside He Zhichu with a smile, like a perfect couple. Behind them was the spotless silver-white helicopter. Just looking at the scene, it was like a giant photo of a helicopter advertisement. Gu Nianji couldn't help but take out her phone and take several photos of them. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, and Xie Qingying's long, wavy hair fluttered in the wind. A strand of hair happened to sweep in front of He Zhichu, carrying a natural fragrance. He Zhichu's eyes were lowered, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were hidden under his thick eyelashes. His handsome face had a slight smile as he looked at Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying's eyes were practically glued to He Zhichu. Gu Nianji finally understood. So cousin Xie had taken a fancy to He Zhichu. She looked at He Zhichu, then at Xie Qingying, and nodded in satisfaction. From their appearances, the two of them really looked like a good match. Moreover, one was the prime minister's niece, and the other was a major general in the military. Also, one was her biological cousin, and the other was her sworn brother. She gave them full marks and wasn't afraid that they would be proud. He Zhichu saw Gu Nianji raising her phone to take pictures of them, but didn't stop her. He strode over and said, "Come, let's take a selfie." As he spoke, he took the phone from Gu Nianji and raised it high, aiming it at himself and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. From this angle, He Zhichu's face was in the front, and her face was in the back, making her face look small. It looked good. He Zhichu mainly aimed at Gu Nianji and pressed a few buttons. Then he took out his phone and used AirDrop to send the photos to his phone. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Let me see." Gu Nianji quickly said, "Let me see." He Zhichu returned the phone to her and quickly strode away. Gu Nianji looked at his back in confusion, then looked down at the selfie He Zhichu had taken of the two of them. Gu Nianji looked at his back in confusion, then looked down at the selfie He Zhichu had taken of them earlier. Gu Nianji was furious when she saw it. He Zhichu's face was thin, and his facial features were deep and three-dimensional. With this kind of face, no matter how the photo was taken, her face still looked small. He Zhichu's face was thin, and his facial features were deep and three-dimensional. With this kind of face, no matter how the photo was taken, her face still looked small. And because of He Zhichu's comparison in front of the camera, Gu Nianji's face looked even bigger in the back. "Young master, delete the photo. Take another one." Gu Nianji frowned as she put away her phone and quickly chased after him. Xie Qingying looked at Gu Nianji playing around like a child. She shook her head with a smile and slowly walked behind her. She was wearing high-heel boots, so she couldn't run in the snow. Gu Nianji caught up with He Zhichu and jumped to ask him for his phone. He Zhichu acted as if he didn't hear her and strode forward with a smile. Sometimes he would deliberately take a step to the side and do an ice skating motion. Gu Nianji almost fell. He Zhichu didn't help her up. Instead, he laughed out loud. Under the blue sky, his smile was especially bright and clear in the snow. It was like the snow on plum blossoms, plain and beautiful. Xie Qingying couldn't take her eyes off him, so she couldn't help running after him. She almost forgot that running on this kind of ground with her 7-centimeter-high high-heel boots was a disaster. With a thud, she fell to the ground. She had sprained her ankle. Gu Nianji heard the sound and turned around to look. She quickly called out to He Zhichu, "Young master, cousin Xie fell." He Zhichu turned around and saw Xie Qingying sitting on the black mountain road that had just been swept. The hem of her red cashmere coat was already covered in black soil, but she wasn't too upset. She only smiled and said, "I think I sprained my ankle. Young master, do you know if there's any ointment in the fragrant snow sea?" He Zhichu walked back and knelt on one knee in front of her. He lifted her calf with one hand and touched her ankle with the other. Through the leather boots, she couldn't feel it very clearly, but Xie Qingying's brows clearly furrowed. It was probably more painful. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Young master, shall we help cousin Xie over?" Xie Qingying struggled to stand up and said embarrassedly, "No need, it's not very painful. I'll be fine after resting for a while." She endured the pain in her ankle and tried her best to walk normally. However, with every step she took, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She didn't know that her face was whiter than snow. Gun Yinji poked He Jichu's arm and whispered, "Young master He, cousin Xie is in a lot of pain. I think she sprained her ankle quite badly." He Jichu looked at her for a while and secretly clenched his fists. He turned to Xie Qingying and said, "Come, I'll carry you." With a calm expression, he half squatted down in front of her and gave her his entire back. Xie Qingying was at a loss. Happiness had come too quickly, and she didn't know how to deal with it. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1630, Fragrant Snow Sea. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1642. Gun Yinji advised from the side, "Cousin Xie, if it really hurts, don't hold on. I know the pain of a sprained ankle. It's like walking on the tip of a knife." Xie Qingying was embarrassed. If she continued to refuse, it would seem like she was being unreasonable. She nodded at Gun Yinji. "Yinji, thank you. I won't stand on ceremony then." She gently attached herself to He Jichu's broad shoulders, narrow waist, and inverted triangular back. Xie Qingying thought to herself as she clung to He Jichu's hard shoulder. She didn't expect young Master He to look thin, but he was actually quite muscular. Her pretty face blushed slightly. She put her head on the side of He Jichu's neck and was carried all the way into Xiangsuohai's gate. Gun Yinji followed beside He Jichu and Xie Qingying. She helped hold Xie Qingying by the side as she looked around curiously. No wonder this place was called Xiangsuohai. It was because there were 3 big words inscribed on a big stone next to the entrance gate. The house in Plum Garden was built in an antique style. The wall was a wooden fence painted with tung oil. There was also a screen wall facing the gate, blocking the scene in the courtyard. After going around the screen wall, an ancient-style mansion on the top of the mountain appeared in front of them. Green tiles, white walls, black pillars, front eaves, and back buildings. The windows were covered with snow-white paper, and there were a few lanterns hanging from the eaves of the corridor. Gun Yinji couldn't take it all in. She didn't pay attention to the road under her feet and almost fell. Although He Jichu was looking ahead with Xie Qingying on his back, he kept looking at Gun Yinji from the corner of his eye. Gun Yinji's body had just turned sideways when He Jichu immediately reached out and held her arm firmly. "Thank you, young Master He." Gun Yinji thanked him with a smile and helped him hold Xie Qingying on his back. Xie Qingying's heart was beating wildly. Her attention was completely focused on He Jichu, so she didn't notice what had just happened. It wasn't until Gun Yinji held her back that she turned to look at her and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Yinji? Is something the matter?" Gun Yinji smiled and pointed at the gate in front of them. "We're almost there. Later, ask the people here if they have any medicine. I think safflower oil is very good." Xie Qingying smiled and said, "Safflower oil is indeed not bad, but it tastes a little strong. If not, you can apply ice to it temporarily." Gun Yinji nodded and looked up to see that the door of the mansion in front of her had already opened. A handsome young man in a smoky gray cashmere cardigan walked out and said in surprise, "Young Master He, you're finally here." When he saw Xie Qingying on He Jichu's back, the man smiled mischievously. "What's wrong with Miss Xie?" "Young Master He, could it be that you lost a bet, so you have to carry our Miss Xian?" Xie Qingying quickly said, "Shaoli, don't talk nonsense. I just sprained my ankle and can't walk. By the way, do you have any ointment here? For example, safflower oil?" "Ah, did you really sprain your ankle?" The young man named Little Li looked at He Jichu in surprise, then quickly glanced at Xie Qingying's legs in high-heeled boots. It was indeed difficult to walk in these boots on a snowy day. Shaoli's expression turned serious. "I'm going to find someone to get some medicinal wine. Do you want me to call another doctor over? There's no need to trouble yourself. I have a family doctor at home. I'll just ask him to take a look at me tonight," Xie Qingying quickly said with a smile. It would be too troublesome to reject Shaoli. Shaoli had his own ideas. Whether he only wanted the medicinal wine or to hire a doctor, he would have to see Xie Qingying's injuries before making a decision. He turned around and pulled open the thick leather curtain to let Hijichu carry Xie Qingying in. As soon as he pulled open the curtain, the sound of music could be heard from inside. It was like the sound of a guzheng, like the gurgling of spring water. It was especially warm and moving on this snowy day. Gun Yinji enjoyed the beautiful music and followed him in. As soon as she entered the house, she realized that the mansion was really a different world. The 3 rooms of the ancient building, 1 bright and 2 dark, were all connected to become a large living room that could be used as a ballroom. On the left and right sides, there were irregularly shaped treasure pavilions that were divided into several small spaces that were connected to each other and relatively independent. In each small space, there was a postmodern-style sofa with a simple and exquisite shape. The floor around the sofa was covered with geometric patterns. In the corner on the right side of the wall on the north side, there was a small garden surrounded by green plants. In the octagonal pavilion with a small bridge and flowing water, a beautiful girl in an ancient costume sat in the octagonal pavilion and played the guzheng. The living room was filled with young men and women dressed in low-key and luxurious clothes. They sat or stood in groups of 2s and 3s, forming small groups. They held cocktail glasses and chatted and joked with each other. The atmosphere was very harmonious and friendly. Gun Yinji was amazed. The city sure knew how to have fun. She was a country bumpkin, so she should go back to the countryside. Hijichu and Xie Qingying were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Li, who had led them in earlier, walked over with a smile and said, "Miss Gu, right? Young master, he took Sister Xie to check on her injuries. Have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony." Gun Yinji also smiled and greeted him. "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Li. Xie Qingying is my cousin. I also want to see how her injuries are." "Sister Xie is your cousin? Oh, then you're my cousin." Xiao Li beamed. "My mother is Sister Xie's father's distant cousin." Gun Yinji had a headache because of the relationship. She could only chuckle and say, "Where are they? I'll go take a look." "Hey, Miss Gu, let's not be the third wheel." Xiao Li stopped her with a laugh. "Is it not fun here? Shall I find a handsome guy to talk to you?" Gun Yinji quickly waved her hand. "No need, no need. I'm just worried about cousin Xie. It's not a minor injury to sprain your ankle wearing such high-heeled boots. That's why I've already sent someone to get a doctor." Xiao Li whispered, "Don't let cousin Xie know." His careful teasing made Gun Yinji relax. She nodded and said, "Okay." She then asked him, "Are you very familiar with cousin Xie and young master He?" "Yes, we've known each other since we were young." Xiao Li looked Gun Yinji up and down and smiled. "Actually, we played together when we were young, but you definitely don't remember me." Gun Yinji pointed at her head and smiled. "Yes, I don't remember what happened before I was 12 years old. Some I remember, some I don't." Actually, she didn't remember anything at all, but because of the lawsuit with Qin Yaoguang and the others, she had to remember part of what happened before she was 12 years old. Otherwise, Lu Jin's secret identity would be exposed. Gun Yinji was very cautious. She wouldn't let anyone have anything against her at any time. Xiao Li shook his head regretfully and said, "But you're much prettier than you were when you were young. Are you single now? Can I pursue you?" Gun Yinji was amused by Xiao Li's serious expression. She avoided the topic and said, "I'm still young, so I have to focus on my career now. But Mr. Li, you're not being nice. You clearly like the girl who plays the zither over there. Why are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiao Li rubbed his chin and asked in confusion, "Is it that obvious? I thought I covered it up very well. When you were talking to me, your eyes glanced over there every 5 seconds on average. You call that a good cover-up?" Gun Yinji couldn't help pursing her lips in disdain. Compared to Hua Xiaoheng, who was the king of drama, Xiao Li wouldn't last more than 3 seconds in a TV series. Hee, isn't she very beautiful? She plays the zither so beautifully. Although, I don't understand it all. Xiao Li whispered to her, making her very happy. Not long after, Xiao Li's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it. He quickly stood up and said, "The doctor I invited has arrived. I'm going to pick him up. Miss Gu, please help yourself." Gun Yinji quickly waved her hand. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and bring the doctor to examine cousin Xie." Not long after Xiao Li left, he came back with someone. Gun Yinji looked up at the door and saw two men and a woman following Xiao Li in. The man walking next to Xiao Li was tall and carried a small medicine box. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle and elegant. He followed Xiao Li to a small door on the east side of the living room without looking sideways. The other man and woman didn't follow him in. They stood at the door and glanced at the situation in the living room. Gun Yinji glanced at the two of them curiously and suddenly felt that they looked a little familiar. The woman standing at the door had long black hair and thick bangs that covered her slender eyes. She was very flirtatious. She had snow-white skin, a small nose and mouth, and a face as round as a full moon. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She thought that this woman was a little similar to Wen Shui. However, she wasn't as scholarly as Wen Shui. The man's facial features were good, but his eyes were cloudy and his gaze was wretched. It made people uncomfortable to look at him. Gun Yinji looked away and decided to take another look at the girl playing the zither in the octagonal pavilion to clear her eyes. At that moment, the man with the wretched eyes also saw the girl playing the zither in the octagonal pavilion. His eyes lit up, and he wanted to rush over to talk to her, but he was held back by the woman beside him. Second brother, don't look for that kind of unpresentable woman again. How many times have you played with this kind of woman? Aren't you tired of her? The woman who had followed the doctor said impatiently, then pointed in Gun Yinji's direction. Even if you want to look for someone, you have to look for that one over there. If you marry her, you can struggle less for more than 10 years. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1631, Struggle Less for More Than 10 Years. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1643. The young man with the lewd eyes casually glanced at Gun Yinji, and his eyes suddenly froze. Such long legs, such a thin waist, and such a voluptuous chest. This figure was too unscientific. The man was almost drooling. Who is this? Is she from a good family? Why haven't I seen such a hot girl in the upper echelons of the imperial capital? The man smiled lecherously. When he saw Gun Yinji looking over, he immediately held the door frame and posed, winking at her. Gun Yinji, where did this idiot come from? She quietly looked away and stood up from the sofa. Seeing that she was about to leave, the woman who had followed the doctor quickly pushed the man's arm and said, "She's the famous Gun Yinji. Don't you know? I told you that you shouldn't be hanging around those young models all day long. Which girl from a good family would come out to be a young model at such a young age? You deal with these unpresentable people all day long. How can you get to know a really good girl?" "She's Gun Yinji." The man was shocked and quickly stood up. "She's the Gun Yinji who sent Annie Chin to prison." "Yes, who else could it be?" The woman nodded and lowered her voice. "Look at what she's done, but the old master still treats her as his granddaughter. He has no intention of pursuing the matter at all. I heard that this new year, the old master will invite her back to change her surname, acknowledge her ancestors, and celebrate the new year together. Look, even if Annie Chin isn't in prison and has a criminal record, she's still Annie Chin's only daughter and the old master's only granddaughter. Do you know why she changed her surname?" The man with the lewd eyes was even more interested. Change her surname? Acknowledge her ancestors? Is it to determine the inheritance rights? These people's families were considered rich and had a certain social status. As the third generation of rich people, they were most concerned about inheritance rights. That's what everyone guesses. The woman looked around and said, "Look, no one is stupid. Didn't young master, he bring her to Xiangshuahai? This circle is filled with the descendants of the top of the upper echelons. With our status, we usually can't get in. If I hadn't come with fourth brother Chin, I would have been stopped by those guards at the foot of the mountain, let alone entering the gate." Gun Yinji was a newcomer, so she knew nothing about Xiangshuahai's supreme position among the second generation of the imperial capital's upper class. However, the two of them knew it very well. "So, if you marry her, you'll have one foot in the capital's upper class. At that time, do you still have to worry about not having the right to inherit?" With that said, the woman patted the man's shoulder and said with a smile, "Second brother, be bold and go. I have faith in you." The man was so aroused by her words that he didn't care about anything else. He quickly came to Gunyinji's side and said politely and attentively, "Miss Gu, right? Where are they going? Shall I accompany you?" Although he could do whatever he wanted with those young models, he didn't dare to act rashly with women of high status. As the heir of a wealthy family, it would be a waste of his time in the imperial capital if he did not have this kind of judgment. The woman beside him patted her head. She had given up all hope on this brother of hers. She quickly leaned over and smiled at Gunyinji. "You miss Gu, right? I'm Luo Piapiao, and he's my second brother, Luo Yaozu. Although it's a little presumptuous, we're still relatives. Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way." Gunyinji originally wanted to ignore the two of them, but seeing that they were taking the initiative, especially the girl, she looked more and more like Shuyi when she smiled. Although her temperament was different, her facial features were there. Gunyinji's brain was like a high-performance computer. It had already stored the girl's appearance in her mind and automatically analyzed and compared it with Shuyi's appearance. The more she looked at them, the more she felt that they were quite similar. Her heart skipped a beat, and she said politely, "Really? I just came back and haven't met any relatives yet. May I ask which of my parents are you related to?" "Your mother, of course." Luo Piapiao clasped her hands and smiled. "Your mother, Annie Qin, is also our aunt." "Oh." Gunyinji calmly walked to the high chair at the bar counter and sat down. She raised her chin. "Have a seat." The place she had been in earlier was a little remote in the hall. She didn't know what was good for the two of them, so it was safer to go to a crowded place. This wasn't a great skill. As a single woman, she should have this kind of vigilance when she was at a bar. Not only were there several men and women chatting at the bar counter, but there were also two very powerful bartenders wiping wine glasses and mixing drinks. Gunyinji knew that these two bartenders must also be the bodyguards and thugs of this place. Sure enough, after she sat down, the handsome bartender on the left walked over with a smile and nodded at her. "Miss Gu, what would you like to drink?" He added, "Young master, he has instructed that Miss Gu can't drink alcohol yet. She can only drink milk and juice." Gunyinji had originally sat on the high chair with her feet crossed. She had planned to pretend to be a seasoned regular at the bar to satisfy her craving and suppress the siblings. However, she was exposed by the bartender in less than a second. She felt embarrassed and angrily knocked on the bar counter in front of her. "I'm already 20 years old and an adult. Why can't I drink?" Luo Yaozu, who was next to her, watched with his mouth open for a while and quickly said, "Miss Gu, what kind of wine would you like to drink? I'll buy it for you. Who are you?" The handsome bartender didn't wait for Gunyinji to speak and immediately looked at Luo Yaozu. "I don't remember you being on the customer list. Do you have an invitation? Or an ID card? I'll go check the guest list." They didn't open their business to the public. They used the system of a private clubhouse. If one wanted to come in, they first had to pay a sky-high deposit from a guarantor, and then they had to pay an annual fee of more than 7 figures. After paying the annual fee, one couldn't come as they pleased. When there was an event, the clubhouse would send out invitations. Only the members of the clubhouse who received the invitations could come. This greatly protected the privacy of the members of the clubhouse. Ijichu hadn't appeared in this clubhouse in all these years, but he was one of the founders. Now that he was back, a group of childhood friends and former partners wanted to get together with him. It wasn't easy for him to relent. Everyone took advantage of the snow to book a place called Xiangshuahai and invite him to connect with everyone. The bartender looked at the list of guests for today and was sure that the two of them weren't there. Luo Piapiao didn't expect a bartender to be so arrogant, especially in front of Gunyinji. She couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She slapped the bar counter with her hand and said, "Brotherly invited us here. He personally brought my brother Qin in just now." "Brother Qin?" The bartender looked at the door thoughtfully. "Is it the orthopedic doctor we hired just now?" "What orthopedic doctor?" "My brother Qin is the famous head of the orthopedic department in the Qin Hospital Corporation." Luo Piapiao was so angry that she was about to turn into a puffer. Luo Yaozu, on the other hand, was a little terrified. The bartender flexed his muscles at him and he was so weak that he wanted to hide under the table. Gun Yinji looked at the siblings coldly. Although their characters weren't very good, they might be an entry point to dig into the Qin family's history. However, she still had to confirm their identities. Therefore, Gun Yinji didn't stop the bartender from questioning the siblings. She just smiled and watched the show from the side. Another bartender walked over with a smile and handed Gun Yinji a glass of warm milk. "Miss Gu, this is organic milk. It's mellow and delicious." Gun Yinji took it resentfully, inserted the straw, and took a sip. She leaned her back against the bar counter and snorted. "No matter how extravagant you are, it's just a glass of milk. Do you dare to give me a cocktail?" "No, no." The two bartenders laughed together and looked up. "Young master, he is here." Gun Yinji looked up from the milk straw and saw He Jichu striding over from the other side of the living room. When Luo Piapiao saw He Jichu, she was so excited that she couldn't walk. Young master, he." She stammered as she greeted him, wishing she could kneel under his well-ironed suit pants. He Jichu glanced at her and nodded slightly. He came to Gun Yinji's side and rubbed her head. His cold expression softened slightly. "Why are you unhappy? Did your new friend make you unhappy?" Gun Yinji put the milk on the bar counter. Her dark, jade-like eyes darted around nimbly as she said, "How am I unhappy? This is Luo Yaozu, and this is Luo Piapiao. The siblings say they're the children of Qin Yaoguang and her sister." He Jichu sat down and took the red wine from the bartender. He said, "Qin Yaoguang is an only daughter. How about she have any sisters?" Gun Yinji let out an "ah" and looked at the Luo siblings in confusion. Luo Piapiao quickly said, "My mother is Annie Qin's cousin. We're really relatives of the Qin family." "Cousin? That's possible." He Jichu rubbed his forehead. It seems that Qin Yaoguang's family is the only one with few children. The other families are quite fertile. Gun Yinji, this was the first update of the day. Chapter 1632, pretty similar to you in your bones. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1644. Luo Piapiao was overjoyed to see that He Jichu agreed with her. "I'm not lying, am I? I told you that I'm Annie Qin's niece, and I'm Miss Gu's cousin." Luo Piapiao went up to hold Gun Yinji's hand. Gun Yinji didn't like physical contact with strangers, so she quietly moved closer to He Jichu. He Jichu understood and looked up at Luo Piapiao. Although there was no expression in his sparkling almond-shaped eyes, it was as if he was flirtatious as long as he looked at someone. Luo Piapiao felt like she couldn't breathe. Her hands and feet instantly stiffened, and she couldn't move. This was the first time she had close contact with her male idol, and she regretted not dressing up more prettily. Gun Yinji saw that He Jichu was able to make Luo Piapiao at a loss with just one look. She was very impressed by him, so she gently patted his shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. He Jichu glared at her, curled his finger, and knocked Gun Yinji on the forehead. He smiled. Impudent. His expression had always been cold and composed, but this smile was like an ice sculpture that had suddenly melted into a pool of spring water. Luo Piapiao felt her legs go weak. She had no choice but to grab onto Luo Yaozu beside her so that she wouldn't make a fool of herself. Luo Yaozu didn't dare say anything. He Jichu's powerful aura was cold and solemn. He didn't even look at him, but he felt like he had been pierced by He Jichu's heart by 10,000 arrows. Not only did his face hurt, but his chest also hurt. Luo Piapiao pinched Luo Yaozu, wanting him to be more promising and at least get close to He Jichu. That way, even if he couldn't get Gun Yinji, he could still get close to young Master He and still be able to do whatever he wanted in the Luo family. However, Luo Yaozu was completely useless. His carefree demeanor in front of the young model was completely useless now. Luo Piapiao had no choice but to rack her brains to talk to Gun Yinji. "Cousin Gu, are you free recently? I want to invite you to my house for a casual meal." Luo Piapiao smiled unexpectedly warmly. "Your house?" Gun Yinji actually wanted to go. It would be even better if she could meet Luo Piapiao's mother. However, before she could think it through, she heard Xie Qingying's voice. I haven't been here for a while. Why does my cousin have a cousin again? Xie Qingying held Xiao Li's arm and walked towards them. Beside them was a young man wearing a light brown wool suit jacket. His eyes were calm, his facial features were delicate, and his expression was restrained. His gait was methodical, and he looked more mature than his age. Gun Yinji's gaze fell on the simple medicine box in the man's hand. She wondered if this was the fourth brother Qin. She knew. She didn't have a good impression of the Qin family, so she only glanced at him briefly before looking away. She lowered her head and obediently sat next to Jichu to drink her warm milk. Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu pounced forward as expected. Fourth brother is here. Miss Xia, are you feeling better? One of them was holding Brother Qin's hand, while the other was fawning over Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying glanced at them and smiled at Luo Piapiao. I heard you call Nianji cousin just now. Why didn't I know I had another relative? Nianji's mother and my mother are cousins. Luo Piapiao quickly explained and asked in surprise, is Miss Xie's family also related to the Qin family? Otherwise, why would she also call Gun Nianji her cousin? Xie Qingying leaned against the bar counter and sat down. She said with a half-smile, why should I be related to the Qin family? Because Miss Xie just said that Miss Gu is also your cousin. Then Miss Gu and I are also cousins, so you should also be related to the Qin family. Luo Piapiao tilted her head and spoke much more freely. Luo Yaozu also nodded vigorously. Brother Qin couldn't take it anymore. He only felt that the two of them had arranged to make a fool of themselves today, so he shouldn't have agreed to bring them here. Miss Gu's father and Miss Xie's mother are biological siblings, so they're also cousins. They are closer than Miss Gu and Piapiao's cousins. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, Miss Xie's foot injury isn't particularly serious, but it's not light either. Remember to apply the medicine on time, and don't do any intense exercise for 3 weeks. Xie Qingying nodded. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Sorry for the trouble. She then asked Xiao Li, did you send a car to send Dr. Qin back? It's snowing. Dr. Qin shook his head and said aloofly, I came by helicopter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly in such heavy snow. Luo Piapiao quickly said, yes, we came by helicopter from the Qin family's private hospital. Actually, Brother Qin also knows how to fly a helicopter. Oh? Dr. Qin completely ignored her and only nodded at Gun Nianji. He greeted her, I'm Qin Haoshan, the second son of the Qin family. I'm ranked 4th. Your mother is my aunt. His father and Qin Yaoguang were cousins. Gun Nianji smiled. Hello, Mr. Qin. She didn't call him cousin. Qin Haoshan was a little unhappy, but when he thought about how Gun Nianji had even sued her own mother, he couldn't expect her to be nice to her relatives. He quickly felt relieved and said, Uncle wants to invite you back for the new year this year. I wonder if you agreed? Gun Nianji raised her eyebrows in surprise and spread her hands. Is that so? I had no idea. Maybe I didn't have time to inform you. Qin Haoshan quickly said, I was being too nosy. Please don't take offense. It's fine, it's fine. I won't go so far as to make things difficult for someone over such a small matter. Gun Nianji smiled and raised her glass of milk at him. But since you said it, help me reject it. You don't have to send me an invitation, and you don't have to inform me, because I won't be going to the Qin family for the new year. Huh? Cousin Gu, think about it before you say anything. Luo Piapiao was anxious. The old man rarely invites people home for the new year. You should cherish this opportunity. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Gun Nianji said without hesitation. I'll be very busy during the new year and don't want to go anywhere. Qin Haoshan saw that Gun Nianji was determined, and there were many people here. It was not convenient for him to speak up for old Master Qin, so he didn't say anything else. He looked down at his watch and said, Okay, I'll bear the consequences if I talk too much. I'll explain it to Uncle. With that, he opened a medicine box and took out a bag of homemade medicine for Xie Qingying. Miss Xie, he said politely, you'll get better faster with this. Xie Qingying took it with a smile. I've troubled Dr. Chin today. Actually, I just sprained my ankle. There's no need to trouble Dr. Chin. Chin Haoshan was an expert in orthopedics at the Chin family's private hospital. It was a great favor for him to come and see a small sprain. Chin Haoshan looked at Xie Qing intently, and his voice involuntarily softened. It's okay. They're all patients. I'll treat them equally. Gu Yinji looked at Dr. Chin with interest. She thought to herself, if the affection in your eyes when you look at cousin Xie isn't so obvious, I really would believe you. Chin Haoshan left with the Luo siblings. Xie Qingying was called over by her best friend to meet her friend. He Jichu stayed at the bar counter with Gu Yinji. The glass of red wine in his hand was just for show, but he didn't drink it. Gu Yinji coveted the red wine in Hijichu's hand and really wanted to taste it. However, Hijichu knew that her eyes were almost intoxicated, so he didn't let her taste it. He waved his hand and asked for a glass of red grape juice for her. He said, "Drink it. It's the same taste." To hell with the same taste. Gu Yinji was secretly displeased, but she still took the red grape juice. As she took a sip, she whispered, "Young master, cousin Xie is very popular. If you don't hurry up, that Dr. Chin will snatch her away." Hijichu spun his wine glass nonchalantly and said lazily, "If it's mine, I won't be able to snatch it away. If it's not mine, I won't be able to keep it. What's the point?" He glanced at Gu Yinji with a faint smile in his sparkling almond-shaped eyes. He said, "I have a Buddhist attitude towards this kind of thing now. I'm glad I got it. If not, my life." This was today's second update, Chapter 1633, Buddhist Attitude. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1645. I'm lucky to have it. Not my life. Gu Yinji muttered and shook her head. Negative, too negative. You'll lose those little sisters who truly love you like this. If she had thought that way back then, she would never have had the chance to be with Major General Hua. Hijichu was amused by Gu Yinji's serious expression. He gently rubbed her head and said with a half-smile, "If someone who truly loves me gives up so easily, then it wouldn't be considered sincere. Don't mind my business. If you care so much about me, be careful that you won't be able to get rid of me again." Gu Yinji, then we can't even be normal friends anymore? Gu Yinji sat up straight and frowned. If even the concern between friends can be misunderstood, then what's the point? What happened to treating me like a sister? Hijichu retracted his hand and smiled self-deprecatingly. He regained his cold and aloof expression and said aloofly, "Then can't we even joke around as normal friends? If a joke has to be taken seriously, then we shouldn't be friends anymore. As for siblings, if you're willing to call me brother, I'll naturally protect you for the rest of your life." When Gu Yinji heard Hijichu say that, she seemed to be angry. She also wondered if she had gone too far just now. It was clearly just a joke. Gu Yinji didn't want Hijichu to be angry. She held her red grape juice with both hands and lowered her head in embarrassment. "Young master, I was wrong." Hijichu didn't expect Gu Yinji to apologize directly. He stared at her in a daze for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. It was like the spring breeze blowing across the surface of the ice. There were still ice shards in the ripples, but he still smiled in the end. However, his sparkling almond-shaped eyes were dead silent. Hijichu raised his head and drank the cocktail in his hand in one gulp. He placed the empty glass on the bar counter and gestured for the bartender to bring him another glass of red wine. He patted Gu Yinji's head. "Good. You even know how to apologize. I didn't dote on you for nothing. Brother, he is the best." She looked up at Hijichu's cold profile and smiled sweetly. She was like a little kitten that had done something wrong and was trying to act cute to get away with it. Her big black eyes were bright and watery, and all that was missing was a soft cat tail wagging around. Hijichu couldn't be angry at that smiling face no matter what. At this moment, he smiled again. This time, his smile reached the bottom of his eyes, like sunlight, breaking through the dead silence in his peach blossom eyes. The bartender looked at Hijichu, then at Gu Yinji. He shook his head without batting an eyelid. He made Hijichu a cocktail with a higher alcohol content and placed it next to his glass of red wine. He Jichu saw this but didn't say anything. He picked up the red wine and drank it first. Not long after, more and more people gathered around He Jichu. They greeted him, and talked about things. They could also greet Gunyenji. They were all elites among elites. They chatted at the right time and didn't make Gunyenji feel out of place, nor did they make her feel left out. It was as if she was also old friends with them. There was a sense of harmony that made her feel at home. Gunyenji was also a very talkative person. She had met many important people over the years with Huashaoang, so she didn't have stage fright and could talk about all kinds of topics. In addition, these people all avoided the topic of the Qin family and Qin Yaowang, so Gunyenji didn't feel embarrassed or stuck. However, the side effect was that Gunyenji couldn't find out anything related to the Qin family at all. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. If He Jichu hadn't been watching from the side, Gunyenji believed that she would have been able to dig up more information related to the Qin family. Unfortunately, he clearly didn't like Qin Yaowang and didn't want to have anything to do with the Qin family. His childhood friends knew what he meant, so they naturally wouldn't offend him. Gunyenji chatted and laughed for a while, then gradually fell silent. Because most of the people here were men, it was a little inappropriate for a woman like her to be stuck in the middle. The living room happened to be in two circles with He Jichu and Xie Qingying as the center. One circle was mainly made up of men, and the other was mainly made up of women. Gunyenji was feeling bored when Xie Qingying saw her. She quickly helped her best friend over and waved at her with a smile. "Nyenji, come and have a chat with your cousin. Our cousins need to get to know each other better." Gunyenji's eyes lit up. She thought that women were the best at gossiping. Going to Xie Qingying's place to chat with those women should be more rewarding. She quickly looked at He Jichu and said, "Young Master He, I'll go talk to cousin Xie." He Jichu glanced over and was a little hesitant. "Are you okay? You only know Xie Qingying over there." "It's okay. I'll know her when I get there." Gunyenji smiled and jumped down from the high chair. She turned around and waved at He Jichu. "All right, young Master He, you talk. I'll be right back." She skipped over to Xie Qingying and said, "Cousin Xie, don't come over. Your foot hasn't healed yet." Xie Qingying stopped in her tracks and waited for her pass. She held her hand and returned to their circle. She let Gunyenji sit next to her and introduced her to her friends. Gunyenji, a very capable lawyer. Even if you haven't met her before, you've heard of her name, right? She's very young. She's only 20. The women who could be friends with Xie Qingying all had similar personalities as her, so they all nodded at Gunyenji and said, "I've long heard of your famous name." Gunyenji giggled and said, "Ladies, don't mock me. I'm new here. If I accidentally offend you, you must tell me. I'll apologize immediately." Her lively and cute attitude quickly won the favor of Xie Qingying's friends. Everyone started chatting. Xie Qingying listened with a smile. After a while, she clapped her hands and said, "It's almost time. Let's go out for a barbecue and enjoy the snow." Sure. I heard that there's authentic venison today, and there's a copper wire cover. Everyone can try roasting it like the venison in the dream." Xie Qingying's best friend was the first to stand up. She then turned around and carefully helped Xie Qingying up. Gunyenji couldn't help but think of Ma Chi when she saw how close the two of them were. She also had good friends, but unfortunately, they were now far apart. Gunyenji turned around to look in He Jichu's direction. She was a little depressed. Xie Qingying immediately sensed it. She didn't say anything and whispered to her best friend to bring everyone to the barbecue pavilion outside. She fell behind and walked slowly with Gunyenji. Qin Haoshan gave her a walking stick that could shrink into a small wooden stick. It could support half of her body weight. Gunyenji slowed down when she saw this. She held Xie Qingying's arm and whispered, "Cousin Xie, don't blame me for talking too much, but it's really not suitable to wear these high-heeled boots on such a snowy day. Not to mention climbing a mountain, even on flat ground, the road might freeze after the snow. If they weren't careful, they might fall to the ground." Xie Qingying smiled bitterly and said, "Since you said that, I'll be honest. I'm wearing these clothes for young Master He. I'm only one. 65 meters tall, so I'm not as tall as you. If I'm not tall enough, I won't be able to hold up this dress coat. So even if it's snowing heavily, I still can't help wearing high-heeled boots. To put it bluntly, a woman would dress up for the person she liked. Gunyenji suddenly understood and quickly nodded. I understand. Cousin Xie is so beautiful, so she looks good no matter what she wears. It's not like young master, he doesn't have eyes. He can see. Xie Qingying pursed her lips and smiled shyly, but she still mustered up the courage to say, Nianji, you really don't like young master he? I don't mean anything else. If you still like him, I definitely won't get involved between the two of you. Gun Yinji was also a magnanimous person. Seeing that Xie Qingying had said it clearly, she admired her and felt that she liked her even more. She turned around and glanced at He Jichu. Seeing that he had also brought his group of friends out, she laughed softly and said, Cousin Xie, I'll tell you the truth. I've always treated young master he as my brother. In the past, engagement was done by my parents' generation. Do you know how old I was back then? How could I have feelings for young master he? Really? Xie Qingying's heart was pounding. She looked at Gun Yinji intently. She saw that Gun Yinji's smile was bright and her expression was calm. She didn't look like she was pretending at all. Although she was young, she had been in the new media industry for several years. She was best at reading people's expressions. Xie Qingying believed that Gun Yinji was sincere. Gun Yinji nodded heavily. Why would I lie to you? I'll also tell you that there are many women who like young master he, but at the moment, only cousin Xie's overall qualities are the most outstanding. At least she was much better than when Shui, who clearly had a crush on He Jichu, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Gun Yinji thought about how, when Shui had harbored evil intentions towards her in the other world, and took it to heart. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1634. A woman dresses up for the person she likes. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There were 3 updates today. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the monthly ticket was 2,500 plus updates. There was a 3rd update at 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1646. Everything that had happened in the other world related to when Shui flashed through her mind. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent when she thought of Luo Piapiao, whom she had just met. Xie Qingying was immersed in her own thoughts. She sighed and said, But that's not how relationships are calculated. Just because your conditions are better than others doesn't mean you can get what you want. Gun Yinji glanced at Xie Qingying and said seriously, But from a biological point of view, choosing a mate is a process of competing for seniority. For normal animals, when males are courting, they will show off their advantages. For example, their feathers are prettier than other peacocks, or their combat power is stronger than other lions. Human society is no exception. Xie Qingying was amused by her and nodded. Yes, human society is no exception. Otherwise, why would this be an era where looks are important? That's right. Gun Yinji clasped her hands together and smiled. Cousin Xie, you're beautiful, capable, and magnanimous. You're obviously a virtuous woman. You're the most suitable person to marry and be the wife of the family. Xie Qingying laughed so hard that she couldn't walk. I'm not as good as you say I am. She shook her head. I actually have a temper too. I have my own temper. She paused and continued. But the most important thing is that the person I like isn't someone who only looks at looks. If that's really the case, then it'll be easy. Whether it was family background, ability, figure, or looks, Xie Qingying didn't have an advantage over He Jichu. Therefore, she didn't have much confidence and was often worried about gains and losses. Gun Yinji was young after all. Although she had a high IQ, she didn't have enough experience. She asked in confusion, Cousin Xie, do you really like young master he? Of course. Xie Qingying looked at her and said very sincerely, I've only loved him in my life. That's enough. Why do you want so much? Just go after him. Gun Yinji patted her shoulder and smiled. Although I won't say anything for you in front of young master he, I hope you won't just have a crush on him. You have to take action. Xie Qingying held her hand emotionally. Yinji, I didn't expect you to understand relationships so well at such a young age. Of course I understand. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and chuckled, but she wouldn't share her experience chasing Huoxiao with anyone because it was too frustrating. Shameful. Did she not want her pride? However, Xie Qingying said, "Actually, I don't want you to say anything for me in front of young Master He. Don't say anything good or bad." Gu Nianji nodded solemnly. Absolutely not. She understood what Xie Qingying meant. Because Xie Qingying wanted a complete relationship. This relationship should not be mixed with any other factors. If Gu Nianji put in a good word for Xie Qingying in front of Yijichu, Xie Qingying wouldn't be sure if Yijichu liked her because Gu Nianji made him like her, or if he truly loved her from the bottom of his heart. To put it bluntly, Xie Qingying wanted a natural relationship and marriage, not to get together with Yijichu for the sake of marriage. What was rare was that Gu Nianji understood everything. Xie Qingying believed that Gu Nianji wouldn't interfere. She looked ahead and calmly said, "Don't worry, I won't give up without trying once. To tell you the truth, I've had a crush on young Master He for a long time." Gu Nianji suddenly felt the same way. Looking at Xie Qingying, it was as if she was looking at herself back then, when she was 15 or 16 years old and had her first awakening of love. She couldn't help holding Xie Qingying's hand and said, "Cousin Xie, if you really like young Master He, then work hard to fight for him. Young Master He is really a very good person. He deserves your love. Fight for him." Xie Qingying smiled and imitated Gu Nianji's tone of voice. "Thank you for your encouragement. I'll work hard." After the two of them spoke, they felt even closer to each other, as if they had a common secret. They walked along the stone path that had been swept clean and sprinkled with coarse salt. Before they could see the pavilion in front of them, they could already smell the aroma of barbecue. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and became fascinated. "I'm hungry." Yijichu, who had caught up from behind, heard this and quickly said, "You can't eat too much even if you're hungry. There's a cold wind outside, and the pavilion for the barbecue is open on all sides. If you blow in the cold wind and press some hot barbecue on top of it, you'll have a stomachache when you go back." Yijichu's friends around him were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. This young master, he was still as caring for Miss Gu as he was when she was young. But she was already 20 years old, not 6 years old. Was it really good to be so controlling? Of course, everyone was just watching from the sidelines. No one dared to say it out loud. When Xie Qingying saw this, she became even more determined. That was, between her and Yijichu, Gu Nianji really couldn't do anything, not even to help her. She could tell that Gu Nianji still had a great influence on Yijichu. Yijichu had been circling around Gu Nianji for so many years. He probably hadn't completely let go of her for a while. She could understand that. Gu Nianji was extremely angry, and her temper was especially bad when she was hungry. However, seeing that she was surrounded by Yijichu's friends, she resisted the urge to flare up. However, she strode into the pavilion alone. Yijichu nodded at Xie Qingying and said, "Qingying, walk slowly. Although there's salt on the road, there might still be ice floes. I'll go check on Yinji. This little girl has a bad temper when she's hungry. Please bear with her." It's fine, it's fine." Xie Qingying was overwhelmed by the favor. Her fair face instantly turned red. She stammered, "You should quickly go after Nianji. She's young, but don't scold her. She won't be happy if you scold her in front of so many people." Yijichu smiled. "Okay, I got it." With that, he also strode forward and quickly caught up to Gu Nianji. He pulled her to a leeward seat in the barbecue pavilion. Although he didn't want her to eat too much, he still picked a plate of venison that had been roasted long ago and sent it to her. He apologized. "Don't be angry. I was in the wrong just now. Take this barbecue as my apology." Gu Nianji's anger dissipated when she saw the fragrant roasted venison. There was a professional barbecue chef in the barbecue pavilion. Of course, they could also roast it themselves, but that was a waste of food compared to the meat roasted by the barbecue chef. Gu Nianji took a big bite of the roasted venison. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When she ate it, it was filled with fragrant gravy and awakened all her taste buds. Not to mention that she was already hungry, so she finished the entire plate of barbecue in big bites. Hijichu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to digest too much barbecue. So he went to the barbecue chef to get some washed organic lettuce and wrapped the barbecue in lettuce for her to eat. This was another way to eat it. The fresh taste of the lettuce could relieve the greasy feeling, and it was just right to eat with the barbecue. It was also paired with some small tomatoes the size of marbles. They had just been roasted and were still warm. The visual impact of the red and green colors, coupled with the almost golden barbecue, made Gunyinji eat heartily. She wanted nothing more than to pull out all her fingers. Hijichu saw that Gunyinji was eating so happily, and even he had an appetite. He hadn't eaten properly for several days. At this time, he also ate a large plate of meat wrapped in lettuce, 2 boiled potatoes, and a few roasted tomatoes. He was only half full. Xie Qingying watched attentively from his side. Seeing that he still wanted more, she thought about it for a moment and quietly instructed the barbecue chef to specially roast a piece of medium-well organic beef for Hijichu. He didn't use black pepper. He purely relied on the texture of the high-quality organic beef to enhance the taste. The small bamboo shoots and crab mushrooms that had just been taken out of the cold storage were used as side dishes. The barbecue chef carefully roasted this steak that was comparable to Wagyu beef. He placed it on a plate, ordered the side dishes, and sent it to Hijichu. Hijichu raised his eyebrows and asked, "I didn't order steak, did I?" Xie Qingying walked over and smiled. "I asked the chef to roast it. You don't look full." Hijichu could indeed eat more. He looked at Xie Qingying and smiled. "Thank you. I want to eat more." "Okay, then take your time. I'll go over there first." Xie Qingying tried her best to suppress the joy in her heart and limped away with her walking stick. Gunyinji secretly glanced at Xie Qingying's back and wisely didn't say anything. Hijichu dragged over the plate with the steak. Seeing that Gunyinji's gaze was constantly on his steak, he picked up his knife and fork and said nonchalantly, "Just say what you want to say." Gunyinji had already decided not to say anything else about Xie Qingying because she didn't want to affect Hijichu in any way, whether it was good or bad. She still felt that their relationship could only be handled by themselves. Seeing that Hijichu had keenly sensed her thoughts, Gunyinji quickly changed the topic. "Young Master He, don't you think that Luo Piapiao looks like someone?" "Luo Piapiao? Who does she look like?" Hijichu didn't seem to realize this at all. "You really don't think she looks familiar?" Gunyinji was surprised. Was she the only one who noticed? "I don't think so. In my eyes, they all look the same. All of their faces are blurry." Hijichu shook his head disapprovingly. This is today's second monthly ticket, 3,000 plus updates. Chapter 1635, The Age of Looking at Faces. Reminder of the recommendation votes. There will be a third update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1647. Gunyinji was speechless. After a while, she said resentfully, "I'm just wondering if she looks like someone. It's not like I'm asking you to marry her. Why are you saying this?" Hijichu saw that she was being very cautious, so he focused and thought about it. However, the impression Luo Piapiao had given him just now was too blurry. He only remembered a face like a silver plate. It was quite white, but it made her face look even bigger. Who do you think she looks like? Hijichu couldn't think of anyone, so he could only use a little trick from court debate to get her started. Gunyinji knew it very well. She smiled at Hijichu and tilted her head. "Do you really want me to say? She looks a little like your former personal secretary and teaching assistant, Ms. Wenshui." Hijichu frowned. Do they look alike? Why don't I think so at all? In his heart, Wenshui still looked more like Gunyinji when she was young. As for Luo Piapiao, apart from a round face, he couldn't think of anything similar to Wenshui. Gunyinji frowned. Was she really overthinking things? She was a little regretful that she hadn't taken a photo of Luo Piapiao just now. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Gunyinji hesitated as she took a bite of the barbecue. If there's a chance, let them stand together and observe them carefully. Hijichu put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, "If you think they look alike, there'll definitely be a chance to let them stand together for you to see in the future. However, don't prejudge your position, and don't have a preconceived view. This will make your view not objective." Gun Yinji nodded profusely and smiled. "Got it, Professor." He Jichu's lips curled into a faint smile, but he shot her a warning glance and shook his head slightly. He had been a professor in the other world, but he had never been a professor in this world. Gun Yinji looked up at the sky in embarrassment, thinking that she had really gotten carried away. What she didn't know was that just that morning, another tenant had moved into Gun Yinji's apartment complex. It was the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union in Sea City, Peter, who was also Hua Xiaoheng. He didn't have much luggage, and he had rented a well-decorated repair room that could be moved in with a bag. Therefore, he had brought 2 consulate staff members to pack for the entire morning. "Mr. Deputy Chief Counsel, are you really going to stay here?" The consulate staff who helped him move the things was a Soviet and also his subordinate. Hua Xiaoheng walked around the house and scanned the surroundings with a surveillance detector. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras or pinhole cameras, he turned around and said, "Yeah, I have some personal matters to attend to. It's more convenient to stay here." The 2 staff members knew that their unbelievably handsome and single deputy chief counsel had taken a fancy to a Chinese woman and was trying his best to woo her. The 2 of them looked at each other and winked. "Mr. Deputy Chief Consul, we wish you all the best." Hua Xiaoheng looked at them and smiled. "Thank you for your auspicious words." After cleaning up the house, Hua Xiaoheng took the 2 staff members out for a meal before sending them away. Looking at his watch, it was already past noon. Gun Yinji should be up by now, right? He tried calling Gun Yinji again last night and discovered that she had secretly removed him from the blacklist, but she still didn't pick up. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and dialed Gun Yinji's number as he walked straight to her apartment building. Still no one picked up. Hua Xiaoheng made several calls in a row, but all of them went to voicemail. He had no choice but to call Lu Yuan, who was his uncle, Hua Guanyuan. For the sake of safety, the 2 of them would still call each other Peter and President Lu for the time being. Lu Yuan heard his phone ring. He took it over and saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng's number. He immediately picked it up and asked, "Mr. Peter, what's the matter?" Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the mahogany door of the apartment building and looked at the snow in front of him. "President Lu, is Yinji home?" Lu Yuan laughed. "Are you looking for Yinji?" "Unfortunately, she's not here. Where can she go in such heavy snow?" "Did Lu Jin accompany her?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly, and his unbelievably handsome face revealed a look of surprise. "Ha ha ha, Lu Jin, do you think he has that kind of brain?" "Of course not. It was young master, he who took Yinji to Xiangshan to enjoy the snow." Lu Yuan deliberately explained in detail. "You know Xiangshan, right? There's a fragrant snow sea plum garden in Xiangshan. When snows in winter, the plum blossoms are covered in snow. It's really beautiful. She actually went to enjoy the snow, and she went with Jichu." Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. "When I came, I saw that there was still snow in many places on the road. Are you sure you want her to go out in a car? She doesn't have to take a car." "Young master, he drove a helicopter over to invite her," Lu Yuan said with a smile. Imagining Hua Xiaoheng's expression, he wished he could turn on the video call and let him enjoy the snow. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and looked expressionlessly at the property management staff who had come to sweep the snow in front of the apartment building. His hands were itching. He wanted to smoke, but he couldn't smoke here because the ace of the Far East was someone who never smoked. People who smoked often had a strong or faint smell of smoke on them. As the most mysterious KGB spy, the ace of the Far East couldn't let people smell him before he even came out. Therefore, he couldn't smoke either. He stood at the foot of Gun Yinji's apartment for a while, then turned on his phone to look at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He continued to call Gun Yinji, but she still didn't answer. Hua Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and decided to look for her. He first went back to the Soviet consulate in China and asked for a GAZ 3937 medium-sized off-road Jeep. This was an off-road vehicle equipped with the Soviet Army. It could be said to be a light armored vehicle. It could cross trenches with tracks, and it could also transform the vehicle into a boat and drive on the water, just like an amphibious vehicle. The appearance of this vehicle was very similar to the Hummer in the United States, but it was taller, stronger, and sturdier than the Hummer. It was especially suitable for traveling in heavy snow. In the Soviet Union, it was often equipped for the Siberian ground troops. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and strong to begin with, so he was a perfect match for this off-road Jeep, which had a roof that was taller than a normal off-road vehicle. He was wearing a Soviet-style colonel's military coat and a purple mink fur cap on his head. It highlighted his unbelievably handsome facial features and added a hint of domineering aura. The distance from their apartment to Xiangshan wasn't considered close, but it definitely wasn't far either. Although Hua Xiaoheng didn't have a helicopter, there were basically no pedestrians or cars on the road at this time, except for snowplows. He drove the GAZ 3937 as fast as lightning, and it only took him 20 minutes to reach the foot of Fragrant Mountain. He didn't expect that he couldn't drive up the mountain. This was because the only road at the foot of the mountain that had been clear of snow was actually blocked. It was said that there was an important event on the mountain, and they had to clear the road to ensure smooth traffic on the mountain. A few young men and women also stopped at the intersection in their off-road vehicles. A fair-skinned woman with a face like a silver plate complained, "We just came down from above. It's only been a while. Why don't you let us go up?" This woman was Luo Piapiao, who had left with Qin Haoshan. The person beside her, who was wearing a down jacket and wanted to wrap himself into a ball, was her second brother, Luo Yaozu. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1636, Close to You, Close to Me, to remind everyone of the recommendation votes. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1648. Luo Yaozu had been pushed over by Luo Piapiao. He liked Gun Yinji's appearance, but Hijichu beside Gun Yinji was too scary. Luo Yaozu instinctively didn't dare to go closer. However, Luo Piapiao refused to give up. She could sense that Gun Yinji seemed to be quite interested in the siblings. Only a fool would not take advantage of such a rare opportunity. Besides, she had ulterior motives. She had pushed her second brother, Luo Yaozu, to be her shield because she wanted to get closer to Hijichu. She knew herself well enough to know that she would never marry Hijichu. However, as long as she could be Hijichu's girlfriend, or even his bed partner, there would be countless benefits in the future. Moreover, Hijichu was shockingly attractive to women. If she could be Hijichu's partner in bed, then she would be in luck. In fact, there were many women who thought like her. Weighing their own status, they knew that marriage was impossible. But if they could have something with such a handsome and charming man, even if there were no other benefits, it would be a lifelong memory. Luo Piapiao had made up her mind to start with Gun Yinji. However, the guards at the foot of the mountain refused to let them go up. She tried everything she could to persuade them, but to no avail. They had been begging here for half a day and had used all kinds of methods, but those people were stubborn and refused to bend to rules. "What's wrong with you guys? I'm a relative of the Qin family. My Auntie Qin was once young Master He's stepmother and Miss Gu's biological mother. Miss Gu is on the mountain. Help me call her and tell her that Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu are here to look for her." Luo Piapiao thought about it and could only bring up Gun Yinji. "You know Miss Gu, right? She used to be young Master He's fiancée, but now she's young Master He's sister." Even if the guards at the foot of the mountain didn't know Gun Yinji, they definitely knew Hijichu. Hijichu was the one who had set up the security today. When he heard that it was related to his immediate superior, the guard hesitated for a moment. In the end, he picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted Hijichu's orderly in the fragrant snow sea of plum gardens on the mountain. "Oh, is he looking for Miss Gu? Wait a minute, I'll go ask Miss Gu." Hijichu's orderlies didn't dare to delay and quickly went to the barbecue pavilion to find Hijichu and Gun Yinji. He saluted Hijichu first, then said to Gun Yinji, who was sitting next to Hijichu, "Miss Gu, there's a young lady named Luo Piapiao at the foot of the mountain. She said she was looking for Miss Gu." Hijichu was about to refuse when Gun Yinji exclaimed in surprise, "Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu? Great, let them come up. Why are they so happy? Are they really good friends with Miss Gu? He Jichu's orderly couldn't help but look at He Jichu inquiringly. He Jichu nodded thoughtfully. I'll listen to Miss Gu. Yes, Chief. He Jichu's orderly saluted again and turned to deliver the message. When the guards at the foot of the mountain received a call from the orderly, they quickly pulled open the fence and let them in. Hua Xiaoheng had already parked his off-road jeep far away. While these people were arguing with the guards, he had already quietly circled to the back of the mountain and strolled around the mountain path that hadn't been cleared of snow. Although he had never been to Fragrant Mountain on this side, there were troops stationed at the foot of Fragrant Mountain in the other world. They knew the terrain of Fragrant Mountain very well. Since both worlds had Fragrant Mountain, and the appearance was exactly the same, the mountain path should also be the same. Hua Xiaoheng used his memory to investigate the surrounding situation and found Xiang Shuahai's location on his phone. It was actually quite close to his direction. Those people had to take a long detour to reach the entrance of Fragrant Snow Sea Plum Garden. After walking in the snow for a while, Hua Xiaoheng used pebbles to catch 2 fat grouse and a round, grayish-black mountain rabbit. He also caught a pheasant with a bright color of fur. He easily carried the 2 ptarmigan, a rabbit, and a pheasant down the mountain. He returned to his off-road jeep and took out his phone to text Gunyinji. Gunyinji was planning to wait for Luo Piapiao and the others to arrive so that she could get some information out of them when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She took it out and glanced at it. Her eyebrows twitched slightly. King of Drama. Lawyer Gu, are you in Fragrant Snow Sea? I'm also at the foot of Fragrant Mountain. I just caught 2 ptarmigan, a rabbit, and a pheasant. Gunyinji then received a few photos. She looked at the round ptarmigan and rabbit squatting on the ground, looking at her with big black and innocent eyes. Gunyinji swallowed her saliva disappointingly. He was too cunning. He was actually tempting her with delicacies. Gunyinji hesitated for a moment, but decided to eat first as a sign of respect. She pretended to reply to Hua Xiaoheng's text. A series of ellipses were left unsaid. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. He knew she wouldn't be able to resist these wild animals. Leaning against the door of the off-road jeep, Hua Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and continued texting. King of Drama, do you want to eat? Gunyinji. The 3 huge exclamation marks expressed her surging emotions. King of Drama. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make it, and I can't go up the mountain to give it to you. Then I can only release it. Gunyinji quickly replied, Don't release it. Hurry up and send it up the mountain. She jumped up from He Jichu's side and found the orderly from before. She said, I still have a friend at the foot of the mountain who brought me game. Ask the people down there to let him go. Okay, Miss Gu. The orderly quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. May I know your friend's name? His name is Peter. He's from the Soviet Union. Gunyinji thought about it and said Hua Xiaoheng's name here. When the orderly heard that he was from the Soviet Union, he quickly said, Then I'll ask young master he. Gunyinji nodded silently and followed him back to He Jichu's side. Peter? Did he bring you some game? He Jichu took a sip of red wine and smiled lazily. Okay, let him come up. It's rare for a Soviet diplomat to personally bring us game. It's a waste not to eat it. The orderly received the order and immediately used the walkie-talkie to contact the foot of the mountain to let them go. The guard at the foot of the mountain looked around for a long time. Finally, he confirmed that Hua Xiaoheng was the Peter that young master he and Miss Gu had mentioned based on the 2 grouse, a rabbit, and a pheasant at his feet. He was wearing a Soviet military uniform, and the sable inside and outside military cap on his head was also the style of the Soviet Red Army. He was even more convinced. Are you Mr. Peter? The guard at the foot of the mountain walked over and saluted. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said coldly, Can I go up now? Yes, please. The guard quickly opened the fence and watched Hua Xiaoheng return to his tall off-road jeep. He quickly drove up the winding mountain road. When he used his superb driving skills to drive to the entrance of Xiangxua Haimei Yuan, Luo Piapiao, and the other's car was still crawling on a mountain road. May I ask who you are looking for? The guard at the door politely stopped Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng raised the game in his hand. I'm Peter. Miss Gu asked me to come up just now. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1637. We're all interested. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. While all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1649. The guard at the door had already received the news and quickly made way for him. Mr. Peter, please come in. Hua Xiaoheng carried 2 grouse in one hand and a hare and pheasant in the other. He followed the aroma of barbecue to the barbecue pavilion. Gun Yinji's heart was pounding, but she maintained a calm expression. She sat motionless beside He Zhichu and looked at the game in Hua Xiaoheng's hands. She pretended to be aloof and said, I didn't know Mr. Peter was such a good hunter. I often hunted in Siberia during the winter. It's just a small skill. It's not worth mentioning. Hua Xiaoheng's Chinese wasn't very fluent and sounded like a foreigner speaking Chinese. It was a perfect match for his identity. No wonder he was the king of dramas. Gun Yinji was amazed, and her eyes couldn't help falling on Hua Xiaoheng's flawless hands. She was momentarily distracted. She thought she would ask him who did his skincare when she returned to the other side. Hua Xiaoheng noticed Gun Yinji's gaze on his hands and thought she was looking at the game in his hands. He was amused, but his expression became even more aloof. He Zhichu twirled the wine goblet in his hand playfully and looked up at the gray sky for a while. He ordered dryly, Take the game Mr. Peter brought to the chef. The 2 grouse will be used as beggar's chicken. The hare will be roasted, and the pheasant will be made into pheasant soup. Leave the feathers and make a shuttlecock for Miss Gu to play with. Gun Yinji couldn't maintain her aloof expression when she heard this. She glared at He Zhichu and said, I'm not a child. I don't play shuttlecock, but I want pheasant soup. The pheasant Mr. Peter brought is too old. Then roasted directly. He Zhichu continued to order. Yes, chief. His orderly walked over and took the 4 game from Hua Xiaoheng's hands. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the barbecue pavilion and found a place to sit. As the host, He Zhichu had to be polite and asked, What would Mr. Peter like to drink? Would you like a plate of roasted deer meat? Hua Xiaoheng rested one hand on the railing of the pavilion. His expression was very cold. No need. I'm waiting to eat the game I brought. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed, and she took the opportunity to ask, Actually, barbecue tastes better when you roast it yourself. Mr. Peter really doesn't want to try roasting it for us? No. Hua Xiaoheng rejected her without hesitation and said seriously, Miss Gu, it's a waste for people who don't know how to cook to force themselves to cook, and wasting food is shameful behavior. He Zhichu snickered. Mr. Peter, I didn't know you loved food so much. But what are you doing here? What's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji and saw that she was looking in the direction of the barbecue chef, but his ears were secretly perked up. He leaned in Gun Yinji's direction and said, I have something to do. I'll go after Miss Gu. Gun Yinji completely didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to be bold enough to publicly confess his love. She didn't know how to respond, and the side of her face uncontrollably flushed. Her skin was already especially white and supple, full of collagen. Now that her cheeks were flushed, she looked like a rare flower that had just been born. The last trace of a young girl's childishness had faded, and she now had a bit of a mature woman's beauty. Hua Xiaoheng was momentarily dazed. He hadn't seen her for only a few months, but she had already grown up in places he couldn't see. He Zhichu's hand tightly gripped the wine glass as he struggled to look away. He happened to see Xie Qingying walking over with a few women. He greeted them with relief. Qingying, Mr. Peter from the Soviet Consulate General is here. Xie Qingying smiled. I saw him over there, so I came over. She looked in Hua Xiaoheng's direction and said enthusiastically, I didn't expect Mr. Peter to have time to come to our little gathering. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at the 2 shy women next to Xie Qingying and pointed directly at Gun Yinji. Yes, I'm here to go after her. The 2 women next to Xie Qingying immediately turned pale and stumbled back. They looked like they had fallen from heaven to hell and turned to run. Xie Qingying also didn't expect Mr. Peter to be so honest. She had a better impression of him. She limped over with her cane and stood next to He Zhichu. She smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. Mr. Peter has good taste. Miss Gu used to be a raw jade, but now she's a fine piece of jade. It won't be easy to woo her. Gu Nianji's face turned even redder. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng, then laughed at Xie Qingying. Cousin Xie really knows how to tease people. Mr. Peter was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I'm serious, Hua Xiaoheng said seriously. In front of so many people, he said firmly, I like you, and I'm going after you. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness and happiness, but she still had to keep a straight face. She couldn't let He Jichu think there was a problem. She stopped smiling and said lightly, I've said it many times. We're not suitable. Mr. Peter, don't waste your time with me. As she spoke, she stood up and walked out of the barbecue pavilion without looking at Hua Xiaoheng. At that moment, Luo Piapiao's group finally came in. Gu Nianji stood by the side of the road and waited for them. Luo Piapiao walked around looking around and almost missed Gu Nianji, who was standing by the side of the road. Luo Yaozu saw her and quickly went forward to please her. Miss Gu, what a coincidence! Luo Piapiao finally noticed Gu Nianji and took a step forward to hold her hand. Cousin Gu, were you waiting for us here? Yes. Gu Nianji tilted her head and no longer suppressed the smile on her face. Her smiling face was like a flower that had just bloomed. It was bright and clear and beautiful. Luo Yaozu's eyes widened. He felt that this Miss Gu was becoming more and more compatible with him. If this continued, he would really have to catch up to her. In a moment of lust, he mustered up his courage and followed closely by Gu Nianji's side. He took care of her and tried to get close to her. Miss Gu, where do you work? I heard you're a lawyer, right? Do you want to go to the 4 major law firms? I know a friend who's one of the partners of the 4 major law firms. He can help you get in. Gu Nianji chuckled and gave a perfunctory reply. She cleverly led the topic to his family, especially his mother. Mr. Luo's mother is Dean Sheen's cousin, but I don't think I've heard Dean Sheen mention it. Oh, my mother passed away many years ago. It's normal that Annie Sheen didn't mention it, Luo Yaozu said nonchalantly. She passed away. Gu Nianji was very disappointed. She hadn't expected that she would immediately cut off the lead she had just found. It seemed like she only had Luo Piapiao as her lead. Gu Nianji turned to look at Luo Piapiao, who was walking on her other side, only to see that she was already staring in the direction of the barbecue pavilion in a daze. Gu Nianji also looked up. At the barbecue booth, He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng stood side by side in the booth, looking straight in their direction. The two of them were almost the same height. One was as elegant as the moon in the cold river, while the other was as cold as the icy spring in the mountains. In terms of appearance alone, Hua Xiaoheng was indeed more outstanding. Therefore, Luo Piapiao, who had thought that she was thinking about young Master He, instantly fell under Hua Xiaoheng's military pants. However, He Jichu was no less attractive than Hua Xiaoheng, which was very rare. Gu Nianji was proud of how Hua Xiaoheng looked at first, but she couldn't bear to see other people staring at him. Seeing Luo Piapiao like this, Gu Nianji coughed and said, Cousin Luo, wipe your saliva. It's almost flowing out. Luo Piapiao subconsciously wiped her chin. There was no saliva at all. Only then did she realize that Gu Nianji was teasing her. Cousin Gu, you're so bad. Luo Piapiao's face flushed red. She suddenly bent down to grab a handful of snow from the roadside and threw it in Gu Nianji's direction. Gu Nianji quickly took a few steps back and dodged. Luo Yaozu happened to turn around. Luo Piapiao's handful of snow hit Luo Yaozu's face. Luo Yaozu screamed, Luo Piapiao, I'm not done with you. He also bent down to grab a large handful of snow and threw it at Luo Piapiao. Luo Piapiao didn't run fast, so she shrank her neck and was hit by a ball of snow from Luo Yaozu. The cold snow seeped into the back of her neck, making her shiver. Luo Yaozu. Luo Piapiao waved her hand angrily. All of you attack. She and a few of her friends bent down to grab some snow and started a snowball fight. Gu Nianji watched with interest and joined their battle. Sometimes she was in the same group as Luo Yaozu, and sometimes she was in the same group as Luo Piapiao. She had a great time. The rich heirs who played with Luo Yaozu and Luo Piapiao were all hedonistic and were very good at eating, drinking, and having fun. In order to get to know these two, Gunyinji also had the intention to befriend them. After a snowball fight, Luo Piapiao had already treated her as a best friend. In the barbecue pavilion not far away, Hijichu crossed his arms and watched Gunyinji have a snowball fight in the crowd. He said coldly, "Mr. Peter, don't waste any more time. Ninji won't accept you. It's her business whether she accepts it or not. It's my business whether I chase after her or not. There's no need for young Master He to worry." Hua Xiaoheng coldly rejected Hijichu. "You're too much older than her. You're not suitable for her." Hijichu smiled. "Look at how well she plays with her peers. I'm just reminding you. As for whether you accept it or not, of course, that's your business." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1638, I'm Here to Chase You. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. While all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1650. Hua Xiaoheng placed his hands on the railing in front of him and stared at the group of young men and women who were having a snowball fight. He said slowly, "If I remember correctly, when young Master he was engaged to Miss Gu, he didn't mind that he was much older than her, right?" Hijichu smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "That's why I broke off the engagement. I didn't want to delay the young lady from finding a suitable man for herself. As for you, can you be like those young men and women, disregarding your identity and status, and join them in a snowball fight?" He quickly looked at the man beside him, who was exactly the same as Hua Xiaoheng in the other world, but he also found many subtle differences. For example, this ace of the Far East, Peter, had a cold and distant personality. It was completely different from Major General Hua's calm and low-key personality. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't bring himself to say that he publicly wanted to pursue Gunyinji. On the other hand, his father, He Changjian, had to suspect that the ace of the Far East, Peter Hua Xiaoheng, was the Hua Xiaoheng over there. He had even set up a killing trap at all costs, but in the end, he had not killed the ace of the Far East. Instead, he had almost killed Gunyinji. He had even personally destroyed the last trace of hope between him and Gunyinji. The light in Hijichu's eyes dimmed instantly. He stopped smiling and lowered his head to take a sip of wine. Hua Xiaoheng shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It's just a snowball fight. What's so difficult about it? Do you believe that I can bury those men who dared to covet Miss Gu in the snow?" Hijichu choked and glanced sideways at Hua Xiaoheng. "You, as a Soviet diplomat, you want to have a snowball fight with those young people in their early 20s? The dignified KGB's ace of the Far East also had to get angry with these brats? Hijichu only thought it was ridiculous. How could this person be the shrewd and scheming Special Operations Forces commander Hua Xiaoheng? He couldn't help but lament that his father was too paranoid. He had let Ninji suffer and suffer for nothing. He doted on Gunyinji so much that sometimes even he couldn't tell what kind of feelings he had for her that made him miss her so much. But the moment Gunyinji stopped breathing in his arms, he knew what he had to do. No matter what kind of feelings he had for her, he should extinguish all of them. In his heart, nothing was more important than Gunyinji's life. As long as she was still alive and kicking in this world, and could happily have a snowball fight with others, he would be satisfied. On the snow in front of her, Gunyinji seemed to be having a good time. She even took out her phone and called for Luo Piapiao and a few of her friends to come over. She raised her phone to take a selfie. Luo Piapiao's friend had brought a selfie stick with her and quickly ran to get it. Holding Gunyinji's camera, a group of young people put on cute expressions and postures in front of the camera. Luo Yaozu even sneaked up behind Gunyinji and hugged her with both hands to take a photo with her. Of course, he didn't touch Gunyinji. He was at least a meter away from her and only pretended to hug her from behind. When Hua Xiaoheng saw this, he snorted and said with arrogance and disdain, "Can I have a snowball fight? This is the only way I can show my sincerity in pursuing Miss Gu." As he said that, he used one hand to support himself on the railing of the pavilion and jumped over it. Jumping down from the barbecue pavilion, Well, Xiaoheng quickly arrived at the snowball fight. Gun Yinji and the others had just finished taking a photo when the snowball fight started again. Hua Xiaoheng found Gun Yinji and said with a smile, "Come, I'll team up with you. Let's beat them up." Gun Yinji had just dodged a handful of snow from Luo Piao. She turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng coming. He even grabbed a handful of snow in his hand, as if he wanted to have a snowball fight with her. Gun Yinji was so shocked that her heart almost jumped out her throat. Her mind was blank, and she didn't realize that Luo Yaozu was throwing a handful of snow at her. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoheng pulled her behind him and threw the snowball that he had just rolled up into a ball with a backhand. The handful of snow that Luo Yaozu threw hit Hua Xiaoheng's chest, but Hua Xiaoheng's snowball was as fast as the wind and powerful. It hit Luo Yaozu's face with a loud bang. Luo Yaozu cried out and was hit by the handful of snow until he fell on his back on the snow. The back of his head hit the hard ground, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Luo Piao thought he was joking, so she ran over and kicked him. She smiled and said, "Second brother, get up quickly. They're coming." Luo Yaozu was seeing stars, and he whimpered, "Piao, I can't take it anymore. I'm going blind, and I have a headache. Help me find a doctor." With that, he vomited. Luo Piao was terrified. She quickly waved for him to stop and said anxiously, "My second brother is broken. We have to find a doctor." Gun Yinji poked her head out from behind Hua Xiaoheng and saw the situation on Luo Yaozu and Luo Piao's side. She was puzzled. What was going on? Hua Xiaoheng turned around and spread his hands at her. "It's just a snowball fight. I didn't expect him to be so fragile." Fragile? Gun Yinji's eyes widened. "What'd you do?" The other person who had been having a snowball fight with them earlier whispered, "He almost knocked Yaozu out with a snowball. I think it's a concussion. Look, he's vomiting." Another person said in an even quieter voice, looking at Hua Xiaoheng with almost reverence. Gun Yinji really didn't know what to say. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng, then turned around and ran back to the barbecue pavilion. She whispered a few words to He Jichu. He Jichu laughed so hard that he almost couldn't straighten his back, but he still agreed to call a doctor for Luo Yaozu. He sent a few orderlies to carry Luo Yaozu to the small resting hall next to the manor hall and waited for the doctor to come and treat him. The rest of the people stopped having a snowball fight and followed him back to the hall. The barbecue chef simply moved the barbecue utensils to a small banquet hall. It was bright on all sides, and they could also admire the snow and the plum blossoms. However, the view wasn't as wide as the barbecue pavilion. Xie Qingying limped over with her walking stick and asked about Luo Yaozu in a soft voice. He Jichu couldn't help laughing and teased. "Our Soviet diplomats are too powerful. No wonder they're a fighting people. They're even more valiant than others in a snowball fight." Gun Yinji followed Luo Piao to guard Luo Yaozu's side. She was very apologetic. She had only wanted to get to know the two of them so that she could ask them about the Qin family and Qin Yaowang. She really hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to do such a dirty trick. Why hadn't she realized before that this person was so jealous? Even so, she was still very happy. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't happy that the person she loved cared so much about her. However, she still had to look angry on the surface. It was really miserable. Gun Yinji admired the actors very much. Of course, she admired the soldiers fighting on the special front even more. They experienced this kind of discomfort all the time, but they didn't complain. Luo Yaozu lay on his side on the sofa. His head was dizzy, and his chest felt nauseous. He wanted to vomit, but seeing that Gun Yinji was beside him, he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of a beautiful woman. He resisted the urge to vomit, and his pretty face turned snow white. Luo Piao saw that Gun Yinji had a worried expression on her face and seemed to be quite concerned about Luo Yaozu. She was secretly surprised and thought that there was actually someone who didn't like the Soviet diplomat who was so attractive at first sight. She only liked her second brother? Her eyes flashed, and she pretended to say casually, "Cousin Gu, isn't that Soviet diplomat too powerful? He can knock someone unconscious with just a snowball." Will he be subjected to domestic violence in the future if he's with such a person? Gunyinji came back to her senses and glanced at her. She deliberately said, "That's for sure. I heard that Soviet men like two things the most. One is drinking vodka, and the other is beating their wives." This Soviet, Hua Xiaoling, who had just walked over, Luo Piapiao, saw the Soviet diplomat walking over from the corner of her eye. She immediately changed her expression and became shy. Hua Xiaoling walked over and looked at Luo Yaozu carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, he said to Gunyinji bluntly, "I moved to your apartment complex today. You didn't pick up my call, so I had no choice but to come here to look for you." Luo Piapiao was instantly discouraged. This person was chasing after Gunyinji so closely. How could anyone else have any hope? Luo Yaozu was about to vomit blood when he heard this. He suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't help but vomit again. Hua Xiaoheng immediately grabbed Gunyinji's shoulder with one hand and covered her eyes with the other. He almost forcefully pulled her away as he said, "This gentleman vomited when he saw you, and you still want to stay here and look at him?" Gunyinji was originally quite happy, but when Hua Xiaoheng said that, she was a little angry. "Why did he vomit when he saw me? He was fine just now. But he vomited when he saw you coming over." She pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand away, but saw that he had already pulled her to the VIP lounge where Hijichu was. She had no choice but to sit down angrily and take out her phone to look at the photo she had just taken. Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the armrest of the sofa beside her and looked down at the photos she had just taken on her phone. He felt a little uneasy when he saw that she had been staring at where Luo Piapiao and Luo Yaozu were standing in the photos. However, when he took a closer look at Luo Piapiao, he suddenly felt that she looked a little familiar. From the angle where she was smiling up at the camera, she actually looked a little like the doll that Gunyinji had held in her hands when she was young. Because Hua Xiaoheng was too familiar with Gunyinji's doll, they had used various instruments to analyze it, but they hadn't found anything. In the end, they had only concluded that it was just a doll. But he couldn't say that. He would be exposed the moment he said it. Because the ace of the Far East on this side couldn't possibly know that Gunyinji had brought the doll to the other world when she was 12 years old. Only Hua Xiaoheng, who was in the other world, knew. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng looked away and quietly walked to the door. He put on his sunglasses and pretended to look around at the snow outside the door. He took a few more photos of Luo Piapiao in the small lounge next to him. His sunglasses were actually a small camera with the function of connecting to the internet and cloud synchronization. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1639. This shows my sincerity. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1651. 10 minutes later, Dr. Qin Haoshan came again. However, this time, he brought an older male doctor with him. The older male doctor examined Luo Yaozu and finally said, "Yes, Luo Yaozu. At present, he had symptoms of temporary coma, headache, nausea, and vomiting. Moreover, they appeared after the back of his head hit the ground, so it was very likely that he had a mild concussion. But it's best to send him to the hospital for a checkup to rule out other problems." What other situation? Luo Piapiao was a little nervous. Didn't he just have a slight concussion? Are there any other problems? The doctor smiled and patiently explained, "In order to ensure that there are no other problems, we also need to perform an X-ray scan of his skull to confirm that there are no fractures in his brain. Then, we need to do a brain CT scan to make sure that there are no abnormalities in the skull and the brain. Finally, we need to continue to do brainwave tests to ensure that the brain waves return to normal. Only after these 3 tests are done can we be sure that he only has a concussion and no other diseases." Seeing that the doctor said so, and that Luo Yaozu's expression was really ugly, Luo Piapiao could only nod and say, "Then let's go for a checkup." After she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Haoshan and said aggrievedly, "Fourth brother Qin, you must help us. Don't tell our father." Qin Haoshan looked at her with a slight headache. He frowned and said, "Didn't I take you away? Why did you come back?" Luo Piapiao shrunk her neck guiltily and said awkwardly, "We thought it was fun here, so we called a few friends over to play with us after we went back." Qin Haoshan frowned and said disapprovingly, "This isn't a place normal people can come. How did you get in here? If you trespass, you deserve to be beaten to death." Fourth brother Qin, "We didn't barge in without permission," Luo Piapiao hurriedly explained. "We're here to look for a friend. It was Gun Yinji. She was my and Yaozu's cousin. We were having a snowball fight with her just now." Then he accidentally knocked his head on the ground. "You got a concussion from a snowball fight? Are you sure you're having a snowball fight and not fighting?" Qin Haoshan didn't believe Luo Piapiao's words at all. These two cousins were the type of people who didn't make any big mistakes, but kept on making small mistakes. To them, daily vows were like daily farts. If one believed them, then there was a problem with his own intelligence. Luo Piapiao also knew that she had too many dark histories in front of Qin Haoshan. If she told the truth now, he might not believe her. In fact, Luo Yaozu was hit by a snowball and fell to the ground. The back of his head hit the ground and caused a concussion. Therefore, the real reason was that he fell and hit his head. However, if he admitted this reason, then Luo Piapiao, who encouraged Luo Yaozu to return to Xiang Shuahai and took the initiative to drag him into a snowball fight, would become the culprit. She didn't want to be scolded by her family. In a moment of desperation, she looked up and saw the Soviet diplomat who had hit her brother with a snowball standing not far from the door. He was wearing sunglasses and seemed to be looking at the snow. She quickly pointed at him and said, "Look, that's him. He's a Soviet diplomat and a suitor of my cousin, Gun Yinji." Qin Haoshan turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng before he believed that Luo Piapiao was not lying. Especially when he heard that the man was Gun Yinji's suitor, his face darkened and he said, "Gun Yinji asked this man to do it." "Huh?" Luo Piapiao was shocked. "No way. How could it be her?" Luo Piapiao's question was purely to express her surprise, but in Qin Haoshan's ears, it became an incredulous question, which confirmed his guess. "Isn't it? Tell me honestly, does Yaozu like Gun Yinji?" Qin Haoshan knew that this cousin of his was extremely lustful, but the people he dated were all young models and small-time celebrities. Could it be that he was so blind this time and had taken a liking to Gun Yinji, who was worse than young models and small-time celebrities? Luo Piapiao felt even more guilty. Her eyes darted around as she said, "How could that be? He just thinks that Gun Yinji is beautiful and very warm to us, so he wants to be friends. That's it." Qin Haoshan interrupted her coldly. "If he does, then get rid of that thought as soon as possible. She's your cousin, close relatives, so she can't get married." Luo Piapiao scoffed. "Brother Qin, we're just cousins, and our mothers are only cousins, not biological sisters. Is that considered close relatives?" "Legally, yes. Direct blood relatives and collateral blood relatives within 3 generations are considered close relatives, so they can't get married." Qin Haoshan glared at her. "And it's better if you don't mess with Gun Yinji. She can even send her own mother to court. Don't think that she has any kinship with you." Luo Piapiao muttered unhappily, "But she gets along well with us. She's the one who asked us to come up. We think your words are too arbitrary. Yinji isn't that kind of person. I don't care what kind of person she is, but no matter what, that Soviet diplomat can't do anything to Yaozu because of this." Qin Haoshan waved his hand. "Send Yaozu to the helicopter. I'll take him back for a full examination. Piapiao, follow him. I'll go talk to young master, he and Miss Xia." Luo Piapiao didn't dare to disobey anymore. She followed Luo Yaozu's stretcher onto the helicopter of the Qin private hospital. Qin Haoshan came out of the small lounge and walked to Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing at the door of the other lounge, watching the snow. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Peter, I heard that you're a Soviet diplomat." Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at him and nodded. "I am. May I ask who you are?" Qin Haoshan held back his anger and said, "I'm Luo Yaozu and Luo Piapiao's cousin. My name is Qin Haoshan, and I'm also an orthopedic doctor at the Qin private hospital." Hua Xiaoheng quickly sized him up and asked, "Orthopedic doctor?" Did Luo Yaozu suffer a fracture? Qin Haoshan shook his head. No, but he has a slight concussion. Oh, Hua Xiaoheng said lightly. He looked away and continued to look at the snow outside the door. Qin Haoshan was infuriated by Hua Xiaoheng's attitude. He was only 30% angry at first, but now he was 70% angry. His brows almost knitted into a knot. Mr. Peter, what do you mean? Aren't you going to apologize? Just because my cousin and you are pursuing the same woman at the same time, you can't do this to him. What did I do? Hua Xiaoheng looked puzzled. I just had a snowball fight with them. A snowball fight can give my cousin a concussion. Qin Haoshan raised his voice. I look like a retard. Are you going to use such a reason to brush me off? A snowball fight can indeed cause a concussion. If you don't believe me, do you want to try it yourself? Hua Xiaoheng turned around and looked at Qin Haoshan with bright eyes. You have a helicopter anyway. If you have another concussion, just send him directly to the helicopter and bring him to the hospital to recuperate. You are unreasonable. Qin Haoshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed his finger at him. Mr. Peter, don't go too far. This is Huaxia territory. A foreigner like you can't do whatever you want. I'm sorry, diplomats can indeed do whatever they want, because I have diplomatic immunity. Hua Xiaoheng once again threw out his identity as a diplomat, making Qin Haoshan almost speechless. This was today's second update, Chapter 1640. I've taken a liking to her. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1652. Qin Haoshan glared at Hua Xiaoheng for a while. Seeing how confident Hua Xiaoheng was, he knew he couldn't do anything to him. Qin's private group's strength lay in the business world, not in politics. In the past, they had Qin Yaoguang and He Chungjin's relationship, so everyone in the political world gave the Qin Corporation face. However, now that Qin Yaoguang had not only divorced He Chungjin, but had also been sent to prison by her own daughter, the Qin Corporation's private group no longer had that much face in the political world. Furthermore, this Mr. Peter is a Soviet Union diplomat, and he is not related to China's politics. Qin Haoshan stormed away from Hua Xiaoheng and went to Gun Yinji. He ignored He Zhichu, who was sitting silently on the other side. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said to Gun Yinji with a straight face, Miss Gu, my cousin is not good enough for you. He doesn't dare to try to get close to you. Please don't be with him anymore. Gun Yinji had originally felt a little apologetic about Luo Yaozu's injury, but now that she heard Qin Haoshan's words, the anger in her heart suddenly rose. She suddenly stood up and coldly said to Qin Haoshan's back, Stop. What do you mean by that? When will I be with your cousin? You are ruining my reputation with your nonsense. I can sue you for slander. Qin Haoshan had long been very unhappy with Gun Yinji because of Qin Yaoguang's lawsuit. At this moment, seeing that she had no intention of repentance at all, not only did she not apologize at all for causing Luo Yaozu's concussion, but she even used the word complain. She could not hold it in any longer. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Gun Yinji. His regular features were contorted from holding back. Another complaint? Miss Gu, what's wrong with you? Specifically suing his own family. Gun Yinji clenched her fists and enunciated each word clearly. I specialize in suing guilty people, no matter who that person was. Mr. Qin's words were completely ignorant of the law. Can I sue my family? Do family members have forgiveness talismans? Qin Haoshan was tongue-tied by Gun Yinji's question. He couldn't think of how to respond, so he could only vaguely say, These are two completely different things. Don't sue people just because you're a lawyer. The court is not for you alone. I just fought a lawsuit. How did the court become my family's? Your court only hears one case every few decades. Gun Yinji didn't hesitate to mock them. Qin Haoshan flew into a rage out of humiliation. His fair and clear face gradually flushed red, and in a moment of carelessness, he spoke out the thoughts in the bottom of his heart. You have such a vile character. You're disloyal, unfilial, and disobedient to your birth mother. No matter how good your conditions are, you're not a good match. I'd rather my cousin spend the rest of his life with young models and small-time celebrities than let him marry you. In other words, Gunyinji was inferior to those young models and small-time celebrities. Gunyinji was stunned for a moment and couldn't hold it in anymore. She doubled over in laughter. Oh my God, you make it sound like I want to marry that cousin of yours. She pointed at He Ji-chu, who was sitting diagonally behind her. See that? Young master, he was engaged to me before, but I didn't want to marry him, so I broke off the engagement with him. She then pointed at Hua Xiaoling, who was standing at the door with his hands leaning against the door frame and a smile as he sized them up. Over there, Mr. Peter, the Soviet diplomat, has been relentlessly pursuing me. So, Mr. Qin, where did you get the nerve to say that I like your cousin and want to marry him? She retracted her smile and said with a straight face, Are you blind or are you retarded for you to say such ridiculous words? Qin Haoshan frowned. Didn't you have a good impression of my cousin, so you specially let them come here to play? Your cousin and cousin came to the foot of the mountain by themselves and were stopped, so they used me as a cover. I pitied them, so I asked young master he to let them up. How did it become me having a good impression of your cousin? Is your cousin's family background better than young master he? Or is his looks better than Mr. Peter? I don't even like these two people, so how could I like your cousin? Gunyinji was eloquent, and in the end, she said, Actually, your cousin is still a little better than you. At least he knows his place, unlike you, who don't know what to do. You deserve to never get the person you love. Gunyinji's last sentence stepped on Qin Haoshan's sore spot. He had a crush on Xie Qingying, but he didn't dare to say a word. He had originally planned to propose to Xie Qingying when she was 30 years old if she still didn't get married. At that time, there would be very few men who would be willing to marry a 30-year-old woman, so he wouldn't have any decent competitors. But this time, he could tell that Xie Qingying seemed to have a different feeling for He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu was already a bachelor. If he had good taste, he would probably accept Xie Qingying. And wouldn't he be, just like Gunyinji had said, he wouldn't be able to get the person he loved for the rest of his life. Qin Haoshan was practically jumping with rage. The veins on his forehead were popping, and his well-featured face was almost distorted. Gunyinji didn't let him go. She mocked him from the side. What's wrong? Are you so angry that you can't speak? Did I hit a sore spot for you? Look at your gaze. It's like you want to kill me. She turned to look at He Ji-chu and put on a pitiful expression. Young master, you have surveillance cameras here, right? You have to take a picture of his ugly appearance. If anything happens to me in the future, he'll be the first suspect. He Ji-chu was still sitting and didn't move, but his cold gaze had already looked over. It was as if a layer of ice had condensed around his body, emitting traces of cold air. Qin Haoshan's heated mind was poured with cold water by He Ji-chu. He shivered slightly and glared at Gunyinji. He rushed to say, I finally understand what it means to be the guilty party suing first. Even dogs would despise someone like you if you were thrown on the street, who would have nothing better to do than to harm you. Gunyinji snorted and immediately retorted, Ask your good aunt Qin Yaowang if she's worse than a dog. You actually said that your biological mother is worse than a dog. Qin Haoshan felt that he had never seen such a vile woman who openly insulted his mother. I'm following your logic. Gunyinji calmed down and took a step forward. You just said that even dogs despise people like me and won't bite me. But your good aunt, Qin Yaowang, kidnapped me violently and tried to hurt me. Tell me, isn't she worse than a dog? Qin Haoshan waved his hand. You're quibbling. She's her biological mother. There's no such thing as a violent kidnapping. She just wants to see you and take you away from the He family. Why would a biological mother need to kidnap her biological daughter illegally? This is a false proposition. If she wanted to take you away, she wouldn't need any violent means. Even the He family wouldn't be able to stop her. Gunyinji crossed her arms and sneered. That's right, why? Why didn't she use her identity as my biological mother and directly come to the He family to see me and take me away? Why did she have to use underhanded methods to kidnap me? Why did she frame my father at the same time? Go and ask her, what secrets does she have from me? Qin Haoshan also sensed that something was wrong. He had never thought about it from this perspective before. He had always thought that Gu Xiangwen had tried to take his daughter away and eventually framed Qin Yaowang. Later, he had heard about the court trial from other relatives, but he still thought that Qin Yaowang had come up with this plan because she missed her daughter and wanted to share the burden for her beloved. But now that he heard Gu Nianji's words, the mistake in his thinking was revealed, and his eyes were filled with fog. But after thinking about it, he still felt that Gu Nianji had done more wrong. Qin Haoshan's expression cleared up slightly. He looked Gu Nianji up and down and said, "There are all kinds of parents in the world. No matter what wrong your mother did, as children, we can only be filial to them. After all, they gave us life, raised us, and gave us food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You can't. Stop." Gu Nianji made a pause gesture in a sports match and said, "From a legal point of view, what you said just now is completely wrong. Parents can also do wrong and break the law. If children blindly appease them, it will only encourage them to make mistakes and make them more and more outrageous. This isn't filial piety. This is flattery. It's deliberately harming them. Mr. Qin, don't tell me that the premise of your filial piety to your parents is to harm them." Gu Nianji really felt that saying that Qin Haoshan's brain was filled with water was flattering him, because it wasn't water that had entered his brain, but concrete. Qin Haoshan opened his mouth and realized that no matter what he said, he would fall into Gu Nianji's trap. He could only purse his lips tightly and snort heavily. He turned around to leave. Only then did he Ji-Chu stand up lazily and say coldly, "Qin Haoshan, apologize to Miss Gu." Qin Haoshan suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at He Ji-Chu in surprise. He rubbed his ears. "Young Master He, what did you say?" This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1641, Stepping on His Sore Feet. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Today is Monday, right? Recommendation votes are very important. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Billions Chasing You for your 100,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Billions Chasing You for becoming the 29th leader of Hello, Major General. I've already written down the updates in my notebook. Don't be anxious. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1653. More and more people began to gather at the entrance of the lounge. Xie Qingying and her best friend stood at the door and witnessed everything. I said, "Apologize to Miss Gu." He Ji-Chu took a step forward calmly. "You were spouting nonsense just now. Not only did you damage Miss Gu's reputation, but you also polluted our ears." Qin Haoshan's face turned even redder from He Ji-Chu's humiliation. He glared at Gu Nianji hatefully, but when he thought about how Gu Nianji had spoken so harshly just now, he knew that Gu Nianji still had some weight in He Ji-Chu's eyes. Therefore, he didn't continue arguing with Gu Nianji. Of course, he didn't apologize either. He turned around and left with a straight face. Gu Nianji watched the show from behind and egged him on. "Look, young Master He, your words don't work. He doesn't even care about you." "Yes, it's quite embarrassing." He Ji-Chu smiled faintly and said with a double meaning, "But what can I do? I can only forgive him. But in the future, I'll have to not appear wherever he appears." He Ji-Chu's words completely ended any chance Qin Haoshan had of rising up in the upper echelons of the Huaxiao Empire. He would never be able to go any further, unless he apologized to Gu Nianji and Gu Nianji was willing to forgive him. Otherwise, Qin Haoshan wouldn't be able to get any invitations whenever He Ji-Chu appeared. Was there a need to say who the organizers would choose between him and He Ji-Chu? Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. "Young Master He, you're too ruthless, but I like it." He Ji-Chu's gloomy mood was miraculously cured. He rubbed her head and smiled again. Qin Haoshan walked to the door with a livid face. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said the same thing. Apologize to Miss Gu." Qin Haoshan didn't dare lose his temper at He Ji-Chu, but it was different with Hua Xiaoheng. He was just a Soviet diplomat, and yet he wanted to meddle in the affairs of the Huaxia Empire. Qin Haoshan didn't even look at him. He reached out to push him away and continued walking out. Hua Xiaoheng reached out like lightning and grabbed Qin Haoshan's extended arm. His other hand grabbed his chin and twisted it. Qin Haoshan's chin was dislocated. Since you're not going to apologize, then don't talk for now. Hua Xiaoheng clapped his hands as if he was dusting them. Qin Haoshan felt that his wrist was gripped like an iron clamp, and he couldn't break free at all. Only when Hua Xiaoheng let go of him could he cover his chin and glare at Hua Xiaoheng before quickly running out. When he ran past Xie Qingying, she sighed and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be such a person. In the future, I won't dare to go anywhere Mr. Qin appears." It could be said that no one's words dealt a greater blow to Qin Haoshan than Xie Qingying. His face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but his jaw was dislocated and he couldn't say anything. He said to Xie Qingying aloofly, "Miss Xie, it's understandable that you want to please your sweetheart, but you can't wrong others to please your sweetheart." Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji tightly and said to Xie Qingying coldly, "Don't let me see you talking to Miss Gu like that again. You even said you were Miss Gu's relative. You're siding with outsiders." As he spoke, he led Gu Nianji out of the lounge, leaving Xie Qingying standing there awkwardly. She thought about it carefully and felt ashamed. The Soviet diplomat was right. Although Gu Nianji was her cousin, she was more concerned about He Jichu, who had nothing to do with her. When Gu Nianji had a conflict with He Jichu, she had almost no choice but to stand on He Jichu's side. Realizing this, Xie Qingying knew that her little bit of plastic sisterhood with Gu Nianji had disappeared. It wasn't that she didn't feel regret. Gu Nianji was brought to He Jichu's helicopter by Hua Xiaoheng with mixed feelings. "Do you still want to take his helicopter?" Hua Xiaoheng adjusted the collar of Gu Nianji's coat. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng in a daze and suddenly said, "Mr. Peter, do you know? There was once a person who let me know how good it is to live in this world. Beside him, no one can humiliate me so unscrupulously." Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji looked at him expectantly. Her big eyes were filled with tears that were about to fall. Hua Xiaoheng calmly stroked her head. "I could do it too. I will treat you just like this in the future. No one will dare to humiliate you so unscrupulously by my side." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1642. I can do it too. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Today is Monday, right? Recommendation votes are very important. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1654. In short, I can do what you said that person can do, and I can do it better than him. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he couldn't help but run his fingers down her hair, lingering on her face for a moment. Gu Nianji, what did he mean by, "I can do what you said that person can do, and I can do it too"? Was he still not willing to admit his true identity? Gu Nianji's heart was filled with disappointment. However, she didn't show it at all. Instead, she smiled brightly and shook her head at Hua Xiaoheng. "No, you'll never be as good as him." "Really? How would I know if I don't try?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and instantly returned to his cold demeanor. "Do you want to know who he is? I'll tell you." Gu Nianji slyly crooked her finger at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward as if he was bewitched. He moved closer to Gu Nianji and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" His heart suddenly started beating violently. After so many years of experience on the special front, he could easily treat himself as a completely different person. But this time, he had the misconception that he couldn't tell who he was. This kind of intense shock that came from the heart could only be given to one person, and it was the delicate and intelligent woman in front of him. But when he moved closer to Gu Nianji whispered, "This person is my father. You know, only my father would protect me at all costs." Hua Xiaoheng. He had discovered the truth through the bugs he had secretly planted under Gu Nianji's clothes and pillow when Gu Nianji had been seriously injured by the gunshot. However, it was quickly discovered by his uncle, Hua Guanyin, who was also Lu Yuan. At that time, he had made a prompt decision and immediately taken the initiative to go to the Lu family to apologize and reveal his identity as a KGB agent. It was also at that time that he heard the heinous crimes that Qin Yaoguang had committed against Gun Yinji. Not only would Gun Yinji not let Qin Yaoguang off, Hua Xiaoheng would not let her off either. He would make her suffer the same pain that Gun Yinji had suffered when she was young. No more, no less. He would give her a taste of her own medicine. Gun Yinji chuckled when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's rare look of shock. She tilted her head at him. "All right, thank you for your confession. I'm very happy, even if I don't accept it." Then he waved his hand and boarded He Jichu's helicopter without leaving a single cloud behind. He Jichu saw them talking in front and couldn't help asking through the helicopter's communication channel, "You seem to be getting closer to Peter." Gun Yinji sat down with a smile, fastened her seatbelt, and said, "He stood up for me just now. I have to thank him." He Jichu silently controlled the helicopter to take off. After flying for a while, he finally said, "Qin Haoshan is too nerdy. You don't have to take his words to heart." "Yeah, I wouldn't have taken it to heart anyway." Gun Yinji shrugged. I retorted right away, "Why would I take it to heart?" He Jichu looked at Gun Yinji. "But you're not very happy." Gun Yinji was unhappy, not because of Qin Haoshan, but because she was a little dispirited. Just now, so many people had surrounded the door and watched Qin Haoshan argue with her, so no one had come out to help her. But she also knew that this was the difference between men and women. If Ma Qiqi was there, she would definitely stand out and tear Qin Haoshan apart immediately. He Jichu only stood out and asked Qin Haoshan to apologize after she scolded Qin Haoshan away. Hua Xiaoheng also only hit Qin Haoshan after He Jichu spoke. Gun Yinji wasn't without resentment towards the two men's actions. However, she didn't say anything, nor did she say what Xie Qingying had said to her. She said that she wouldn't affect the development of the relationship between Xie Qingying and He Jichu, so she wouldn't spread any words between them. Even if Xie Qingying made her unhappy, she wouldn't say anything. She thought about it and tilted her head to support herself on the windowsill. She mumbled, "It's just a little disappointing. It's almost the new year, and I'm being scolded by this kind of person. Then I remember that I'm related to him, so it's even more sad." She even yawned after she finished speaking. He Jichu saw this and pursed his lips into a smile. He said gently, "Is it still because of Qin Haoshan? I've already said that I'll avenge you." Gun Yinji lazily snorted and said, "Young Master He, please help me avenge you on the spot in the future. When I'm full of anger, it won't be of much use to vent my anger. But thank you anyway." Do we still need to say thank you between us? He Jichu was keenly aware of Gun Yinji's true misfortune. He thought about it carefully and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Yinji. I really didn't react quickly enough. I should have gotten someone to gag his mouth and drag him out to beat him up." Gun Yinji was amused by him. "Young Master He, you're exaggerating. Just gag him. There's no need to drag him out to beat him up." Seeing that He Jichu had apologized, Gun Yinji also said, "Then I'll also say sorry, young Master He. I embarrassed you in front of your friend." He Jichu stopped smiling and said seriously, "Yinji, you never have to say sorry to me. No matter what you do, I won't be angry with you." He was only a little embarrassed. If there was anything else, he really didn't have any other emotions. Gun Yinji chuckled again and said, "Young Master He, I really want to point my phone at you and record this video. When you're angry at me again, I'll play it for you to see. This is my weakness for the rest of my life. I can't let it go once I get hold of it." He Jichu nodded with a smile and said, "Not today. When I get back, I'll wash up and change my clothes, and then I'll take a video for you. My current appearance is ruining my image. Okay, I'll wait and see." Gun Yinji teased him with a smile and used her phone to send Lu Jin a message saying that she would be back soon. The two of them chatted and laughed. They were even more harmonious than when they came. The helicopter quickly sent Gun Yinji to the tarmac on the roof of her apartment building. Lu Jin stood at the corner of the corridor waiting for them. He Jichu wanted to get off the plane to send Gun Yinji in, but Gun Yinji quickly stopped him. "Young Master He, don't be so busy. You can go. I'm going home now. What are you worried about?" Gun Yinji winked at him. "Okay, I'm tired. I don't have the energy to entertain you." "Okay." Hijichu lowered his eyes and didn't insist. Then I'll go back. Send me a message when you get back to your room. Gunyinji turned around and made an okay gesture. Okay, no problem. Hijichu only flew the helicopter away when he saw Gunyinji run from the tarmac on the roof into the dark corridor. Gunyinji heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the sound of the helicopter taking off. Lu Jin dashed out and looked her up and down by her hand. He smiled and asked, "Why are you back so soon? Did you have a good time?" Gunyinji didn't hide her emotions in front of Lu Jin. She immediately pulled a long face and said, "No, not good at all." "Huh? What happened?" Lu Jin was very nervous. He quickly pulled her back to their floor and returned to Gunyinji's apartment. "Tell me what happened." Lu Jin couldn't wait to ask again as soon as he sat down on the sofa in the living room of Gunyinji's apartment. Gunyinji's eyes turned red, and she felt even more wronged. Who didn't want to be held in the palm of someone's hand and treasured? Gunyinji held Lu Jin's hand and eloquently told him what had happened in Xiangsuahai. "Dad, don't you think this Qin Haoshan is ridiculous? Even Luo Yaozu didn't blame me. Who does he think he is?" He even spoke up for Qin Yaoguan. Gunyinji was becoming more and more unscrupulous in front of Lu Jin. He even said that there are no perfect parents in the world. But why should I let Qin Yaoguang off after what she did to me? Lu Jin gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the coffee table in front of him. He said angrily, "This Qin Haoshan's brain is like granite. Back then, he spent a lot of effort in school to get an excellent grade. I told you he wasn't going to have much of a future. What right does he have to say that about my daughter? What does you have to do with him? AB asterisk TCH is AB asterisk TCH. Well said." Gunyinji applauded Lu Jin vigorously. She was extremely happy. This was the support she wanted. It was exactly what she wanted. She was so happy that she almost didn't hear the strangeness in Lu Jin's words. She had thought that would be best if he had attacked Qin Haoshan with her at that time, so that he would be too ashamed to show his face again. And your good niece, Xie Qingying. Gunyinji wouldn't tell He Jichu about Xie Qingying, but she didn't have such concerns with Lu Jin. Moreover, Lu Jin couldn't confront He Jichu, so Gunyinji said everything. She continued angrily. "She actually asked me to apologize to young Master He. She said that I shouldn't have said in front of so many people that I broke off the engagement because I didn't want to marry him and made him lose face." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1643, The Support I Want. A reminder of the recommendation ticket. It was 3 o'clock today. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the monthly ticket was 3,500 Canadian dollars. There was the third update at 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you, Sing_Sing, for the 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Big shots, little angels. Chapter 1655. Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. His eyes widened, and he was furious. "I just want him to lose face. He deserves it. So what? What the F asterisk CK? You didn't apologize, did you? If you apologize, I won't recognize you as my daughter anymore." Gunyinji, she seemed to have accidentally said sorry on the helicopter. Lu Jin instantly understood when he saw Gunyinji's slightly embarrassed expression. He immediately changed his words and said, "It's fine if you apologize. My daughter has a good upbringing. She would rather suffer grievances herself than take care of other people's fragile hearts." Gunyinji curled her lips slightly and said, "But you just said that if I apologize, you won't recognize me as your daughter anymore." Lu Jin rolled his eyes and said shamelessly, "What I said just now is invalid. What I'm saying now is the truth." Gunyinji smiled and leaned against Lu Jin's shoulder. The last trace of depression in her heart disappeared. She was right to say to Hua Xiaoheng, only a father would protect her unconditionally. A child with a father was a treasure. The nursery rhyme was not a lie. Gunyinji thought happily, not caring that she had tampered with the lyrics of the nursery rhyme. Lu Yuan, who had just entered the door, shook his head with a wry smile and said to Hua Xiaoheng behind him, "Mr. Peter, do you still want to go in?" Gunyinji turned around in surprise and saw that Lu Yuan had actually led Hua Xiaoheng in. Hua Xiaoheng was still wearing the Soviet military uniform coat. It wrapped around his straight waist, and the buttons were neatly buttoned up all the way to his neck. The Soviet-style military cap with the sable fur on the inside and outside was pressed low in front of his forehead. It was full of ascetic beauty and temptation. Gu Nianji gulped and said hoarsely, "Mr. Peter, why are you here?" Lu Jin had heard Gu Nianji's description and knew that Mr. Peter had dislocated Qin Haoshan's chin. He quickly turned around and said regretfully, "That Qin Haoshan is the head of the orthopedics department. It's not enough to just dislocate his chin. You put it back on. You should just pull it off and cause permanent physical damage." Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng followed Lu Yuan into the room and said casually, "The technique I used to remove his jaw joint is a secret of the KGB. No matter how good he is in orthopedics, he won't be able to recover it on his own." "Really?" Lu Jin was interested. He stood up and asked excitedly, "What's the principle?" In fact, he had only used a little hidden force to severely damage Qin Haoshan's temporomandibular joint. Even if he recovered from surgery in the future, he would still habitually dislocate it. Of course, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin didn't need to know about this. No comment. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Please forgive me, Uncle Lu. We have strict discipline in the KGB." Gu Nianji mentally rolled her eyes 180 times. "You fake KGB still have strict discipline? Why don't you go to heaven?" But she couldn't undermine Lu Jin in front of him. Lu Jin was too unreliable, and Gu Nianji didn't want Lu Jin to know the truth. There was no need to talk about Lu Yuan. This person had a deep personality, and his identity was also suspicious. Therefore, in front of these two people, Gu Nianji still had to help Hua Xiaoheng. She tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, don't make things difficult for him. If you want to know the principle, think of a way to hack into Qin Haoshan's medical record and see how the doctor performed the surgery on him. There are also all kinds of X-rays and CT pictures to study." Lu Jin came back to his senses and laughed happily. "My daughter is so smart. She even thought of this." Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Jin didn't ask Hua Xiaoheng for more principles. He turned to Lu Yuan and said, "Boss Lu, you're here at the right time. What are we eating tonight?" Then he said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Mr. Peter, you don't know how to cook, so we won't keep you for dinner." Was there any logical connection between whether he knew how to cook and whether they kept him for dinner or not? Hua Xiaoheng's fingers moved, and he unbuttoned his coat. "Although I don't know how to cook, I can help President Lu with the preparations." Gu Nianji remained calm and watched Hua Xiaoheng follow Lu Yuan into the kitchen. Seeing that dinner was settled, Lu Jin was relieved. He said to Gu Nianji, "I'm going to check on Qin Haoshan's injury and see what the principle is." Gu Nianji nodded knowingly and smiled. "Okay, I'll go back to my bedroom and rest for a while." "Go ahead. It's best if you take a bath with lavender essential oil. It's the best way to relieve your fatigue," Lu Jin said with a smile as he watched Gu Nianji return to her bedroom. Lu Jin took out his phone and started to hack into the Qin private hospital's intranet. Gu Nianji returned to her bedroom and carefully closed the door. She took a few changes of clothes and went into the bathroom. Lu Jin was right. Taking a bath was also one of the ways to relieve fatigue. She turned on the hot water and sprinkled a little of the lavender essential oil that Lu Jin had specially made for her. The bathroom was soon filled with the faint scent of lavender. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and stepped into the hot bathtub. After soaking for a while, she wiped the water off her hands and picked up her phone. She opened the photo album on her phone and saw the photo of them having a snowball fight. Gu Nianji took a screenshot of Luo Piapiao's profile picture and put it into a facial recognition software. She then found the photo of Wen Shui that she had secretly taken in the past. She also took a screenshot of her profile picture and put it into the facial recognition software. This facial recognition software was a small program that Gu Nianji had modified. It had originally been used on a whim to tease the image recognition systems of major software companies when she was playing with beautiful pictures. For example, she had photoshopped a sunflower on her profile picture and uploaded it to a software company's image recognition system. After the system identified it, it would tell you in all seriousness that it wasn't a human. It was a sunflower of the genus Angiosperms, class Dicotyledons, order Chrysanthemum, family Compositae. Gun Yinji was inspired. She collected all kinds of facial features on a person's face and wrote it into a program. Every time a new face was entered, her little software would automatically analyze the facial features on the person's face and come up with an identification conclusion. Because her database wasn't connected to the police database, her resources were limited. Only the people she was familiar with were able to create a database for her. Of course, there was no need to use a database to compare Luo Piapiao and Wen Shui's facial recognition. She only needed to compare their facial features. After Gun Yinji took screenshots of both of their profiles and uploaded them, she held her breath and waited for the results to come out. Image recognition required a lot of computing power. Although Gun Yinji's phone wasn't weak, it would still take a long time to perform such calculations. Gun Yinji waited for a full 5 minutes before she saw the words, "Analysis complete." The following data appeared on her phone: frowny face, eyebrows. Similarity, 65%. Eyes, similarity, 85%. Face shape, similarity, 90%. Ears, similarity, 95%. Nose, similarity, 100%. The final conclusion was that the probability of the two of them being related was 87%. Gun Yinji. No wonder she felt that Luo Piapiao and Wen Shui looked alike, because their noses were exactly the same. Gun Yinji looked at people's noses first. She was especially sensitive to the appearance of noses. If a normal person's nose was good-looking, that person definitely wouldn't be ugly. Wen Shui's nose was relatively flat. The wing of her nose was slightly wider, and the tip of her nose was slightly tilted, but her overall shape was still very small. Luo Piapiao's nose was also relatively flat. The wing of her nose was slightly wider, and the tip of her nose was slightly tilted. Her overall shape was also very small. If she took a screenshot of their noses and photoshopped it onto the other person's face, it would be almost flawless. Gun Yinji looked at the comparison picture, both surprised and curious. She held her phone and continued to search for genetic information about the nose. In the end, she found that both a high nose bridge and large nostrils were dominant hereditary. In other words, if one of the parents had a high nose bridge and large nostrils, their children would be inherited. However, Wen Shui and Luo Piapiao both had flat noses and large nostrils. If they were to go in reverse, then Wen Shui and Luo Piapiao's parents should both have flat noses, and at least one of them should have large nostrils. Only then would they have a nose combination like theirs. Gun Yinji recalled Wen Shui's parents, the painter Wen Dayo and Liang Meili, whom she had met before. The two of them were unprepossessing, but Gun Yinji still remembered the shape of their noses. Wen Dayo was tall and muscular. He had a narrow forehead, a flat nose, a wide nose bridge, and large nostrils. But Liang Meili, Gun Yinji's eyebrows twitched slightly. Why did she remember that Liang Meili's nose was tall and straight, and her nostrils were very small? Two parents. The mother had a high nose bridge, dominant gene. The father had a flat nose bridge, recessive gene. The mother had small nostrils, recessive gene, and the father had large nostrils, dominant gene. How likely was it for such two people to have a flat nose bridge, recessive gene, and large nostrils, dominant gene? This is the second monthly ticket for today. 3,500 plus updates. Chapter 1644, Dominant and Recessive. Reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. There will be a third update at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1656. This ratio was too difficult to calculate. Gun Yinji wasn't an expert in biology, so she searched for information on her phone for a long time, but still couldn't find anything. She got out of the bathtub, wiped off the water droplets on her body, and began the maintenance process. From water to essence to oil to cream, the entire maintenance process took almost 20 minutes. This was just a simplified procedure that she had done herself. If she went to a beauty salon for professional treatment, it would take at least an hour. However, the time spent on this set of maintenance was not in vain. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her skin was translucent and fair, and she exuded a good complexion from the inside out. This was a feeling that no cosmetics could create. She changed into her home clothes and walked out of the bedroom to the living room. Hua Xiaoheng just happened to come out of the kitchen, and the two of them met in the living room. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He stopped and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, dinner is ready. I'm here to invite you to the dining room." His words sounded like he was the host and guest. Gu Nianji smiled faintly and said, "I'll go look for my dad." "Thank you, Mr. Peter." Gu Nianji turned around and walked toward the study where Lu Jin was. Hua Xiaoheng watched Gu Nianji's silhouette disappear diagonally ahead. His expression didn't reveal anything. Gu Nianji's study had a high-powered computer that could be used as a server. Lu Jin had assembled it for her. Gu Nianji rarely used the computer unless it was necessary. Right now, Lu Jin was sitting behind the computer desk, concentrating on typing on the keyboard. Gu Nianji walked over and tapped her fingers twice on his computer desk. "Dad, it's time to eat." Lu Jin's gaze didn't leave the computer screen. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Then he said, "I know the principle." Gu Nianji, when Lu Jin wanted to speak, it was hard for others to stop him. The only thing that could stop Gu Nianji was from saying anything, so Lu Jin started talking nonstop. So it turns out that gravity rubbed against Qin Haoshan's temporomandibular joint. After wear and tear, he would habitually dislocate it. Haha, this is almost the same as permanent physical damage. This Peter is really cruel and merciless. But I like it. Gu Nianji blinked. Habitual dislocation? Yes, he can't just blindly compete in the future. Lu Jin finally looked up at her. If he yawns, smiles, cries, or even speaks a little agitatedly, he might dislocate it. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up at the thought of that scene. "All right, don't worry. I also have a problem here. Can you help me take a look at the possibility of this?" Gu Nianji placed the results on her phone in front of Lu Jin. "What I want to know is if the father has a flat nose and big nostrils, and the mother has a high nose and small nostrils, what's the likelihood of giving birth to a child with a flat nose and big nostrils?" Lu Jin looked at the two screenshots Gu Nianji had shown him. One was Wen Shui, and the other was Luo Piapiao. At first glance, the two of them didn't look very similar, but because they both had round faces and flat noses, after looking at them carefully a few times, one would feel that there were similarities between them. But Lu Jin really did not expect this kind of similarity to be so high. However, since it was analyzed by the software, Lu Jin still respected the software's professional analysis ability. This was because the human eye and the human brain were easily deceived by external things. Only by relying on the software to separate the wheat from the chaff and peel the silk from the cocoon could the truth be restored. Lu Jin was not in a hurry to calculate the general possibility. He just stared at Luo Piapiao's face for a while and said, "Who is this woman?" "She's Luo Piapiao." Gu Nianji's finger tapped on Luo Piapiao's profile picture. "You don't know the Luo Piapiao I told you about just now?" From what Lu Jin had said just now, he knew Qin Haoshan, but now he didn't seem to know Luo Piapiao. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. "Luo Piapiao? That's Qin Yaowan's cousin's daughter? What about Luo Piapiao's mother? Do you have a photo?" Gu Nianji shook her head regretfully. "No, I heard she passed away a long time ago. I was too embarrassed to ask someone for a photo of her deceased mother." Lu Jin snorted and said, "Nianji, why are you comparing these two people's appearances? Why do you think they look similar?" "I'm not the only one who thinks so. The software also analyzes it this way." Gu Nianji's finger paused on the 87% probability. "Look, 87% is quite high, isn't it? Actually, I think it's even higher." "Why?" "According to the analysis of the software, the biggest difference between the two of them is the shape of their eyebrows. However, the shape of the eyebrows was the easiest part to modify. Most people could do it with an eyebrow trimmer. That's why I'm guessing they've had their eyebrows trimmed." Gu Nianji pointed at Luo Piapiao's profile picture and said, she's Liu Yemei. Then he pointed at Wen Shuyi's profile picture and said, she's Yuan Shanmei. At first glance, there's not much difference, but the difference can be seen by using software analysis. Otherwise, there was a 95% chance that they were relatives. Liu Jin said, disapprovingly, why don't you use your facial recognition software to analyze Luo Piapiao's face? It might be more similar to the face of the doll you played when you were young. Gun Yinji, she thought for a while and rummaged through her phone's photo album for a long time. Finally, she found a photo of her hugging the doll. She stared at the doll and found that it was indeed the case. It turned out that Luo Piapiao looked more like the doll she had played when she was young. Although she looked similar to Wen Shuyi, compared to this doll, the resemblance was obviously lower. But why do I feel like Wen Shuyi at first glance? Why you think she looks like my doll? Gun Yinji asked in confusion. Liu Jin pointed at his brain. Because when the brain deals with this kind of thing, it doesn't carry out technical tests like software. The human brain analyzes things based on the depth of the impression. It's obvious that you have a deeper impression of Wen Shuyi, so the first thing your brain processed was similar to Wen Shuyi's. And I had a deeper impression of your doll when you were young, so the first thing I came up with was that she was more similar to your doll. These words were like enlightenment to Gun Yinji, who immediately understood. However, the doll wasn't a living thing, but Wen Shuyi was. Gun Yinji frowned and said, let's put the doll aside for now. Let's compare Wen Shuyi and Luo Piapiao first. We need to start with their parents. Liu Jin frowned at her and hesitated for a moment before saying, what do you want to prove? It's almost impossible to determine the possibility of them being relatives purely based on their physical characteristics. That's because there are many groups of genes that determine appearance, and each group has to be compared with the other genes. In the end, you have to use the most powerful supercomputer to get the result in a certain period of time. Gun Yinji said with a bitter expression, I also know that it's more difficult to calculate, so I asked you for help. Since I need a supercomputer, then forget it. I'll think of another way. She rolled her eyes and immediately thought of a second way. Actually, there's another simple and direct way to prove their relationship. Liu Jin smiled. Go on. That's a DNA test. Gun Yinji slapped her forehead. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of it just now? Since we suspect that they're related based on the similarity of their appearances, then we can just test the DNA? Haha. I was just wondering why you want to go so far. Liu Jin smiled, but his smile was a little forced. Gun Yinji keenly noticed it. She placed her hands on the computer table and asked curiously, Dad, is there anything else that's difficult? I'll get their hair or skin or blood samples. You can just test the DNA for me. Liu Jin looked at Gun Yinji in a daze and didn't know what to say. His daughter was actually able to take an unconventional approach and sensed that something was wrong from the appearance of a niece of the Qin family. He was very proud of her cleverness. But did she know what she was facing? She was opening Pandora's box. In Greek mythology, Pandora was the first human woman created by Zeus in order to punish Prometheus for stealing fire. She opened a box and released all the evils of human nature, such as greed, hypocrisy, malice, slander, and jealousy. However, she closed the box before hope came out. This box was the source of all calamities and represented the hopeless future of mankind. This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 1645, Pandora's Box. A reminder of the recommendation votes. You have to save up your monthly votes until 3 days before the end of the month, because there are double monthly votes for the 3 days at the end of the month, so 1 vote counts as 2 votes. Mwah, little angels. Chapter 1657. Liu Jin looked at Gun Yinji's charming smile and her sparkling eyes, which were as clear as the icy spring of a snowy mountain. Deep affection and reluctance rose from the bottom of his heart. The proudest thing in his life was not winning 2 Nobel Prizes, nor was it discovering parallel space, nor was it the perfect optimization of human genes. It was having such a cute and intelligent daughter. He was content. Liu Jin immediately smiled contentedly. He nodded. Okay, I'll test your DNA. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and walked around to the back of Lu Jin's chair. She clenched her little fists and thumped his back. She said fawningly, "Thank you, Dad. Now I'm going to think about how to get their hair or blood samples. Saliva samples are fine too, right? But saliva is too disgusting. It's better to use blood to test it." Lu Jin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and tapped her a few times in the air. "Whatever, just hair will do. Blood is also quite disgusting. Besides, if I test your DNA, are you afraid that it won't be accurate? Even if I only use one of their cells, I can accurately measure it." Got it, got it. Dad is the best." Gunyinji was so happy that she didn't know what to do. She subconsciously hugged Lu Jin's neck from behind and kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, even Gunyinji was stunned. Lu Jin was even more dumbfounded. His face, which was full of wisdom, showed a rare, frozen expression. "I'll go see if dinner is ready." Gunyinji was very embarrassed and ran out of the study in a hurry. After all, they hadn't grown up by Lu Jin's side. Although the nature of father and daughter could not be erased, this kind of rare intimacy was something they had never experienced before. It was a new experience for both Lu Jin and Gunyinji. Lu Jin sat motionless in his computer chair as he watched Gunyinji leave in a hurry. Even the expression on his face was like a specimen frozen in time. There was no sound in the room. Soon, the sound-activated ceiling light gradually went out, and the study, which was hung with blackout and soundproof curtains, was pitch black. Lu Jin sat in the darkness, allowing the thick night to envelop him. He thought that he alone should bear those dark, filthy things that could not see the light of day. The happiness during this period of time was like stolen. How could he bear to let his daughter, who was as bright as the sun, be invaded by darkness again? He would never allow anyone to extend the claws of evil to his daughter again. Let him end everything. It was up to him to end all the darkness and give his daughter a bright future. Lu Jin closed his eyes and let himself become one with the darkness. Gunyinji ran out of the study excitedly and was caught off guard. She fell headfirst into someone's arms. Gunyinji suddenly calmed down when she smelled that familiar yet strange scent. She quickly took a step back and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng standing at the door of the study. She couldn't help but stutter. "What are you doing here?" "As I said, dinner is ready. I'm here to invite you to dinner." "What's wrong? What about Uncle Lu? Aren't you going to have dinner?" Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the door of the study. When Gunyinji ran out, the study was still lit. Now that he turned around, the study was already pitch black. The lights are voice-activated. They automatically go off when there's no sound. Gunyinji said sheepishly, "I'll go to the dining room first. Is dinner ready?" She ran off at a brisk pace without looking back. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her back, then at the door of the study. He pondered for a while, then knocked on the door. He coughed and said, "Uncle Lu, dinner is ready. Please move to the dining room." There was no sound from the study for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng was about to push the door open to take a look when the door of the study opened in front of him. Lu Jin's nose was not a nose, and his eyes were not eyes. He glared at him angrily and said, "What are you doing sneaking around here? This is my daughter's home. Don't act like this is your home." Hua Xiaoheng looked down and thought for a moment. He said calmly, "President Lu made your favorite cherry blossom snapper stew." This trick worked on Lu Jin as well. His eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, "Is it stewed with soy sauce, shredded ginger, burdock, and abalone mushrooms with plum wine?" Hua Xiaoheng looked troubled. "I don't know. It was made by President Lu. I was just helping him. I did see the plum wine, but I'm not familiar with anything else." "Oomph. You don't even know the dishes. Useless." Lu Jin's face darkened. He raised his head and walked past him. He quickly walked into the dining room. In the dining room, Lu Yuan washed his hands and was introducing a special dish he had made today to Gunyinji. This is called plum yellow rain. It's a cherry blossom snapper stewed with soy sauce, shredded ginger, burdock, and abalone mushrooms with plum wine. Have you ever eaten true snapper? This kind of fish is the color of cherry blossoms when it's most delicious. The meat is especially tender and sweet, and it doesn't have any fishy smell at all. There's no need to add cooking wine to ruin its delicious taste. Gu Nianji listened with relish, and the little bit of awkwardness from before disappeared. Lu Jin walked in a hurry and looked at Gu Nianji eagerly, but didn't dare to sit next to her. Gu Nianji looked up and saw him. She waved at him with a smile and said, "Dad, sit here." Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and felt like he had come back to life. He smiled and walked to Gu Nianji's side to sit down. He said to Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the other side of Gu Nianji, "Boss Lu, I didn't expect you to be willing to make cherry blossom snapper today." Lu Yuan smiled faintly and moved his chair back. He said, "I did it to give Nianji a taste of something delicious. Eat less today. I only made 4 cherry blossom snappers. The 4 of them had one for each person." Lu Jin, however, didn't stand on ceremony. "Nianji will eat 2, and I'll eat 1.5. You and Peter will eat the remaining half." Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng took the serving chopsticks and scooped up 2 cooked cherry blossom snappers for Gu Nianji. He placed them in her bowl and said, "I don't eat this kind of fish. You guys eat." "Oomph, no luck." Lu Jin rolled his eyes and quickly said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, let's eat together. Ignore them." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. She looked at the pale cherry pink fish in the bowl and used her chopsticks to pry open a small piece of golden meat the size of soybean grain under the fish's eyes. She put it in her mouth and chewed slowly. At first, the faint and long taste was like the fog of an autumn morning, slowly soaking her mouth. She took a careful sip, and it was like the autumn sun suddenly gushing out, dispersing the thin fog. The delicious and sweet taste almost exploded on the tip of her tongue, awakening all her taste buds. Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly widened, and she almost swallowed her tongue. "It's so delicious." Gu Nianji reluctantly swallowed the best piece of golden meat and gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. The taste of the fish itself isn't covered by the stew at all. There's soy sauce, but it doesn't have the saltiness of soy sauce at all. "President Lu, your culinary skills are superb." "Delicious, right?" Lu Jin was proud of himself, as if he had made this fish. "Here, I'll give you this too." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "No need, no need. This one weighs a caddy. It's already good enough that I can finish one." She looked at the 2 fish in her bowl and plate, then at the people around the table. She said apologetically, "President Lu, Mr. Peter, I'm sorry. This fish is on my plate, so I can't give it to anyone else to eat, so I gave it to my father to eat. My father won't mind eating what's on my plate, right?" Lu Jin shook his head and nodded. He smiled so widely that only his teeth could be seen. He even made a V sign at Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng proudly. Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head expressionlessly and picked up a piece of eggplant to eat. The entire dinner was spent in the rhythm of Lu Jin and Gu Nianji's constant praising of how delicious the cherry blossom snapper was. In the end, Hua Xiaoheng reluctantly took the initiative to eat the remaining half of the fish that Gu Nianji had eaten under the banner of not wasting food. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, didn't eat at all. He said that he was full when he saw Lu Jin's expression and couldn't eat anything else. After dinner, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were both full. They made pu'er tea and moved to the living room to chat and digest their food. Lu Yuan was about to clean up the kitchen when Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to stop him. "President Lu, I've disturbed the meal today, so I'll be the one to clean up the dishes." Lu Yuan didn't stand on ceremony with him, but he didn't want to go to the living room to see Lu Jin's smug face. He sat in the kitchen and looked at his phone while chatting with Hua Xiaoheng. "You've never eaten cherry blossom snapper before?" Lu Yuan was actually asking if Hua Xiaoheng had eaten cherry blossom snapper in the other world. Of course Hua Xiaoheng had eaten it, but he didn't want to argue with Lu Jin and Gu Nianji. As he put the dishes into the dishwasher, he said, "No, wild ones are too expensive. Farmed ones don't taste good, so I'm not interested. Wild ones have already risen to 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per caddy. Although it's not that I can't afford it. I can't afford to eat it every day." Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. "It's also because of the New Year. This is the first time Nianji has spent the New Year with us. Lu Jin can't wait to get all the delicious food in the world for Nyenji to eat. Gu Nyenji was chatting with Lu Jin in the living room when she suddenly heard her phone ring. She took it out and saw that it was Luo Piapiao's call. She immediately picked it up with a smile and asked, Piapiao, are you home? Is your second brother okay? Luo Piapiao was flattered and quickly said, we're all fine. But she looked at old Master Qin, who was sitting in front of her, and said with a smile, Cousin Gu, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow is the New Year's Eve. I want to invite you to my house for New Year's Eve dinner. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1646, Stolen Joy. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. The name of that fish is snapper, pronounced Yao. While all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1658. Let's go to your house for New Year's Eve dinner. You're too kind, but there are no rules for celebrating the little new year at someone else's house. How about this? When you come out for lunch, I'll treat you to Maine Lobster at the revolving restaurant on the 3rd Ring Road of the Imperial Capital. The American lobster there is very authentic. That's settled then. I still have something to do, so I can't answer your call for now. See you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Gu Nyenji didn't allow any explanation. She hung up and turned off her phone. Before Luo Piapiao could react, she realized that she could no longer reach Gu Nyenji's phone. She only had Gu Nyenji as a way to contact her, and since Gu Nyenji wasn't picking up her phone, there was nothing she could say. Granduncle, Cousin Gu hung up the phone. Luo Piapiao blushed. She said that she would treat me to lobster at the revolving restaurant the next day. Old Master Qin stared at Luo Piapiao for a while and quickly smiled kindly. All right then, let's go to the revolving restaurant. Tomorrow, I'll book out the top floor of the revolving restaurant. Our Qin family will have New Year's Eve dinner at the revolving restaurant on the 3rd Ring Road. Luo Piapiao was immediately happy again. Aya, that's great. I'll definitely give Cousin Gu a surprise tomorrow. Yes, let's give your cousin's sister a surprise. Old Master Qin laughed heartily. His tall body was like a mountain, still healthy and hale. Luo Piapiao was both respectful and fearful of her uncle. She had never been close to him. This time, because of Gu Nyenji, she had actually received her uncle's favor. She was very grateful to Gu Nyenji and had a better impression of her. She also wanted to use Gu Nyenji to get in touch with her Soviet diplomat suitor. Gu Nyenji had publicly expressed that she wasn't interested in Mr. Peter, so Luo Piapiao didn't feel any pressure when she pursued Peter. She and her father sent old Master Qin off and began to prepare for tomorrow's dinner. Gu Nyenji winked at Lu Jin. We'll be able to get her hair tomorrow. And what are you going to do with Wen Shuyi's hair? Lu Jin was also going to start the DNA sequencing. Gu Nyenji snapped her fingers. That's easy. I'm still in the middle of a lawsuit with her. It won't be difficult for me to ask her out for a meeting. Lu Jin knew that Gu Nyenji had a lot of ideas, and it wasn't difficult to get a strand of hair. Even if she didn't take the initiative to pull a few strands off, her hair would fall off on its own. Lu Jin said, a normal person will lose 50 to 100 strands of hair a day. Just pay attention to where she's sitting. When she's gone, use a special tool to collect her hair. All right. Gu Nyenji nodded happily. I'll get their hair as soon as possible, so we could do a DNA sequencing comparison. After Hua Xiaoheng cleaned up the kitchen, he went to the living room with Lu Yuan. He happened to hear Gu Nyenji and Lu Jin discussing Wen Shuyi's hair. Hua Xiaoheng sat down across from them and asked calmly, You use Wen Shuyi's hair for DNA sequencing? Compare with whom? Gu Nyenji almost blurted out, Luo Piapiao, but seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was pretending to be ignorant, she smiled and asked, Why should I tell you? Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Jin was delighted to hear this and winked at Lu Yuan. Look, this is a secret between me and my daughter. Lu Yuan picked up a newspaper and shook it open. He placed it in front of him and said in Lu Jin's tone as he browsed through the contents of the newspaper, Who else can she compare with? Of course it's Luo Piapiao. You can imagine it even with your knees. Hua Xiaoheng understood, but he couldn't say that he understood why the DNA comparison between the two of them was needed. He could only ask further. Why compare her with Luo Piapiao? When Shui was He Jichu's former personal secretary and is now the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Luo Piapiao is just an ordinary person, right? Gun Yinji was very surprised. You even know about this? When did you find out? How did you know? Why are you so concerned about Wen Shui? Hua Xiaoheng smiled without changing his expression and narrowed his eyes. Miss Gu, can I understand that you're jealous? The smile on Gun Yinji's face collapsed. She didn't think that Major General Hua was narcissistic before. This kind of narcissistic and conceited tone was really a domineering CEO. Gun Yinji snorted and looked away. I'm just curious. You don't seem to have any interaction with Wen Shui, so how do you know her situation so well? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. I can't say that I know her like the back of my hand, but I do know the basic situation. Don't forget that I'm a former member of the KGB in the Soviet Union. When we were gathering information, we made files on He Jichu and his personal secretaries. Gun Yinji just wanted to roll her eyes. Former KGB member. What nonsense! She crossed her arms and looked straight ahead. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. It seems that Mr. Peter really knows this. You flatter me. Hua Xiaoheng nodded gracefully and reached out with his slender and clean fingers to refill Gun Yinji's cup of tea. It was actually only 1/3 the depth of the teacup. If one drank too much pu or tea, they would lose sleep at night. Lu Yuan shook the newspaper and looked up at them from the top of the newspaper. He said, Why are you comparing their DNA? What are you trying to achieve? Lu Jin was about to answer when Gun Yinji stomped on his foot. Lu Jin immediately changed his words and said, I'm just testing for fun. I have nothing to do during the new year. It's raining to beat the children. I have nothing to do anyway. Lu Yuan knew that he wasn't telling the truth. From a corner of his eye, he saw Gun Yinji stop Lu Jin from speaking. He raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Up to you, but Yinji shouldn't go alone. Find someone to accompany her. Xiaoheng picked up his teacup and said nonchalantly, I'm free tomorrow. I can accompany Miss Gu to the revolving restaurant. Lu Jin looked with Xiaoheng up and down and asked suspiciously, Why are you so nice to Yinji? Hua Xiaoheng smiled calmly. Because I'm courting her. Gun Yinji sighed and supported her head with one hand. She leaned against the edge of the sofa and said, Mr. Peter, you don't have to waste your time with me. My heart belongs to someone else. No matter how much you do, it's useless. I only know that there's a saying in your Huaxia Empire that sincerity can move metal and stone. Hua Xiaoheng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. His bearing was extraordinary. Although Lu Jin didn't like him, he had to admit that this person was indeed worthy of being Hua Xiaoheng's counterpart. Only he was barely worthy of his daughter. Thinking about what he had to do, Lu Jin lowered his head dejectedly. He couldn't always be with his daughter. He had to think of a way to send her back to the other world as soon as possible. Energy. He needed a large amount of high-energy magnetic field energy. The high-energy magnetic field energy in Huaxiao Empire was no longer enough to support the activation of magnetic resonance. He had to go to other countries to find it. Lu Jin's expression changed slightly. He actually nodded and said, It's just a meal anyway. It's good to have Mr. Peter accompany you. He's a Soviet diplomat. Most people don't dare to provoke him. Luo Piapiao was related to the Qin family after all. Even if they were eating in public, Lu Jin was still a little worried. Lu Yuan's eyebrows rose even higher. Something was wrong with Lu Jin. Something was really wrong. He had known him for so many years. How could Lu Jin be so easy to talk to? Especially when someone was coveting his precious daughter. It was already polite of him not to kick them out with a big stick. How could he agree to Hua Xiaoheng accompany Gun Yinji to a restaurant outside for dinner? This was today's second update. Chapter 1647, Common Secret. A reminder of the recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1659. Lu Yuan immediately put on his usual warm smile. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said kindly, "Mr. Peter, it's rare for our major shareholder, Lu Jin, to be at ease handing his daughter over to another man. You set a record this time. You must not let down the expectations of our major shareholder, Lu Jin." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood several layers of meaning in Lu Yuan's words. First, Lu Jin's attitude towards him seemed to have softened. Had he already begun to acknowledge him? Secondly, Lu Jin doted on his precious daughter to the extreme. Gun Yinji was only going to the revolving restaurant to eat with Luo Piao, but Lu Jin was worried about her going alone. As far as Hua Xiaoheng knew, this revolving restaurant was a public place. Why was Lu Jin worried? Was it because Luo Piao was related to the Qin family? Lu Jin was actually worried about the Qin family? Thirdly, if Lu Jin was worried, why didn't he accompany her personally? He didn't have to go with Gun Yinji. He could go alone and stay in the private room. No one would realize the relationship between Lu Jin and Gun Yinji. Fourth, if Lu Jin didn't go himself, what did he want to do? Hua Xiaoheng knew very well that the only thing Lu Jin wanted to do now was to accompany his daughter. But he had started to transfer this precious opportunity to someone else. Lu Yuan had only said one sentence, but Hua Xiaoheng had already quickly analyzed several layers of meaning. But after thinking so much, he didn't show it on his face and nodded reservedly. "Uncle Lu, President Lu, don't worry. I'll definitely send Miss Gu over safely and bring her back smoothly." Gun Yinji looked at Lu Jin in surprise, then at Hua Xiaoheng. She asked in confusion, "It's just a meal at the revolving restaurant. You don't need Mr. Peter to accompany you, right? Also, he is a Soviet diplomat, and I am just a civilian. How can I have the face to make him accompany me?" Moreover, she had a mission to go eat. She had to get a few strands of Luo Piao's hair for a DNA test. If she brought Hua Xiaoheng along, his eyes would be sharp and crafty. What if she couldn't hide it from him? Gun Yinji instinctively didn't want to drag Hua Xiaoheng into the Qin family's business. This was her family's business and her battlefield. Although Hua Xiaoheng was powerful, he could only conceal his identity and use someone else's identity. She knew that his situation was out of his control. Gun Yinji didn't want to drag Hua Xiaoheng down with this. Lu Jin yawned and said vaguely with a smile, "It's just a meal. Let's go have a meal with Mr. Peter. Besides, when a woman goes out, she looks noble with a man by her side." Lu Yuan smiled and translated her words. "Yinji, your father means that you have to bring a follower with you. I think Mr. Peter would be very glad to be the valet. Wouldn't you, Mr. Peter?" Hua Xiaoheng leaned towards Gun Yinji and said passionately, "Since you said you want to pursue her, you have to show your sincerity. You really have a lot of sincerity, but I just don't like it. What can I do?" Gun Yinji wrapped her little panda pillow and rested her beautiful chin on the little panda's head. She looked down at the white carpet on the floor, which was painted with abstract geometric patterns, and tried to hide the sly smile that flashed across her eyes. "It's okay. One day, you'll like me," Hua Xiaoheng said confidently. He didn't care about Gun Yinji's rejection at all. Lu Jin's eyes were filled with jealousy. He had finally found a big treasure with great difficulty, and now it was in someone else's hands. He really couldn't accept it. He frowned and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Don't be so dramatic. I just asked you to accompany her for a meal. I think you've already imagined getting married and having children. There are a lot of people chasing after an Yinji. Go line up." Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan watched from the side, feeling relaxed and happy. Finally, Lu Jin's poisonous tongue wasn't used on him. It was quite interesting to watch Lu Jin insult others. Gun Yinji smiled and stood up. "It's getting late. I'm going back to my room to rest. I'm going out for dinner tomorrow. I want to sleep a little longer." Go on, go on." When Lu Jin turned to look at Gun Yinji, the fondness in his eyes was about to spill out. "Sleep a little longer tomorrow. I'll wake you up at 10 o'clock. Hua Xiaoheng immediately seized the opportunity. "Then I'll come over at 9:30 tomorrow." "Why are you coming over so early?" Lu Jin's face turned cold as soon as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "You'll be the driver and bodyguard tomorrow. Wait in the car obediently. Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyinji couldn't hold back the laughter in her heart. She hugged the panda pillow and ran back to her bedroom. She quickly closed the door and leaned against the back of the door. Her shoulders shook from laughing so hard that they were about to cramp. Ah, Dad is still the best. Gunyinji was in a great mood. She threw the panda pillow on the bed and stood up with the door. She laughed for a while before going to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing her nightly maintenance routine, she crawled into the thin and soft silk blanket and had a good sleep. When she woke up the next morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. The blackout curtains were lowered, blocking out the sunlight outside the window. The room was still dark, as if it was still night. Gunyinji picked up the phone on the bedside table and looked at it. Only then did she realize that it was past 9 o'clock. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. She sent He Jichu a text message. As soon as she sent it, He Jichu replied instantly. You finally sent me a message. Yesterday, you promised to send me a message when you get home. Have you forgotten? He sent a voice message. Gunyinji, she hadn't forgotten, but she hadn't had the chance to send it. She smiled and replied, You're not sending it now? Actually, I'm already home. It's fine, it's fine. At that moment, He Jichu was sitting in front of the window with his phone in his hand. He said a few words in his phone before saying, Today is the new year. Aren't you coming to my house for the new year? Gunyinji smiled and refused. No need, I still have something to do. Today, I'm meeting a friend to go to the revolving restaurant on the 3rd Ring Road for a lobster feast. I hope it'll be delicious. Don't let me down. He Jichu replied with an "oh" and asked casually, What are you eating with? Luo Pia Piao. I get along pretty well with her. Gunyinji smiled and lifted the blanket to get out of bed. He Jichu was a little surprised. Luo Pia Piao? I thought you got along well with Xie Qingying. Gunyinji laughed and didn't want to talk about Xie Qingying. She quickly said, She's not bad. She's about the same as Luo Pia Piao. It's just that cousin Xie is quite busy, unlike Luo Pia Piao, who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. All right, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to be late. Goodbye, young master he. Gunyinji hung up the phone and went to the bathroom to shower and wash her hair. He Jichu saw that she wasn't replying anymore, so he looked at his phone for a while before putting it back in his pocket. He looked at the winter scenery outside the window and stood quietly for a while. He took out his phone again and replied to Xie Qingying's invitation. Okay, what time? Xie Qingying had just returned from the gym when she heard the sound of a text message coming in. She quickly took out her phone and swiped it open to take a look. Seeing that He Jichu had agreed to her invitation, she was overjoyed and quickly called him. Young master he, are you really free tonight? Yes, it's just the little new year anyway. There were only the two of them at home. Even if it was the little new year, it wouldn't be a big deal, much less the little new year. Xie Qingying was extremely excited. She covered her chest with one hand and felt her pounding heart. She smiled and said, That's great. At 7 o'clock tonight, let's go to the opera house in the imperial capital to watch an opera. Recently, the Soviet Union's national ballet troupe has been on tour in China. This is the last performance, and it's also the best one. Yes, what play? He Jichu asked calmly, his face expressionless. The traditional classic, Swan Lake. I heard from my friends that the 4 little swans in it dance very well. When I used to learn ballet, I liked to dance the 4 little swans with others. Xie Qingying couldn't stop talking about ballet. He Jichu suddenly thought that if Gunyinji had grown up with him here, she would probably have also learned ballet. However, her dancing skills probably weren't that developed. When the time came, looking at the little fat swan with the same hands and feet would definitely be quite cute. A smile appeared on He Jichu's face, and his voice softened a little. Okay, I'll go, he replied gently. Xie Qingying felt her legs go weak. Oh my, this voice is really mesmerizing. She took a deep breath and didn't want to put down the phone. She racked her brains to find something to say. Young master he, have you seen Swan Lake before? I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. He Jichu sat on the sofa and casually picked up the iPad to read the news. He put on his Bluetooth headset and spoke to Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying also sat on the sofa in her room and said with a smile, "Then do you know that Swan Lake actually has two versions and two endings?" "Oh, I'd like to hear more." "It's like this. Swan Lake is about a princess who has been bewitched by a magician. She's a swan by day and a princess by night. Only by finding a man who truly loves her can she get rid of this spell. A prince took a liking to her and invited her to his coming-of-age ball. He would choose her as his wife at the ball. In the end, the magician brought his daughter. His daughter disguised herself as this princess and bewitched the prince. The prince mistook her for someone else. He thought that the magician's daughter was the swan princess he had taken a liking to, so he got engaged to her. In the end, when the prince realized that he had mistaken her for someone else, it was already too late. He rushed to Swan Lake to save his princess, and then the magician also rushed over to kill the prince who went back on his word and refused to marry his daughter. Xie Qingying paused and asked, "Young master He, are you listening?" He Jichu grunted. And then there are two versions of the ending. One is that the princess jumped into the lake to save the prince and died for him. The prince died for love. One is that the prince saved the princess, and love triumphed over evil. I wonder which version this ballet company will perform this time. Hijichu looked up and smiled. Which version do you want it to be? Of course the prince saved the princess, and love triumphed over evil, Xie Qingying said firmly. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1648, The Prince and the Princess. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1660. Hijichu lowered his eyes and grunted. I hope it's as you wish. Xie Qingying was even more excited. All the blood in her body seemed to rush to her brain, and her face blushed. Even the freshest rouge didn't have such a beautiful color. She raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror on the opposite wall. Although she had no makeup on, she looked more beautiful than ever. No wonder it was said that a woman in love was the most beautiful, because love was the most attractive makeup for a woman. Gun Yinji had an appointment with Luo Piapiao at 11 o'clock. After washing up, it was already past 10 o'clock. She didn't have time for breakfast. She grabbed a bottle of milk and took a few sips. Then, she ate 2 muffins and grabbed her orange Hermes Kelly bag and left the house. When he walked out of the elevator, he saw a Soviet GZ 3937 midsize off-road Jeep parked at the bottom of the steps in front of the door. It was still snowing outside. The snow on the sidewalk had been swept clean and piled up into piles by the roadside. The driveway was swept, too, but not as clean as the sidewalk. The tracks of the wheels had crushed some of the snow that had not been swept clean, making it look like ice. Hua Xiaoheng's car was especially suitable for the snowy wilderness, so it would definitely be very safe to drive now. Moreover, the model of this car was tall and mighty. With a change of paint, it could pass off as an armored car. Gun Yinji complained in her heart and deliberately walked down the steps with a straight face. Hua Xiaoheng propped his head on his hand as he sat in the car. When he saw Gun Yinji come out, he got out and opened the door with a smile. You're quite punctual. Punctuality is a king's virtue. Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks. Thank you, Mr. Peter. You don't have to take my father's words to heart. How can we do that? I'm going after his daughter, so how can I not take his words to heart? Hua Xiaoheng said seriously, we Soviets are all so direct. I hope you don't take offense. Gun Yinji, this was the first time Soviets and direct had been slandered so harshly. She put away her smile and got into the car with an indifferent expression. She politely said, then I'll have to trouble you. Let's go to the revolving restaurant on the 3rd ring. She really treated Hua Xiaoheng like a driver. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and closed the door for her. He walked around to the driver's seat and started the car. The car drove off smoothly. Gun Yinji sat calmly in the car, but her mood was like a pot of boiling water that kept bubbling. This was the first time they were alone together, right? There were only the two of them in the car. Her hands were clenched in a fist, still trembling slightly. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid that he would be exposed if he opened his mouth, so he could only keep his mouth shut. But in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, Gun Yinji was stubborn and adorable. He glanced at her a few times and finally said, "Why did you specially invite Luo Piapiao to dinner? Are you good with her?" Gun Yinji tilted her head to look at the snowy scenery outside the car window and said in a perfunctory tone, "It's not bad. She invited me to dinner, so I can't just turn her down, can I? Speaking of which, they're all relatives. So it's a favor." Hua Xiaoheng smirked. "Actually, you don't have to force yourself to interact with people you don't like. So what if they're relatives? In the future, when you're with me, you'll have the confidence to ignore these unimportant people." Gun Yinji snorted and looked back at him. "Only when I'm with you will I have the confidence to ignore them. You're quite shameless. Even if I'm alone, I can ignore whoever I want. I've never thought of wronging myself to help those who have designs on me. I have the strength to say that." Hua Xiaoheng turned the steering wheel and quickly overtook a few cars. He smiled and said, "For example, I'm going with you now to support you. I can handle that little girl, Luo Piapiao, with one finger." Gun Yinji snorted and muttered, "I don't understand why my dad insisted that you come with me. The older, the wiser." Hua Xiaoheng's voice suddenly calmed down. "Uncle Lu definitely knows the Qin family better than anyone else." Gun Yinji's eyebrows twitched slightly. She quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and wondered what he meant by that. Could it be that treating Luo Piapiao to a meal had something to do with the Qin family? Luo Piapiao was the child of the Qin family's married daughter. The Qin family was her maternal family, so her relationship with the Qin family was actually already a layer apart. Moreover, even if they were related, Gun Yinji wasn't worried about her safety at all in public. However, her father was worried about her safety and had found her a helper. Gun Yinji felt very comfortable. This kind of feeling was completely different from her feelings for Hua Xiaoheng. Her expression gradually relaxed, and she smiled. "That's true. The Qin family is really a giant. I don't know how they became the largest private hospital group. Yes, the Qin Corporation's private hospital group is very famous." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly said, "I've also seen some information about the Qin Corporation's private hospital in the KGB's files." "Huh? Why would the KGB pay attention to a private hospital group in the Huaxia Empire?" Gun Yinji was very surprised. "Did you also find out that there's a problem with the Qin Corporation's private hospital group?" Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, "We didn't find any problems. The only reason we have their information is because—" He hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "Because we have files and research on the main economic powers of each country. Actually, we're not the only ones doing this. Your country, the United States, and Europe are all doing this." Gun Yinji immediately understood. Commercial espionage, right? Or rather, national commercial espionage. Whatever you say. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. He really wanted to pat her head, but he held back. If he got excited, it would be difficult to control himself. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he restrained his desire and excitement. His expression was even more restrained and calm. Gun Yinji smiled and glanced at him sideways. "Mr. Peter, are you leaking secrets?" "Not really, because the things I told you, I said it under the circumstances permitted by the regulations." Hua Xiaoheng also sighed that he had taught Gun Yinji so well that she could even use leaking secrets to shut his mouth. Gun Yinji scoffed. "Aren't you afraid that I'm also a spy?" The corners of her eyes raised slightly, and her eyes wandered. She was delicate and intelligent with a hint of the charm of a mature woman. She was charming and tactful. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and stepped on the brakes. He stopped the off-road jeep by the side of the road and moved in front of her. He said hoarsely, "Are you a spy? You can seduce me." "Gun Yinji?" She stretched out a finger and pressed it against Hua Xiaoheng's chest. She slowly pushed him away and said with a half-smile, "Mr. Peter, are you seducing me?" This is the second update of the day. Chapter 1649, You Can Seduce Me. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1661. Me? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head slowly. I never seduce you. I'm wooing you. Gun Yinji's smile faded as she pushed him away forcefully. She opened the car door and jumped out. She said seriously, Mr. Peter, I can't sit in your car if you keep touching me like this. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and looked down at her. He loved her very much, but he still had to pretend to be hurt and disappointed. After a moment of silence, he said, You don't like me that much? You said that I look exactly like the person you like. Can't you just treat me as a substitute? Using you as a substitute is a humiliation to him, a humiliation to you, and a humiliation to myself. Gun Yinji didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng meant, but she was very angry that he said it, even if it was just an act. In his heart, was she such a shallow woman who only cared about looks? Fine, her feelings for him were indeed related to his looks, but he couldn't make her fall in love with him just because of his looks. Since he didn't understand this, she decided not to try to expose him. Unless he was willing to admit who he really was in front of her, he wouldn't be able to get her to be nice to him at all. What's so good about him? Why are you so dead set on him? Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips, his eyes smiling. Besides, he's so good, but it's useless if he's not by your side. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and said angrily, I don't accept you not because you're not good, but because I still love him. Love can only accommodate two people. It's too crowded with one more person. Oh, then when you don't love him anymore, will you consider me? Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and gently sniffed her hair. This woman was so toxic, he couldn't quit. Gun Yinji's lips twitched. Then wait until I don't love him anymore. She picked up her phone and began dialing expressionlessly. What are you doing? Hua Xiaoheng sensed it and snatched the phone. You want to take a taxi? Yeah. How can I take a taxi with you like this? What if you go berserk and I can't beat you? Who am I going to cry to if I lose? Gun Yinji snatched her phone back with a straight face. Don't touch other people's phones. You're invading my privacy. An indescribable emotion flashed through Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. It wasn't because of Gun Yinji's steadfastness, but because of her clear mind and resolute determination. However, he also knew very well that Gun Yinji might really break up with him if she was touched by someone else, because she was loyal to her own heart, her own feelings. She did not accept another man because she still loved him. When she doesn't love him, she certainly has the right to choose a new man. The sense of danger in Hua Xiaoheng's heart intensified. He stopped teasing her and reached out to open the car door. He calmly said, All right, you win. Get in. Gun Yinji's hand rested on the armrest next to the car seat. Just as she was about to climb up, Hua Xiaoheng had already wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her, trapping her between the car seat and his chest. He continued, I won't take another step forward until you give up on that person. But you have to promise me that I'll be the first in line for you. Once you give up on the person you like, you have to think about me first. Gun Yinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng angrily. Her clear eyes could almost clearly see his reflection. She secretly gritted her teeth and thought that this Hua Xiao was too much of a pervert. How could he say something like that, giving up on the person in front of her and thinking about the person he was now? In the end, wasn't it still the same person? He really wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Was he sure he had her? Gun Yinji snorted and frowned. No, if I give up on him, I'll definitely have to find another person who's completely different. I'll only find another ex-boyfriend who's exactly like him if I lose my mind. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to be shocked by the word ex-boyfriend and didn't speak for a long time. He quietly got into the car, started it, and drove all the way to the parking lot under the revolving restaurant on the third ring road without saying another word. Gun Yinji was secretly pleased with herself. She knew that she had finally turned the tables. She got out of the car in an extremely good mood, glanced at the parking lot, and walked toward the elevator. The revolving restaurant was on the top 2 floors of the skyscraper. The top floor was the most luxurious. Sitting there, one could see the scenery of the imperial capital from 360 degrees. The top floor was the most luxurious. Sitting there, one could have a 360-degree view of the imperial capital. Gun Yinji had booked a seat on the floor below the top floor. However, just as she walked out of the elevator, her phone rang. It was Luo Piapiao calling. Gu Nianji picked up the call and said with a smile, "I'm already here. Where are you?" Luo Piapiao was also smiling and said, "I'm on the top floor of the revolving restaurant, which is the highest floor. Are you going to treat me to dinner on the highest floor?" Gu Nianji choked and laughed dryly. "Cousin Luo, stop messing with me. How could I afford it? I'm at the top of the floor below." "That won't do. You have to come to the top floor, or I won't eat." Luo Piapiao's crisp laughter came from the phone. "Actually, it's not as expensive as you think, and the scenery here is beautiful. I only eat this once a year. At most, I'll treat you." Gu Nianji let it go when she said that. Indeed, as Luo Piapiao had said, it wasn't that she couldn't afford it, so why be so stingy? She walked in front and followed Hua Xiaoheng to the floor above the revolving restaurant, which was the top floor of the skyscraper. The elevator showed that it was the 36th floor. It was indeed the top floor. There were very few people eating here. Other than her and Hua Xiaoheng, no one else came up. Gu Nianji was a little surprised. No matter how expensive the restaurant was, the imperial capital had never lacked rich people. Why was she and Hua Xiaoheng the only ones walking in? Something wasn't right. Hua Xiaoheng clearly realized it as well. He immediately took a step forward and stood in front of Gu Nianji. In the oval revolving restaurant, there were crystal-clear glass windows all around. From here, one could see the white clouds floating in the blue sky like cotton candy. The restaurant slowly rotated like a merry-go-round. The dining table was neatly arranged with cutlery and tea. It was as if someone had just held a banquet here, but now it was empty. Time seemed to have stopped. For a moment, Gu Nianji had the illusion that she had walked into a deserted set. "Luo Piapiao?" Gu Nianji walked out from behind Hua Xiaoheng and stood beside him. She called out tentatively, "Huh, are you surprised?" Luo Piapiao's voice suddenly came from the side of the hall. Immediately after, men in suits and leather shoes and elegantly dressed women walked out from the side door on the other side of the hall. Walking at the front was Luo Piapiao, who was wearing a red Chanel suit, and an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He was wearing a tang suit with purple sable fur edges. Gu Nianji was no stranger to this old man. He was Qin Yaowang's father, Old Master Qin. Behind Old Master Qin walked a middle-aged man. Gu Nianji had also seen him in court. He seemed to be Old Master Qin's nephew. This time, they had brought their womenfolk with them. Not long after, the entire restaurant was filled with people. Luo Piapiao held Old Master Qin's arm and walked to Gu Nianji with a smile on her face. She waved at her. "I said there's a surprise, right? Uncle said that this meal will be on him. We've already booked this place for today. Cousin Gu, come and sit. You're Nianji, right? I'm your aunt. I've heard of your name before. Seeing you today, I realize that you're even prettier than in the photo. I'm your second aunt. You even ate at my house when you were young. I'm your cousin. I've always wanted to see you, but your mother always said that it wasn't the right time. I didn't expect to see you until now." The people of the Qin family almost swarmed up and surrounded Gu Nianji, introducing themselves one by one. Their smiles were extremely sincere and warm, and they looked like they knew how to behave better than Qin Yaowang. As the saying went, one didn't hit a smiling person. Gu Nianji wouldn't treat everyone in the Qin family coldly. As she greeted these people, she took the opportunity to rub Luo Piapiao's head. She pulled out a few strands of hair and quietly rubbed them in her hand. "Cousin Luo, you're so mean. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Luo Piapiao smiled and said, "I usually don't do such a good thing. Only you have such a big deal." "Please spare me. Please don't give me such face. I can't afford it." Gu Nianji smiled and rubbed her head again, successfully ruffling her hair into a bird's nest. Luo Piapiao accidentally saw her appearance in the mirror on the side of the hall and stomped her feet in anger. "Cousin Gu, let go," she quickly said to Old Master Qin. "Granduncle, I'm going to the bathroom." She pointed at her hair, which had been messed up by Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji took the opportunity to say, "I'll go too. I'll help Cousin Luo clean up." Old Master Qin laughed loudly. Go on. You little girls are so naughty. Gu Yinji and Luo Piapiao went to the bathroom. Old Master Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. He nodded and said, "It's Mr. Peter? We met once. It was at the He family's Christmas party." Hua Xiaoheng's face was cold as he said, unhappily, "It was just a dinner party between Miss Gu and Miss Luo. Why did so many people suddenly come? Are all Huaxia people so untrustworthy?" Although Mr. Peter has an Asian face, he's actually a Soviet on the inside. Old Master Qin sighed. "This is our family ties. We Huaxia people value family ties the most. You don't understand. However, since you're here, you're a guest. Come, sit down, and let's have a drink." Hua Xiaoheng was secretly cursing in his heart, but he still stood at the door with a cold expression. He said, "I'm going to see Miss Gu. Excuse me." As he spoke, he walked towards the bathroom. Old Master Qin was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "Mr. Peter, that's the women's bathroom. Why don't you wait here?" "It's fine. I'll wait at the door." Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand and strode towards the bathroom. Old Master Qin's eyes flashed with disdain. He turned to his family and said, "Everyone, sit down. Let the waiter serve the dishes." They had booked the entire floor, and the dishes had been ordered a long time ago. In the ladies' bathroom, Gunyinji was rearranging Luo Piapiao's hairstyle and took the opportunity to rub off more hair. She picked up the fallen hair one by one and put them all in her small plastic bag when Luo Piapiao wasn't paying attention. Luo Piapiao touched up her makeup in a mirror and said angrily, "Cousin Gu, I didn't expect you to be so naughty." As the two of them spoke, Luo Piapiao's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone from her bag and swiped it open to pick it up. No one spoke on the other end of the phone, but the sound of a mechanical countdown could be heard. 10, 9, 8. Outside the bathroom, Xiaoheng leaned against the outer wall with a cold expression. The Bluetooth headset hidden in his ear suddenly made a ticking sound. This kind of sound was no stranger to the KGB. It was no stranger to all the professional intelligence personnel in the world who had carried out assassinations. It was the sound of a remote bomb starting to count down. Hua Xiaoheng's expression froze. He quickly turned around and kicked open the bathroom door. He carried Gu Nianji, who had her back facing him, into his arms and quickly rushed towards the door. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from behind them. An explosive heat wave hit them like flames. The huge impact knocked Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji against the opposite wall. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1650, Countdown. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. 8 p.m., the second update. While all the big shots, little angels. Chapter 1662. At the same time, a huge explosion came from the restaurant they had just come out of. The restaurant that had been happy and harmonious a moment ago was suddenly filled with screams. "Uncle! Uncle! Uncle! Uncle is seriously injured. Ambulance! Call the ambulance! Call the police! Call the police!" The restaurant quickly lit up with flames, and the scorching heat hit them in the face. The shrill sound of the fire alarm rang in the hallway, and it was screaming wildly. Gu Nianji's ears were almost deafened by the huge explosion just now. Everything she heard seemed to be coming from the distant sky. Hua Xiaoheng's back had suffered the shock wave of the first round of explosion in the bathroom. Although there were no external injuries, his internal organs were still impacted. He held Gu Nianji tightly in his arms, rolled on the ground, and crawled towards the stairs. The fire came from behind, and the Qin family cried for help. One supported the other, and they pulled each other out of the hellish restaurant. The management of the revolving restaurant was also dumbfounded at first, but they quickly reacted and called the police and rescued people. They worked together step by step. The security guards on the 36th floor rushed into the fire with dry ice extinguishers to extinguish the fire. 10 minutes later, the sound of ambulances and fire engines could be heard on the main road outside. Fortunately, there was a fire station near the revolving restaurant, as well as a Qin Corporation private hospital, so the ambulances and fire engines arrived quickly. However, the fire started at the highest point of the building. From the ground up, only thick smoke could be seen billowing like a devil, shrouding the entire 36th floor. Flames occasionally came from the windows, and the fire engines couldn't reach such a high place. The firefighters carried hoses on their backs and ran up the stairs on foot, regardless of the difficulty and danger, to the 36th floor. Because the building was on fire, the elevators had automatically closed and couldn't be used. People going up and down could only take the stairs. The people who escaped from upstairs panicked and barely gave way to the firefighters. Hua Xiaoheng had just pushed open the door to the 36th floor's fire exit with Gu Nianji in his arms when an unpleasant smell of plastic immediately rushed out. Hua Xiaoheng cursed inwardly and quickly closed the door tightly. He carried Gu Nianji and rolled to the storage room on the side. He pulled off her silk scarf, soaked it with water, and covered their mouths and noses. Boom! There was another explosion. This time, it came from the entrance of the fire escape on the 36th floor, directly cutting off their way down from the fire escape. There were explosions in front and behind them. Flames soared into the sky, and the overwhelming black smoke caused many people to collapse to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng quickly took out his phone to contact the Soviet Union. But the moment he took out his phone, he knew it was broken. There was an electromagnetic shield here, and there was no signal. Gu Nianji gripped Hua Xiaoheng's shirt tightly. Although she was nervous, she wasn't afraid, because she knew that he was by her side. Even if something were to happen, he would be there for her. Her heart was very calm, and her ears gradually returned to normal. Gu Nianji's mind raced. A fire in such a tall building couldn't possibly be extinguished by a fire truck. The other party had also blown up the fire escape route. It was obvious that they did not want them to escape through the fire escape route. Could trap them like this. Glancing at the dead silence on Hua Xiaoheng's phone, Gu Nianji smiled and took out her own phone to call He Jichu. Why does your phone have a signal? Hua Xiaoheng asked softly. Gu Nianji smiled and waved her phone. Lu Jin's products must be top-notch. This was a phone that her father had modified. It could resist electromagnetic shielding of all frequencies. After all, in this world, if Lu Jin said that he was second in the study of electromagnetic fields, no one would dare to say that they were first. He Jichu had already received the call and was asking anxiously, Nianji, aren't you going to eat at the revolving restaurant today? I just got the news. Are you okay? Don't be afraid. I'll come pick you up right away. It was obvious that He Jichu had also received news of the incident at the revolving restaurant. At this critical juncture, Gu Nianji didn't waste any time and said straightforwardly, Young Master we encountered several explosions and were trapped on the top floor of the 36th floor. The fire escape route was also blown up, and there was fire everywhere. We couldn't get out or go down. He Jichu's heart tightened, and he immediately said, I'll bring a helicopter squadron to pick you up right away. Hold on. Go to the bathroom and find a place with a water source. Don't come out. Don't come out before I come. Since the firefighters below couldn't come up, they could only send helicopters to put out the fire and save people from above. Gu Nianji nodded and added, Almost all the Qin family members are here. He Jichu was stunned. Let's talk when we meet. He rushed out of the room while putting on his flight suit. At the same time, he gathered the professional firefighting units in the army. Within 3 minutes, all of them boarded the latest and fastest armed helicopter squadron. He then transferred 2 small fighter jets and quickly took off into the air. He sped towards the revolving restaurant on the 3rd ring road. At this time, the explosion and fire at the revolving restaurant had become a hot topic of society. At the same time, countless reporters from new media, traditional media, television stations, newspapers, and magazines gathered on the road in front of the revolving restaurant, competing to report on it. After Xie Qingying returned from her studies, she founded a very influential new media company. When faced with such a major event, she was the first to come to the scene and conduct interviews and reports with her company's employees. The fire on the 36th floor was raging. Someone could no longer stand the fire and jumped down from the top floor while shouting. The firefighters opened a huge air cushion downstairs and picked up several people who jumped down from the top floor. However, a few people unfortunately fell into a place without an air cushion and died on the spot. The scene was very tragic. The police also quickly arrived and pulled up a yellow cordon at the scene to prevent anyone from crossing the line. Xie Qingying wore a black suit and stood in front of the camera with a solemn expression. She quickly and fluently broadcast the news in Mandarin, English, French, and Latin. Other than the national media present, Xie Qingying's new media company was the most formal, objective, and worked the hardest. From the looks of it, she probably wouldn't be able to go to Swan Lake that night. During the broadcast, she took out her phone to call He Ji-chu, but no one picked up. She was puzzled when she suddenly heard her staff say, "President Xie, look, the military helicopter has been dispatched." Xie Qingying suddenly looked up and saw 12 of the latest armed helicopters whistling over with a murderous aura. "Quick, prepare the camera." Xie Qingying quickly picked up the microphone and said to the camera, "The government's rescue is quite fast and effective. This time, they even deployed the military's most elite armed helicopter unit to help save people and put out the fire. Such a fire definitely needs helicopters to help put out the fire. Otherwise, there's no way to save it. The people upstairs are saved. The media reporters, police, firefighters, and doctors and nurses in the ambulance cheered together. The audience and netizens, who were nervously watching the explosion and the rescue progress in front of their computers, phones, and televisions, also cheered. As soon as the armed helicopter squadron arrived, a loud horn sounded in the air. "Clear the area! Clear the area! Everyone leave quickly! Everyone leave quickly!" At the same time, two inconspicuous fighter jets suddenly dashed out from the back of the armed helicopters. They fired at a few positions on the building opposite the revolving restaurant. Xie Qingying came to her senses. This was definitely not a simple fire incident. She quickly pulled her staff into the interview car. "Let's go. Get out of here." The military was clearing the area by force. In the small storage room on the top floor of the building, Xiaoheng took off his suit jacket and the bulletproof vest inside. He put on Gun Yinji's coat without any explanation. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. "You usually wear bulletproof vests on the streets?" Hua Xiaoheng said, "It's basic, but can this be bomb-proof?" Gun Yinji was puzzled. If she had known earlier, she would have asked Lu Jin to make a few sets of bulletproof vests that could block heavy sniper bullets. "The bomb should be gone, but there might be snipers outside," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "If He Ji-chu has someone protecting you, he should be outside right now to clear the area by force." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1651, Basic Operation. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1663. Using force to clear the area. There's really a sniper outside. Gun Yinji covered her mouth in shock and squeezed the words out between her fingers. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "This person's technique is very professional. If it were me, I would do the same. So if He Ji-chu isn't doing all the work, he should know what to do." Gun Yinji muttered, "No wonder, young master, he didn't let me go out. Are you worried that there's a sniper outside? Am I their target?" Gun Yinji asked after a while. After calming down, she couldn't help but think of Luo Piapiao and felt a little uncomfortable. Moreover, there was a sense of guilt that said, "I did not kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. What do you think?" Hua Xiaoheng saw the uneasiness on her face and calmly explained it to her. "Perhaps it's because of your unusual interest in Luo Piapiao that the person behind the scenes noticed something. But it's not your fault. It's the killer's fault." Gun Yinji's mood didn't improve because of this. She took out the small transparent plastic bag containing Luo Piapiao's hair and said blankly, "Do you think Luo Piapiao has any hope of survival?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. That's the strongest CX series of explosives. 1 milligram is enough to blow an elephant to smithereens. Think about Luo Piapiao's size. It's a few times the size of an elephant. Then, think about how she can explode. Almost instantly, it was torn apart and turned into ashes by the high temperature. Gun Yinji closed her eyes. The corners of her eyes were moist. The enemy is indeed very meticulous. Then I will never be able to publicly present this hair sample as evidence. Hua Xiaoheng stared at her and sighed. It was also our negligence. We thought that it was fine for you to interact with Luo Piapiao as a friend. In addition, Luo Piapiao was the one who took the initiative to approach you. I didn't expect the other party to cover up even this small loophole. After we get out, we should immediately find Luo Piapiao's dental records and her family doctor's blood samples. Gun Yinji pulled herself together and clutched the small plastic bag tightly. Her eyes were burning with anger. I can't let her die without knowing why. Hua Xiaoheng averted his gaze, his expression grim. Before long, Gun Yinji's phone rang again. She hurriedly swiped open the phone and accepted the call. Young Master He. It was he Zichu calling. He led the Huaxiao Empire's most elite military helicopter squadron and hovered above the top floor of the building. Are you alone? Stay where you are and don't move. I'll come find you. He Zichu was about to jump off the helicopter. Gun Yinji quickly said, I'm with Mr. Peter. Where are you, young Master He? Peter? He came with you? He Zichu felt like he understood something. So Gun Yinji had rejected his invitation to have lunch with the ace of the Far East, Peter and Luo Piapiao. He concealed the faint displeasure at the bottom of his heart, but he was also relieved. He returned to his seat and said, Then let him protect you and come out together to the top floor. I'll wait for you up there. Gun Yinji nodded and quickly left the storeroom with Hua Xiaoheng. Outside the storeroom was the narrow corridor of the revolving restaurant. The fire was burning for both sides, but it had already slowed down a lot. Fortunately, the revolving restaurant had prepared enough fire extinguishers, so they could hold out for a while. There were also many Qin family members hiding here. Gun Yinji saw old Master Qin lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Her cheapskate uncles were kneeling beside old Master Qin, holding tissues to block the blood from his forehead. She turned around and saw someone coming out of the storeroom. Gun Yinji's aunt immediately said, It's Miss Guth and Mr. Peter. Weren't you guys in the bathroom? She quickly asked, Where's Pia Piao? Where's Pia Piao? Didn't you go to the bathroom with her? Yes, there was also an explosion in the bathroom. We thought. Uncle Qin looked Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng up and down. Since you guys are fine, what about Pia Piao? Gun Yinji's nose ached. She lowered her head silently and shook her head. I don't know how Pia Piao is. There was a sudden explosion in the bathroom. I ran out and was saved by Mr. Peter. She spoke half-truths because this wasn't the time to tell the truth. But I think I heard the sound of the phone just now. Gun Yinji's aunt wrapped a wet silk scarf around her face. She looked at Gun Yinji and asked suspiciously, Can your phone work? There's no signal on our phones. Can you get in touch with them? We can't be trapped here. The restaurant manager used the landline to call the police just now, and now even the landline is out of order. Gun Yinji avoided answering and said vaguely, It was young Master He who came to save us. She looked at old Master Qin lying on the ground and asked hesitantly, What happened to old Master Qin? There were several bombs in the restaurant. My son, my poor child. Aunt Qin burst into heart-wrenching tears again. She looked at Gun Yinji hatefully and wanted nothing more than to pounce on her and tear her apart. She gritted her teeth and said, You're a jinx. You're a jinx. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have encountered such a thing today. One of her sons and daughter-in-law were killed on the spot. She almost went crazy. The survivors of the Qin family quickly comforted her and held her back. Gun Yinji looked at the Qin family silently. 10 minutes ago, they were still glamorous, but now they were all in a sorry state. She knew that she was the same. Hua Xiaoheng patted her on the shoulder and directed the Qin family members. He said, Old Master Qin looks like he's seriously injured. Young master, he is here with a helicopter. Hurry up and carry him up. Use the helicopter to send him to the nearby hospital for emergency treatment. The survivors of the Chin family looked at each other and began to discuss. The Chin family's youngest uncle called a restaurant staff member over and asked, "Where can I go to the roof?" The staff member was also blocked on the 36th floor. He quickly said, "We can't get out of the other tunnels. There's a movable ladder at the end of this corridor that can be pulled down to the roof." He added, "The exit is very small. Only one person can pass through." After the Chin family discussed, they asked a nephew of the third generation of the Chin family to scout the way first. He was relatively young and not very tall, so he quickly climbed up the movable stairs, pushed open the partition on the roof, and went up to the roof. When he reached the top floor of the building, he saw that there were indeed a dozen helicopters hovering at low altitude. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Young master he? Young master he? Is that young master he?" Hijichu looked down from the helicopter. He didn't see Gu Nianji, but he saw a young man. He didn't look familiar, but he wasn't a stranger either. He just couldn't remember who he was. It wasn't until the man announced his name that Hijichu remembered that he was from the Chin family and was a nephew of Qin Yaoguang. Why was this person coming up and not Gu Nianji? Hijichu's heart tightened. He immediately grabbed the rope ladder of the helicopter and jumped down. "What's going on? Are you alone?" Hijichu grabbed the young man's shoulder tightly when he came down. The man grimaced from Hijichu's grip and quickly said, "There are still many people down there. They asked me to come up and take a look." "Young master, it's really you. Where's Gu Nianji? Have you seen Nianji?" Hijichu asked without hesitation. "I saw her. She told us you were here to pick us up." The man was overjoyed. The feeling of escaping death made him think too much. He quickly said, "My grandfather is seriously injured. Can young master, he help send my grandfather to the nearby Qin hospital?" Hijichu was slightly taken aback. "Old Master Qin? He's also injured?" "Yes. My grandfather was trying to protect my youngest brother. His back was injured by the explosion, and his head was also broken. He bled a lot." The man was about to cry as he spoke. Hijichu didn't want to listen to him anymore. He said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and ask them to bring him up. Everyone come up. I brought enough helicopters." The man nodded. "There are more than a dozen of our family members down there. Plus Miss Gu and Mr. Peter. Can we all sit down?" "Cut the crap. Hurry up and go down." Hijichu slapped the man and chased him down. Not long after, the Qin family members climbed out of the exit of the movable stairs one by one. The first to be pushed out was, of course, old Master Qin, who was already unconscious. Hijichu stood at the exit and helped them pull old Master Qin out. He then helped them send old Master Qin onto the helicopter and quickly flew to the nearby hospital. By the time Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng came up, the fire below was almost at the exit. The staff of the revolving restaurant were the last to come out. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they stood on the roof at a loss. Their faces were full of shock, as if they couldn't believe that they had been saved. Hijichu was wearing flight sunglasses and carrying a makeshift parachute bag. He glanced at them and waved his hand. "You guys get on the helicopter at the back." He turned to look at Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. "Nianji, Mr. Peter, come with me." As Hijichu spoke, he threw 2 bulletproof vests over. "Put them on." Gu Nianji wanted to say that she had them, but Hua Xiaoheng pulled her hand. She immediately changed her mind and said, "Thank you, young master he. You're so thoughtful." Hijichu's lips twitched. He pretended not to see the small gesture between Gu Nianji and the ace of the Far East. He said calmly, "Hurry up. There's a helicopter from the fire brigade coming to put out the fire." The fire started from the top floor, and there was an explosion. If it wasn't put out in time, it was very likely that the entire building would collapse. The famous 911 twin towers had collapsed in front of the world just like that. Gu Nianji quickly asked, "Have the people on the other floors been evacuated?" "They've all been evacuated. You guys are the last ones." Hijichu didn't say anything else. He picked up Gu Nianji's waist and tied the ring around her waist. He watched as she was pulled into the helicopter. Then, He and Hua Xiaoheng pulled the rope ladder that was thrown down from the helicopter with their backs to each other and quickly climbed into the helicopter. The few of them had just sat down in a helicopter when Ji received a call from his subordinate. Young master, the snipers on the two opposite buildings have been eliminated by the fighter jets. The main commander in charge of eliminating the snipers was one of Jichu's personal secretaries. He had the rank of colonel and was his most capable assistant. Clear. Thank you for your hard work. Jichu nodded lightly. Is the body there? Can you find out its identity? Yes. The person on the other side hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, it's the Soviets. They also used Soviet-made weapons. Jichu's hand tightened. He looked calmly at the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter Huashaoheng, who was sitting opposite him. His almond-shaped eyes narrowed. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1652, Jinx. The double monthly votes have begun. Everyone, you can vote for your monthly votes now. Today, the third update of the day, I'm asking for monthly votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second update. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1664. Gunyinji saw Jichu suddenly look at Huashaoheng and looked at them curiously. Young master, what's wrong? Jichu looked away and said coldly, this time, the situation is serious. More people from the Qin family died, and old Master Qin was seriously injured and hospitalized. I'm thinking about how to explain it to the Senate and the public. Gunyinji's heart became heavy. She looked at Jichu and said, I have something to say. Can you find a more convenient place? I'll take you to my house. Jichu also had a lot to ask her. They were in a helicopter now, so it wasn't a good place to talk. A few of them stopped talking. The roar of the helicopter engine rang in their ears, adding to their irritation. Gunyinji lowered her head and played with her phone. She quietly sent Lu Jin and Lu Yuan 2 messages. Everything is fine, don't miss me. The two of them were so anxious that they drove away from the small road near the revolving restaurant. There was already traffic control there, so they couldn't get in. Soon, Jichu's armed helicopter landed on the tarmac of the He family's mansion and put Jichu, Gunyinji, and Hua Xiaoheng down. The military helicopter squadron returned to the base under the leadership of the captain. Jichu led Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng across the barren winter lawn in front of the He family's mansion and strode towards the 3-story mansion in the main house. He Chengjian was about to go out for an emergency meeting. He was wearing a neat military uniform and holding a military cap in his hand. He walked out of the main door with his personal secretary and orderly. He was slightly surprised to see Jichu walking over with Gunyinji and the ace of the Far East, Peter Huashaoheng. He stopped in his tracks and smiled warmly. Nyinji, you're here? Are you okay? It seemed like he already knew about Gunyinji's accident at the revolving restaurant. Because Jichu had started to interact with other girls and had no intention of hanging on to Gunyinji, Chengjian didn't dislike Gunyinji so much. Gunyinji stopped in her tracks and said politely but alienatedly, Thank you for your concern, General He. I'm fine. I was just scared. How can you be fine? Jichu snorted. You only know how to report the good news and not the bad news. I must call the doctor to examine you. Gunyinji came to her senses and knew that Jichu was doing this for her own good. She smiled sheepishly and mumbled, It's just a superficial wound, and I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Young master don't make a big deal out of nothing. Chengjian chuckled. Nyinji, Arachu said that he treats you as his sister, so he treats you as his own sister. Don't stand on ceremony with him. He then frowned and said, It might not be peaceful outside these 2 days. Why don't you stay with us for a few days? Gunyinji's eyes flashed, and she said, non-committally, General, he is the one being too polite. Is there something you need? I won't keep you any longer. Chengjian was indeed in a hurry. He smiled and nodded at Huashaoheng. Mr. Peter, excuse me. You're busy. Young master, he will greet us, Hua Xiaoheng said seriously. He Chengjian stopped exchanging pleasantries with them. He got into his private car and rushed to the military headquarters, parliament, and cabinet to hold an emergency meeting. The main topic was to discuss the vicious case of the Third Ring revolving restaurant in the imperial capital. This case had a huge impact on society. Almost at the same time, it was spread all over the country, and the impact was extremely bad. In the He family's mansion, He Zhichu brought Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng to the bedroom that Gun Yinji used to live in. Everything inside was still the same as when Gun Yinji had lived there. Gun Yinji was a little embarrassed, but He Zhichu waved for them to sit down in a very natural manner. He said, "What would you like to drink? Let's drink and talk." Gun Yinji instinctively said, "I want a glass of warm milk." Warm milk had an excellent calming effect. When she had insomnia at night, a glass of warm milk and a few biscuits would make her fall asleep quickly. At this time, Gun Yinji needed warm milk to calm herself down. He Zhichu saw that she was a little nervous and asked suspiciously, "Is he really injured? I have to see a doctor." "No." Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng beside her and said worriedly, "But Mr. Peter seems to be injured. Young master, he should get a doctor to take a look at him." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "I'll go back to the embassy and get our doctor to take a look. It's just a superficial wound." He Zhichu saw that Hua Xiaoheng's face was rosy and natural. He didn't look weak or pale at all, so he believed him. Gun Yinji tried her best to control herself from paying too much attention to Hua Xiaoheng. She emphasized the important thing 3 times. He was Peter, he was Peter, he was Peter. Gun Yinji kept mentally preparing herself. He Zhichu quickly made a drink and brought it over. Gun Yinji had a glass of warm milk and 2 blueberry muffins. Hua Xiaoheng had a cup of Colombian black coffee, while He Zhichu was used to drinking red wine. To him, the best sedative was red wine. The few of them lowered their heads and drank at the same time. After Gun Yinji drank half a glass of warm milk, she thought she had calmed down, but when she talked about Luo Piapiao's situation, her voice still trembled. "I didn't know what was going on at the time. I was in a bathroom fixing her hair when a call suddenly came in. She held her phone and played it very loudly, as if it was on speakerphone. I heard the countdown from a phone with my own ears. Countdown. Yes, 10, 9, 8, 7, something like that. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of Gun Yinji's forehead. She gently wiped it with the back of her hand. He Zhichu saw this and handed over the tissue box on the coffee table. Gun Yinji took out a tissue, and pressed it on her forehead again. She continued, "Then I felt something was wrong, so I immediately turned around and ran. Mr. Peter happened to be outside the door, and he helped me block it. There was already an explosion inside, and I didn't even know what Luo Piapiao looked like." By the time she said the last sentence, Gun Yinji was on the verge of tears. She choked and took out another tissue to wipe her tears. He Zhichu was extremely shocked. They actually used a cell phone to remotely control the bomb. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. The explosives they used were the most powerful CX series explosives. 1 milligram was enough to blow an elephant into smithereens. So Luo Piapiao must have been reduced to ashes in an instant. He Zhichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed again. CX series explosives? If I remember correctly, this is what the KGB of the Soviet Union is good at. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have immediately sensed that something was wrong and pulled Miss Gu far away to hide. Hua Xiaoheng shrugged. They even put explosives in the fire escape, but the explosives in the fire escape are only ordinary TNT. They're not as powerful as the CX series. Their purpose should only be to cause a fire and block the fire escape. He Zhichu took a sip of red wine thoughtfully. He stood up and walked to the window. He said coldly, "If the other party had also used CX series explosives in the fire escape, none of you would have survived. The CX series explosives are expensive and expensive. There's always a saying that an inch of CX is an inch of gold. Moreover, it's very complicated to make. The technical and environmental requirements for the laboratory and workshop are top-notch." Hua Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and rubbed his knees. he said casually. It's not something that ordinary people can get their hands on. Ijichu was silent for a long time. He turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and said aloofly, but for the KGB, it's just a routine operation. Gun Yinji suddenly had an ominous feeling. Young Master He, what do you mean? This was today's second update, Chapter 1653, Routine Operation. The double monthly votes have begun. Dear friends, you can vote for your monthly votes now. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Moi. All the big shots and little angels that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.